Good morning, Senators. For those of you participating remote, when I call your name, please unmute yourself and respond. Senator Baca. Senator Brandt. Senator Burt. Senator Campos. Senator Candelaria.
I'm here.
Senator Cervantes. Senator Cervantes is remote. Can you hear me? Okay, Senator Fulfer. Senator Gonzalez. Senator Gould. Senator Griggs. Senator Engel. Senator Ivy Soto. Senator Kernan. Senator Lopez.
Presente.
Senator Martinez. Senator Moores. Senator Munoz. Senator Neville. Senator O'Neill. Senator Ortiz-Pino. Senator Padilla. Senator Papin. Senator Payne.
Here.
Senator Pinto. Senator Pirtle. Senator Ramos. Senator Rodriguez. Senator Rue.
Present.
Senator Sanchez. Senator Sapien.
Estoy aquí for the last time.
Oh, Senator Cedillo Lopez. Senator Scherer. Senator Shendo. Senator Smith. Senator Solz. Senator Solz. Senator Stefanix. Senator Steinborn.
Here.
Senator Stewart. Senator Tallman. Senator White. Senator Worth.
Here.
Senator Woods. You have a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senators. If you can please stand for the invocation to be led today by Senator Pete Campos, and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance to be led by Senator Burt, and the Pledge of Allegiance in Spanish to be led by Senator Cedillo Lopez, and the salute to the New Mexico flag to be led by Senator Shendo.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, to those in their offices, to the listening public, and of course to our distinguished members of the New Mexico State Senate that are here in the chamber. Take a moment to reflect upon those individuals that you know who have lost their lives to COVID and for other purposes, other reasons, and also to those who are battling this ill disease that continues to wreck our state and our world. It's very important for all of us in our own way to let our Lord know, to let the person who they call upon, possibly even a deceased member of their family, to help, to give us the strength, to give us the courage, the kindness, the ability to work together so that each and every one of us continue to work towards the common good and the good of all humanity. This is a lesson for us. This is one where all of us are given the opportunity to build courage, to build love for one another, to utilize the innovations, the incentives, and the ingenious that each and every one of us beholds. Dear Heavenly Father, as we move forward, we ask you in your name to care for each and every one of us, to care for the New Mexico families that we so love, and to care for our communities so that in the future there is going to be success. There will be heartfelt strength. And most importantly, for each of us, there will be love within our hearts to move forward and to never forget those who have come before us and those who will come after us. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate and staff, please face the flag and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one.
Prometo lealtad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América
y a la república que representa, una nación ante Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos.
I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and is a symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
Mr.
Senator
President.
Worth. Senator Worth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that we go to that order of business's messages from the governor.
Hearing no objection, the reader will read.
Senate Executive Message Number 1. The Honorable Mary Kay Papen, President Pro Tem, and members of the Senate. Today I have issued a proclamation under the authority vested in me by Article 4, Section 6 of the New Mexico Constitution, calling the 44th Legislature of the State of New Mexico into a second special session at 11 a.m. Tuesday, November 24th at the State Capitol Building in Santa Fe. Respectfully submitted, Michelle Lujan Grisham, Governor.
The Journal will show that the messages from the governor has been received. Senator Worth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the proclamation of the governor calling a second special session of the 54th Legislature be read before the Senate and entered into the Journal.
Seeing no objection, the clerk to read the proclamation.
State of New Mexico Executive Office, Santa Fe, New Mexico Proclamation. Whereas in December 2019, several cases of pneumonia with an unknown cause were detected in Wuhan City, Hubei Province, China, and the underlying virus giving rise to those reported instances of respiratory illness was later identified as a novel coronavirus disease, COVID-19. Whereas soon thereafter, COVID-19 became a pandemic as it rapidly spread across Asia, Europe, and North America. Whereas COVID-19 has been nationally and globally recognized as a health emergency unprecedented in modern times. In late January 2020, the World Health Organization declared COVID-19 a public health emergency of international concern. Similarly, on March 13, 2020, the President of the United States declared a national state of emergency related to COVID-19. Whereas there are now over 58 million cases of COVID-19 and nearly 1.4 million deaths worldwide, with more than 12 million cases and well over 250,000 deaths in the United States alone. Whereas a statewide public health emergency was declared in New Mexico on March 11, 2020, when the state's first cases were confirmed and continues through today, and the President approved a federal major disaster declaration for the state of New Mexico on April 5, 2020. Whereas since March 11, 2020, the number of confirmed cases has risen to more than 81,000 and more than 1,300 COVID-related deaths have been recorded by the Department of Health. Whereas COVID-19 has caused significant economic harm and social disruption in our state by affecting supply chains, altering consumer behavior, and generally slowing economic activity. Whereas it is necessary for the New Mexico State Legislature to convene at the State Capitol Building to consider a range of measures addressing impacts of the continuing public health crisis. Now, therefore, I, Michelle Lujan Grisham, Governor of the State of New Mexico, by virtue of the authority vested in me by Article 4, Section 6 of the New Mexico Constitution, do hereby issue this amended proclamation and call the 44th Legislature of the State of New Mexico into a second special session at 11 o'clock a.m. on Tuesday, November 24, 2020, at the State Capitol Building in Santa Fe. In accordance with Article 4, Section 6, this second special session is called for the purpose of considering and enacting legislation concerning the following objects and no others: making appropriations from the Federal Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act Relief Fund allocation in order to provide additional unemployment compensation benefits, to make grants to certain New Mexico businesses, assistance to low-income state residents, to provide emergency housing assistance and emergency food bank services, and also to make appropriations from the general fund to the Department of Health and the Administrative Office of the Courts. Done at the Executive Office this 24th day of November 2020. Michelle Lujan Grisham, Governor. Attest Maggie Toulouse Oliver, Secretary of State.
Mr.
Senator
President, I ask unanimous consent that the members of the Senate elected or appointed to serve in the second session of the 54th Legislature constitute the Senate for the second special session.
Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Senator Worth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the officers of the Senate elected at the first session of the 54th Legislature be designated the officers of the second special session, subject to certification by Senator Neville.
Senator Neville.
Mr. President, just give us 1 second.
Senator Neville. And Senators, while Senator Neville is getting prepared to read his portion, I would just remind everyone, if you can please wear your mask while you're speaking for the safety of yourself and others, and that we would keep the volume in the chamber down to a minimum so that we may be able to hear the person who is speaking. Senator Neville.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hereby certify the Senate that the Republican members of the Senate elected to serve in the 54th Legislature have elected Senator Craig Brandt to serve as Senate Minority Whip for the remainder of the 54th Legislature.
If there is no objection, it is so ordered. Senator Worth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed, subject to revision under the rules adopted by the first special session of the 54th Legislature by the body.
Seeing no objection to the motion, it is so ordered. Senator Worth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the timepiece of the Majority Floor Leader be made the official timepiece of the Senate.
Seeing no objection, it is so ordered. Senator Worth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that we go to that order of business, announcements and miscellaneous.
We're on that order of business, announcements and miscellaneous. Senator Worth.
Thank you, Mr. President. So just a couple of announcements up front. As you'll note, we just adopted the rules that we adopted in the special session, and I just want to start out with a shout out to the Rules Committee and Senator Lopez, who in June had the foresight to realize we might be back. And so those rules that we had before apply in this session. I don't think that happened on the other side, but certainly makes things easier for all of us. Just as a reminder, and I appreciate that members are wearing face masks, that is part of the rules. And I just think, as the Lieutenant Governor mentioned, please keep them on even when you're speaking. We'd appreciate that, and I think it's the safest thing to do. Also, I would suggest that if you want to eat, take the time to step off the floor. They've said that one of the most dangerous things is to take your mask off and eat on the floor. So just flag that. Same applies to water. Let's be real careful, and I appreciate everyone doing that. So a couple things about the process. We are running parallel bills today. So the House is going to introduce, Representative Lundstrom, a mirror bill to the bill that Senator Smith will introduce. We have done a lot of work between the chambers, and I just want to state that the goal is to get us out of here as soon as possible. And there's an understanding that, if a chamber finishes first, basically they're going to be done. So if we finish first, I understand, and the House understands that, there's a very good chance we're not going to sit around and wait for the House bill to come back across. Likewise, though, I want to say if we are in the middle of debate on our Senate bill and the House finishes their bill, what I would do is pull the Senate bill off and put the House bill right on. Really, the goal here is to get one bill done and up. We don't care who gets credit. I just wanted to make that announcement. I forgot to thank Senator Campos for his invocation. As always, we appreciate the very appropriate and timely words. We are going to do something we haven't done in a while in the Senate today. Rather than go into one committee and have the rest of us waiting around, we're going to use a committee of the whole, which basically means that we'll be here on the Senate floor as soon as we're done getting the bills introduced. And Senator Campos is going to preside over that. I would encourage members, if there are amendments, it's probably better to do them in the committee of the whole, although certainly any member can also bring an amendment when we come back to the floor. What will happen is we'll do the committee of the whole. We'll then take a vote on the bill in the committee of the whole. Our chief clerk will need to do a committee report. So we might have a little break there, and then we'll come right back on the floor, put the same bill on, and do our work. The reason for doing this is so that all of the members have a chance to ask questions of the expert witnesses. And we were trying to figure out, I think that avoids the need to have or try and have expert witnesses on the floor during the floor debate, and I think it gives everyone a chance to get their questions answered. I want to acknowledge the challenge of public comment, and I just want to state that I very much appreciate the large volume of emails that I've received, and I'm sure all of us have. We are going to have a process, and Senator Campos will announce that at the start of the committee of the whole, whereby there will be an email address for members of the public to submit their comments, and at some point, at his discretion, we will read some of those emails so that they are put in the record. And I certainly encourage folks on the outside to use that process. Also, I think everyone on the inside, all the members, have the memo on exactly how amendments are going to work, especially for those who are appearing virtually. One thing I want to highlight for the public is that when amendments are made in committee and on the floor, they will be immediately posted onto the website. And so the way to see those is to track the bill on the website using the bill number. And Senate Bill 1 will be Senator Smith's bill. And then tab 5 will be committee amendments, tab 6 floor amendments. And so for those members participating remotely and the public, that way you can see the amendments that come in. There is a process, and I encourage the members remotely to read the memo. If you'd like to be recognized to speak, please call the Lieutenant Governor at the number in the memo, and he will make sure you are on the list. Also, for members appearing remotely, there is a process there for handwritten amendments. So again, the members who are in their offices have exactly the same options we do on the floor for amendments. With that, I also want to give a shout out up front to the collaboration that we've had with both sides in this chamber in putting this together. I just very much appreciate the communication going both directions. I know we have new members coming in on both sides, and I hope they're watching and just seeing how this chamber works. Because I think this is this is how it should happen. We should certainly understand the issues on both sides, and that's happened here, and I appreciate very much Senator Engel, you and the members on the other side for the communication. So with that, I would yield to any other members for announcements and miscellaneous.
Senators, we're on that order of business, announcements and miscellaneous. Any announcements? Seeing none, Senator Worth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unanimous consent, we go to that order of business, introduction of legislation.
We're on that order of business, introduction of legislation. The clerk will read the legislation.
Give them all to her now. Senate Bill 1, introduced by Senator John Arthur Smith. An act relating to general appropriations, making appropriations for expenses for the second special session of the 54th Legislature, making appropriations from a federal coronavirus aid, relief, and economic security act relief fund, allocation to provide additional unemployment compensation benefits, grants to certain New Mexico businesses, assistance to low-income state residents, emergency housing assistance for the homeless, and emergency food bank services, and providing that any unexpended balance remaining on December 28, 2020 shall be deposited in the Unemployment Compensation Fund, making appropriations from the general fund to the Department of Health and the Administrative Office of the Courts. Senate Bill 1.
Senate Bill 1, having been read twice by title, is ordered, printed, and referred to the Committee of the Whole. Senate Bill 1.
Senate Bill 2, introduced by Senator Padilla, an act making an appropriation of funds provided by the Federal Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act to the Department of Information Technology to design, develop, procure, and implement a mobile high-speed broadband internet network to support distance learning and telemedicine services, declaring an emergency. Senate Bill 2.
Senate Bill 2, having been read twice by title, is ordered, printed, and referred to the Senate committees, then Senate Finance. Senate Bill 2.
Senate Bill 3, introduced by Senator Baca and others, an act relating to public health, enacting a new section of the Emergency Powers Code, amending the Public Health Emergency Respond Act, enacting a new section of the Public Health Act, providing for automatic termination of a public health emergency order or a public health order that closes public places or limits gatherings, providing for renewal or amendment of a public health emergency order or a public health order by the legislature or by particular legislative leaders in certain circumstances, declaring an emergency. Senate Bill 3.
Senate Bill 3, having been read twice by title, is ordered, printed, and referred to the Senate Committees Committee, then Senate Finance. Senate Bill 3. Senator Worth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unanimous consent, we go to that order of business, announcements and miscellaneous.
We're on that order of business, announcements and miscellaneous. Senator Worth.
Thank you, Mr. President. What I'd like to do is yield to the chair of the committee's committee, Senator Campos, who can announce when that committee will meet and what process, unless you've got something first.
Senator Worth, we're just having a little bit of difficulty with the phone. I think Senator Candelaria might want to be on for announcements and miscellaneous. So, Senator Candelaria.
No, I was trying to just get on the list for committees of the whole, but see if I could get in third or fifth.
Thank you, Senator Candelaria. Senator Worth.
Everybody.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield to Senator Campos.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Majority Leader Worth. The Committee of the Whole will begin in approximately 5 minutes. That'll give the members an opportunity to go and get their amendments ready, to go ahead and rest in place, and then we'll convene and get started with a presentation of the legislation that is going to be before us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Campos. And Senator Worth, when we're ready to take that order of business, I believe you'll put us a unanimous consent to move into that order of business.
Yeah, Mr. President, if I could, what I'd like to do is unanimous consent. Thank you, Mr. President. Our chief clerk just let me know that for the members who are appearing virtually, there will be a second Zoom invite for the Committee on the Whole, and it's the Committee of the Whole that's going to meet. And so what I'd like to do is unanimous consent that the Senate floor stand in recess subject to the Again, Mr. Chair, so unanimous consent, well, it's two. Mr. Chair, two things. Before we recess the floor subject to the call of the chair, I want to ask for unanimous consent that we resolve ourselves as soon as we finish with that motion into a committee of the whole.
Seeing no objection, Senator Worth.
Thank you, Mr. President. So with that, as we transition to Senator Campos and the committee of the whole, I'd ask unanimous consent that the Senate floor stand in recess subject to the call of the chair.
Seeing no objection, it is so ordered. The Senate will stand in recess, and when we return, the Senate will be in the committee of the whole.
No, it's good. Yeah. Be upstairs. Yeah. Yeah. You're going to go and have everyone up on the screen? Okay. Not yet. Wait, is this Senate Bill 1? Okay. So go whenever Lenore gets back, then we'll go ahead and we'll make sure it's passed out. So do you have anyone on the list for questions? Candelaria? Yeah, that would be okay. Let's try it that way and see how it works. Probably a Post-it note just to make sure that they're going to be in order. Or what you can do is you go ahead and list them. Yes, Lenore, once she gets back, then, well, she should be the one that's going to be helping for the votes. Is Lenore coming back now? Yeah, yes. To the members. To the members, what we're doing right now is making sure that everyone does have the invitation to the committee of the whole. So we're making sure that that invitation is going to be issued, so that'll still take us a few minutes. And right now you have Senate Bill 1 that is being handed out to the committee members, and it'll also be posted. Again, to the members, one of the things that is occurring, we have the mics on, so there is a reverberation, and what we're doing is we're trying to resolve that as well. So the intent is to ensure that the mics are off, and then again, if the individuals who are in their offices would make sure that your system is on mute. So very quickly to the members, what we're doing is we're making sure that the systems are on mute in the offices, and then also that the mics that are here on in the Senate chamber are off. And the reason for that, because we're getting some reverberation, we want to make sure that as we have the discussion, that it is going to be as clear as possible, not only for the members, but those individuals who will be participating in today's special session. Okay, all right. Okay. Members, the invitation to join the Committee of the Whole has been issued. We're waiting for the members to come on stream. In a few minutes, we're going to get ready to have Senator Smith present Senate Bill 1.
Test 1, 2, test 1, 2.
Mr. Chair.
This is going to take a moment, so please, Senator Smith.
Mr. Chair, I was preoccupied in discussion over here. Did we already have this session?
Senator Smith, you're dreaming right now. Thank you. Members of the Senate, the Committee of the Whole will come to order. Just a few housekeeping items as we move forward. As our Majority Leader had indicated early on, given that we are debating this bill and other bills as the Committee of the Whole here in the Senate chamber, I would like to outline the process by which we will solicit and process public input. If members of the public wish to submit a comment to the committee, please send it via email to senate@nmlegis.gov. Again, please send your email to senate@nmlegis.gov. In order for us to process the input expeditiously, please state your position in the matter. If it is the position as a proponent or an opponent, and so that it is both specific and concise, and also include your full name and community of residence. Depending on the quantity and length of comments received, we will then do a readout of the input, presenting a balanced representation of opinions. If we receive quite a few, what we'll do is we'll select possibly about 5 proponents and 5 opponents, and then those will be read. Right now, they'll be at the discretion of the chair when they'll be read, and the rationale there is to give people an opportunity to express their concerns and their comments. A few other things that have already been mentioned, and to the members of the Senate, you should have received an email from Lorraine Montoya, and within that, there are various items that are listed. I am just going to highlight a few of those items in order for us to be reminded of not only the health of each individual, but also of the process for taking amendments and also for having questions. Again, all senators can attend the special session either in the chamber or in their office, and they would be on Zoom. When participating from the Senate chamber, the process will be unchanged other than wearing a mask and maintaining a safe distance from others in the chamber. Please refrain from eating while in the chamber. That's very important, and as the majority leader has already pointed out, that is one of the causes of the spread of the COVID-19. When participating from your office, connect to the session via Zoom with the links provided to all members, and I see the members are on Zoom at this time. During the votes will be by roll call. As the Lieutenant Governor has already mentioned to each and every one of us, please keep your mask on, but when roll call is taken, either for an amendment or for the bill itself, it will be by roll call. Amendments, both committee of the whole and on the floor, as the majority leader has already indicated, will be accessible by going to the legislative website. We've already mentioned that, newmexicolegis.gov. Search by bill number in the usual way. Scroll down to tab number 5 for committee amendments, or tab 6 for floor amendments. Amendments will be scanned as they are introduced and immediately uploaded on the legislative website. It is my understanding that amendments viewed on the website will be available more quickly to members participating in their offices and the public than those distributed by hand in the chamber. To propose an amendment prepared by Legislative Counsel Service, email David Pacheco at david.pacheco@nmlegis.gov or lorraine.montoya@nmlegis.gov. The amendments will be printed and then they'll be brought to Lenore for introduction. To propose a handwritten amendment, take a picture of the amendment and forward that to David Pacheco at 505-670.
Mr. President,
Yes,
can I just ask you not to read the cell phone numbers since the members have that? I just think for Mr. Pacheco and Ms. Montoya, I just ask that you not read those publicly. Thanks.
I appreciate that. And then again, to the members, I'm glad that you stopped me there because these are those cell phones that they do use here. So again, to the members, you should have then your email with the information regarding the cell numbers. And if you would, please email those to either Lorraine Montoya or to David Pacheco. And that will be that you take a picture of that one particular amendment so that we're able to download that and then have that presented. That basically concludes some of the initial information that we'll be using today. Also want to thank all the people that are participating. And at this time, we're going to go to Senator Smith for presentation of Senate Bill 1. And then from there also, we'll have our experts introduced, and then we'll move forward into the bill itself. Senator Smith, please.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The protocol, and I'm not standing, we're in a regular committee, quite frankly, so we're going to speak in a sitting down position on that. And if you start throwing things at me, I'll be able to duck under my desk from that standpoint. But I'll stay up here as long as I can to enhance transparency on that. The special session was quite rapid as far as surfacing and getting information out. Last week, the Legislative Finance Committee was meeting here in the chamber, and we had a few that were on the virtual. And the chair of House Appropriation and chair of Finance were asked to carry a piece of legislation that was basically the framework of the governor's request. It was not a product necessarily from the Legislative Finance Committee, Senate Finance, or House Appropriation on that. The chair of House Appropriation and I looked at the request and started talking about it, and the first thing that we came up with, we wanted to make certain that it fell within an expenditure guideline of about $330 million. At the Legislative Finance Committee, each time we had additional information, I made that information available to Senate and House members, majority and minority party, as best I knew the information, to at least get word out on where we were heading and what issues were going to be addressed in the special piece of legislation. The debate turned on, if we go back to the June session, there was federal monies that were vetoed by the executive branch on the basis that on federal monies that the legislature did not have the right to appropriate that money. I point to the fact today, evidently the executive branch has changed their mind because she's called a special session and acknowledges the fact that we're going to have to do the appropriating for the executive branch. So that will set precedent in future legislative members when future governors say that you have no jurisdiction over federal money, as far as I see. And I'm certainly not as an attorney by any means, but I find this to be an interesting twist. In addition to that, the debate that was taking place was that there's about $350 million of CARES money that has to be spent with a time frame ending December 31st, I guess, on that. And so time was of the essence that you get this out. That $350 million, I might add, in June, we all voted on it and talked about our revenues, and the governor signed off on that, recognizing the fact that all those federal dollars were included in our reserves on that. So it was acknowledged at the time that those should be in reserves. In future, as you go into January, you're going to have to subtract the action we take today from our reserves on that. But let there be no doubt about it, that was computed as part of the reserves. With that being said, the legislation, and I think you all have bullets in front of you on that, and we're working from point 8 bill. So if you ask a question from point 1 bill, that was the easiest bill. Point 2 got a little bit more difficult, and point 3 got a little bit more addition. Point 4, a little bit more, a 0.5, a little bit more, 0.6, a little bit more, 0.7, a little bit more. 0.8 right now is the bill that we're working from. And we've tried to accommodate as many members as we can, but quite frankly, in a special session coming just before the Thanksgiving time, executive ought to appreciate the fact that it will be Thanksgiving for the executive branch on that. And we're trying to get in and out of here as quickly as we can with that, but we're going to at least have some debate and discussion for members that felt that they didn't have access to the legislation and had limited input on that. But the bill basically allocates state unemployment supplement of $194 million, a small business support and of $100 million, and this is where the differentiation of the CARES money makes a huge difference. And that being that general fund state money is subject to the anti-donation clause, and this $100 million federal money is not subject to that anti-donation clause, is the belief behind it in my simple interpretation of legal jargon, I guess, on that. With that being said, on this particular piece right here, there's also a belief out there that once federal money, it's always federal money, and regardless of the channel that it took, even if it's commingled with state general fund money, is still federal money. We move on. There's a third piece in the legislation for public assistance of $5 million in that. Then item 4, there's $15 million for emergency housing assistance and assistance for the homeless. Then we move to $5 million for the food banks. It's my understanding that the food banks, and I've been told, will be able to spend this by the 31st of December and get it out. Now, I don't know whether they've got orders in and exactly how that works, but it's my understanding that for the food banks, it also applies to their equipment that they need. There was a concern that came in from some of the members that they needed more money for the vaccine implementation, and God only knows we hope that moves expeditiously throughout the state. We're fortunate to have the proper environment as far as the freezing level that it can sustain at Albuquerque at the Veterans Center, I guess is the information I have. But it's for virus testing and contact tracing and vaccine implementation. There's $10 million set for that. In addition to that, to make this a general appropriation act, you have to include all three branches of government, and so there's $200,000 that goes to the AOC to make this a general appropriation act. With that, we're going to stand for questions because we could delve deeper into this. We have expert witnesses that are familiar with the bill, and so I'm going to request the assistance of expert witnesses. I don't think we have to have unanimous consent when we're in the committee of the whole, so they will be here, and we'll have David Abbey and David. Do we have Don here? Okay, they need a lot of help over there, so they David, and they sent her the House Dawn on that one, and so we'll go from there, David, on that. But with that, Mr. Chair, I think we're ready for questions at this time.
Thank you very much, Senator Smith. Just one question with your experts. Do any of them wish to make a statement at this time?
No.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Thank you very much. So we're going to questions from the Committee of the Whole. First on the list, we have Senator Cedillo Lopez. Senator Cedillo Lopez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a question about the nonprofits. I'm very happy to see that nonprofits are included. However, it's very clear in the second section on page 4, line 23 through page 5, line 2. It's very clear that a for-profit organization needs to be New Mexico owned, but there is not such a requirement for the nonprofit in section 1A1 on page 4. I just wondered, should we add maybe New Mexico organizations that have been granted exemption to ensure that these nonprofits are nonprofits here in New Mexico?
Is the chair of Senate Judiciary here?
Senator Cervantes, are you available to assist with this particular question?
I'm here.
Senator Cervantes is available. Senator, if you would unmute.
I believe I'm unmuted. I should be unmuted.
There, we can hear you now. A little bit louder, please. So thank you very much. If you'll just remain attentive, please, on this one. We ask for your help, Senator Cedillo Lopez, and then I'm going to Senator Smith. If you would please restate your question.
In subsection 2 on page 4, A2, it's very clear that the organizations need to be New Mexico organizations, but in subsection A, that is not so clear, at least within this section. So my question is, should we not add New Mexico organizations that have been granted exemption from the federal income tax? Because in order to be a nonprofit, you have to be incorporated in New Mexico. A New Mexico nonprofit, you have to be incorporated in New Mexico. But this doesn't specify New Mexico organizations.
Senator Cervantes, did you hear the question?
I did. I'm not sure it's really a legal question. I don't think it really is. It seems to be more of a drafting or interpretation question. So let me read through a minute. It may be good for Senator Cedillo Lopez to continue on. I'll read through this and try and identify the issue she has, but I don't really spot a legal issue here.
Okay, so with that, though, what I'm doing is I'm going to Senator Ivy Soto to assist with this particular question. Senator Ivy Soto.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So it does seem to me that if we're going to try to make it, even, then probably what we'd be looking at is on page 4, line 22, striking the word subject and inserting in lieu thereof, incorporated as a domestic nonprofit. Right, so that way we would distinguish between a domestic nonprofit and a foreign nonprofit. A foreign nonprofit is a nonprofit organization from another state that then also locates within New Mexico.
Mr. Chair, another alternative I think that would be better would be if the nonprofit serves people in New Mexico.
Well, so Mr. Chair and Senator Cedillo Lopez, I do think on page 4, again, page 4, line 22, when it says subject to the provisions of the Nonprofit Corporation Act, that would require that it be a nonprofit operating in New Mexico, one way or the other. So it does, right? Because it would only apply. That restricts it only to those nonprofits that operate within New Mexico.
Thank you, Miss. Thank you. That was helpful. I think that gets to my question. And I'm not sure, this is really maybe just a clarifying question. My second question is, I think it's great, really great that this is open to sole proprietorships, but I also am aware that some sole proprietorships were able to get unemployment insurance, and I'm not sure if that's the case now, but will there be a way to ensure that there's kind of not double dipping, if that makes sense?
Senator Smith.
I fully, do you have any thoughts on Would you restate your question?
My understanding is that sole proprietorships, people in business for themselves, were eligible, at least at the very beginning, for unemployment insurance, or unemployment benefits, unemployment benefits. And so while I'm very happy that sole proprietorships can have access to these grants, I was just wondering about the relationship between sole proprietorships eligible for these grants and perhaps sole proprietors who received unemployment insurance.
Understand there is a contradiction there as I'm reading that from that standpoint, but that's about the extent of it right now as far as my response.
Mr. Chair, so I mean, I guess that could be resolved in regulation. Thank you. And then the other question is just a question of curiosity. While there were $750 million that you mentioned that was allocated to the state, and we're allocating less than 330 now, what happened to the difference?
The difference is reserve fund and the general fund.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are all my questions.
Thank you very much, Cedillo Lopez. We're moving along, going to Senator Sanchez. Senator Sanchez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have a few questions. I think as to the previous discussion, I would also like to say that I think we need to be specific in this area and probably some proposed, and I'm, Mr. Chair, would like to come back later with some proposed amendments to this bill. And one of them would be that it's specified that it's a New Mexico corporation or a New Mexico nonprofit. That said, because when you look at certain organizations out there, like Planned Parenthood, they are a 501c3. So they would be eligible in the way that this bill is written now. And it should be a New Mexico nonprofit corporation is what it should be. And we would look at possibly amending that area there. I'm not saying that they will apply for it, but if you look at their 2015 990 return, they took in over $250 million. $252 million. This is 15. So anyway, I think that needs to be clarified there not only, but it should be a New Mexico nonprofit incorporated in the state of New Mexico for that. So that said, I'd like to go on with other areas, and as I said, I reserve to possibly propose some amendments on this or other areas, or maybe someone else would like to. On page 4 of the bill, Mr. Chairman, I think it, and I know we have the executive director of the New Mexico Finance Authority online. I see Marquita up there, and I'm glad she's here, and maybe she might be able to help us with part of this. Because if you look at the bill, Mr. Chair, on page 4, line 9, it reads there to provide, grants to certain businesses. What does certain mean? That's pretty vague there. And, you know, as I've mentioned before, that's a little bit, that could be a little bit loose in deciding who gets the business. So I don't know if anyone can explain to me. I know, Mr. Chair and Chairman Smith, you're carrying the governor's bill here. So I don't know if I can yield to Marquita to explain what certain would be. Can I do that, Mr. Chair?
Senator Sanchez, yes, you may. So we're calling on Marquita Russell to go ahead and continue and help us with the explanation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator, I believe that the phrase certain businesses relates back to the number of employees. There's a limitation that not more than 100 employees can be employed by that business. So I believe that the limitation goes to both the number of employees and the ownership of the companies. And so that's what that relates to, so that it's not all businesses, it's all businesses that meet that criteria. And I guess relative to the nonprofit, I know that There are some national nonprofits that do business in New Mexico that serve New Mexicans. So certainly if you wanted to add in the language that it served New Mexicans, we would, that would, I think, be in keeping with what the intended purpose is. But again, they would still be subject to the 100 employees. So I think the circumstance you brought up earlier, they would still be subject to the 100 employees. And so that's, I think that is the only thing. Oh, and nonprofit, the sole proprietors, the question that was asked earlier, Mr. Chairman, if I could just mention that we will be required to demonstrate that the money that goes out as part of these CARES Act grants aren't reimbursing businesses for expenditures that have already been reimbursed. So if they've already received a PPP loan, we need to make certain that they weren't spending the grant money in the same place that they spent the expenditure money. I think a similar thing we'd be looking at to make certain that if they got fully compensated early on by the source that you mentioned, that could not be reimbursed later with this grant money. So I believe that the monies were expended early enough that these businesses have suffered additional decline, and there wouldn't be overlap, but that is something that the Finance Authority would be looking out.
Mr. Chair, if I could interrupt, I'm having a hard time hearing her because it's just hard. I don't know if I'm the only one, but I'm having a difficult time hearing and understanding what she's saying.
Members of the Senate, if you would, please, let's keep the discussion down. And then also to the presenters, if you would, please, speak as close to your mic as possible to ensure that we are going to get the best volume and clarity of the discussion as possible as well. So we'll try it again. So Makita, if you would, please proceed. And again, a little bit more direct into the mic. Would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me try that again, Mr. Chairman. So again, the three comments that I have is that the phrase certain in the legislation, I believe relates later on to the limitation of employees that business can have, as well as the ownership of the company. So that was my first point. My second point, Mr. Chairman, was relative to nonprofits. Certainly you could mention in the statute that they serve New Mexicans, but that I would note that regardless of where they're incorporated, they would be subject to the 100 employee limitation. So that, again, I think the company you brought up or the nonprofit you brought up would not be eligible, certainly based on the size of the employees. That the issue of sole proprietors and whether or not any assistance that they received early on, we would need to ensure as part of our CARES grant money that the money that goes out in the form of grants was not already previously used, would not double dip in, I guess is the way I would phrase it. So for instance, if a business received a PPP loan or an EIDL loan, the expenditures that they covered with those costs couldn't also then be covered with these new grant dollars. So we believe that based on the time of the economic decline, that there wouldn't be an overlap for those sole proprietors with their unemployment insurance early on. Those were the 3 points I wanted to make, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize that I was not audible before.
It's not a problem. We're moving forward, Senator Sanchez.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Russell. Also on page 411, line 11, shall ensure geographic dispersion. How is that going to be done, and have you given that any thought, Ms. Russell? Mr. Chair, I don't know if she's on or...
Senator Sanchez, she was there. There she is. Ms. Russell, can you hear the question? A signal if you can hear the question, Ms. Russell. She can't hear the question. It's not coming through.
I'll go on. Mr. Chair, if we can, we'll come back to that later on because I have other questions in that area. So I can go on to another portion of the bill if I may, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed, Senator.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 5 of the bill, we have this is on the low income state residents of up to $750. Anyway, on line 10, we have provided that the eligible recipient did not receive an economic impact payment pursuant to the federal coronavirus. I'm assuming that's the $1,200 that a lot of people received, and some of them applied but still haven't heard back from the IRS. My question is, Mr. Chair, is how do we determine eligibility? And I'm assuming it's going to be New Mexico residents because it says they're state residents, so that's a New Mexico residents. And do they, if they believe that they are eligible, they didn't receive the $1,200, do they need to self-certify that they did not receive the $1,200? And what happens if they receive the $1,200 later? Because I know now, if you didn't receive the $1,200 this year, in your 2020 return, even if you don't file, you can still file a return, you can claim that $1,200 at that point. So, Mr. Chair, what is going to happen if they receive, for example, $750, and then they receive the $1,200 in the following year? Is there a clawback, or maybe, it's a little granular, but it's, I think, something that needs to be, looked at here, Mr. Chair. And this is through, who is this through? Low income, I believe it's Human Services Department. I don't know. I saw Dr. Grace. I don't know who would answer that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Sanchez. And Dr. Grace, would you like to attempt to respond to this particular question?
Yeah, it's a great question, Mr. Chair, and thank you for asking that question, members of the Senate. We will. So the process, we're still working through the final details, but we will ask people who believe they are eligible to apply. We'll ask them to certify that they have not received the stimulus payment and that they're not eligible for it. We will get their permission, get some basic data, and get their permission to work with TRD on their behalf to verify further their adjusted gross income and a couple other variables. Then HSD will take all of that information and determine where to draw the line in terms of providing the payment within the appropriation that's been granted us and how much each person should get. So there is a little bit of handing off back and forth with New Mexican individuals' permission. We do require residency in the state. We're going to use prior year tax filing, similar to what the federal government did to document that. And I also should mention that there's some people that didn't get tax stimulus payment for other reasons, and we're working through some of those details as well. For example, if you had outstanding childcare debt, we at HSD intercepted the stimulus payment and redirected that to children. So we're working through the details on those issues as well.
Thank you very much. And I just ask the presenters again as you go forward to speak as best you can into your mic and as clear and loud as you can. The information is coming through, but it's not coming through as loud and clear as we'd like. Going back to Senator Sanchez. Senator Sanchez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for bringing that up because it was a little difficult to hear Dr. Grace with the communication going on in the chamber and then not being close enough to the mic and that. But anyway, I'll just take it for whatever we heard there. So I'm going to go back to page 4 again and ask Ms. Russell, Marquita Russell, if she could respond to some of this here. Can Mr. Chair, can you check with Ms. Russell, see if she can hear us?
Thank you, Senator Sanchez. Ms. Russell, can you hear us? She indicates she can. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. On line 12, we have their priority to hospitality and leisure businesses. And I do understand that they were hit very hard. They were hit probably the second hardest next to oil and gas during the beginning of this pandemic. And I know we're not going to give any grants to oil and gas business. But anyway, is there a reason for the priority to the hospitality and leisure business? And then it states also further in lane 13 that are experiencing severe economic impact. And how is that going to be determined, Mr. Chair and Ms. Russell?
So, Mr. Chairman, I can speak to the second point more than I can the first. The first is a policy issue. Again, many hotels in particular, restaurants got hit very hard and did not have enough access to capital to keep them afloat during the reduced operations. But relative to the severe economic impact, we wanted to make certain that we had in there the opportunity to choose a grant application that had, from a business that had severe declines as opposed to the first one that came in. So rather than take applications on a first come, first served basis, we wanted to make certain there was an opportunity for us to prioritize those businesses that had the hardest, that were hit the hardest. And it is our intention to open up these grant applications in phases so that we can be put in a position to prioritize. It would also give businesses in areas that don't have as much access either to digital or because of language barriers, have limited access to produce timely grant applications. If we open them in phases, we can target our education and outreach to those communities that typically get bypassed, and then they would have time to get their application together so that when another application round was opened, they'd be in a position to apply. So the prioritization on severe economic impact allows us to, within that application phase, take the applications in and then grant them out in the order in which there is some impact. We would do it by industry, we anticipate. We've looked at a number of different targets, but it's very difficult to normalize all of those requirements. You know, some businesses don't report their gross receipts to taxation and revenue, so we simply can't base it on their declines in receipts because there would not be the same way to evidence it from one industry to the next. A lot of businesses are getting hit real time right now, and the documentation for that may be slowed up. So we will be providing policies and procedures, really rules for clients in advance so they know how the applications will be scored and how we will be asking for applications to be submitted. And so I don't have a complete answer for you, Senator, but I will say that this will all be determined in rules prior to opening the applications.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Russell. So are you going to base this on the second shutdown? Because I know a lot of these hospitality industries, they receive PPP funding and other grant funding from maybe the city of Albuquerque or somewhere. So if they got PPP, it doesn't matter that they can apply for this? Is that what you're saying?
Mr. Chairman, as I mentioned earlier, we need to make certain that the monies aren't being utilized to cover the same expenses that they used for the PPP. So we will be taking that into consideration. But I think in many instances, the duration of the impact has been severe enough that the PPP that doesn't cover all of the loss that they've had, that there have been new periods of loss for which they need assistance. So we will take into consideration other assistance that's been provided. But I don't believe that receiving any prior CARES Act money necessarily disqualifies any particular business.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Russell. And you're certain that we can do this in 30 days?
Mr. Chairman, if we're provided the opportunity to really target using policies and procedures yes, I believe we are in a position to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And still on this, the hospitality and leisure businesses, and I might propose an amendment. I'm going to study it a little more, that we might want to increase the employees from 100 to 150, because some of these large hotels, hospitality industries, if they have conference services, like say for example the El Dorado or one of the other ones, they're going to have more than 100 employees, and they are out of a job right now also. So that's something that I'm going to look at, Mr. Chair. And then also we're saying that it needs to be a New Mexico business. Some of these larger hospitality industries, hotels and that have conference centers, they are not owned 51% by New Mexico residents. That because they have to, in order to open some of these large hotels, you have to, acquire investment, and some of the investment comes from out of state. So I think, and I'm looking at possibly an amendment in this area also, where as long as the workforce is made up of 90% New Mexicans, that they can qualify, even if they don't have 51% of the ownership or equity in the particular business. So that's just something that I'm looking at. And Mr. Chairman and Ms. Russell, is there anything that you can add to that, or you just you don't have to answer if you don't like? But anyway, that's something that is excluding some of these businesses.
Ms. Russell, please.
Mr. Chairman, I would just say that, $100 million is a lot of money, but not enough money to cover the number of businesses that have been impacted. So the broader you make that target, the harder it is for all businesses to get funding. I would suggest, if you were going to think about doing this, to target particularly tourism or hospitality and leisure businesses, that you provide that caveat then in statute, so that they are limited to 100 unless they're within this industry. And then they could have a higher employee count number, because I believe that, we really are trying to hit the smallest businesses for whom, a grant would really help their ability to stay alive through these next several months.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Russell. And my last question that I have is regarding the housing assistance. I don't think MFA, I believe it doesn't state here that it'll go through MFA, but I'm curious and I don't know if anyone's here that can answer my question, but how is this eligibility going to be determined out there?
I'm looking to see if there's anyone that is ready to respond. I don't see anyone right now, but I'm going to go back to Ms. Russell. She may wish to direct us or try to respond to this question.
Mr. Chairman, that would go to the Mortgage Finance Authority, and I don't have information on how that would be handled. I apologize.
Thank you very much. And as we go forward, if someone would assist Senator Sanchez with a response to that question as we continue with the questioning, would appreciate that. Thank you. Going back to Senator Sanchez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm looking at some proposed amendments, possibly. I'm not saying I'm definitely going to do that, especially on the hospitality industry and the size in that. But anyway, I would just like to thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank Senator Smith and Marquita and Dr. Scrace there. But I would also like to say that it's difficult to hear. I just don't, and I understand the pandemic. I understand we're trying to be safe, but this virtual stuff is just not working because we can't hear, and it's hard to understand. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Sanchez. We totally understand. Again, to the speakers, as you move forward, please do your best to try to come across as loudly as possible. Moving on then to Senator Candelaria. Senator Candelaria, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me in the chamber?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Yes, okay. Mr. Chairman, I want to ask a question first of the sponsor of the bill, if he would yield.
Would you speak more closely into your microphone?
Sure. Senator Smith, will you yield?
I will yield.
So, Senator Smith, I wanted to ask a few questions regarding an issue you touched upon, which is the executive veto of House Bill 1 from the June special session. And just to preface my comments, and I distributed, Mr. Chairman, at least a copy of the veto message to my caucus yesterday, because I want to focus in on some of the language that the executive used in its veto message. The executive inevitably vetoed approximately $318 million of CARES Act money out of that bill that had been appropriated by the legislature. And Senator Smith, is that consistent with your recollection?
Senator Smith, are you able to hear the question?
I didn't hear the last remark.
Senator Candelaria, please repeat the last part of the remark.
I said, is that consistent with your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to just speak loud. I'm not upset. I'm not yelling at anybody, but I'm going to talk loud to make sure everyone can hear. So in that veto message, the governor stated her belief that categorically federal money is, quote, not a proper subject of the legislature's appropriative power. Now, I don't think appropriative is a word. I think they should have said appropriations power. But nonetheless, Senator Smith, how do you reconcile in the governor's veto message, in one paragraph, the executive is saying the legislature has no business appropriating federal money, and the executive vetoed appropriations of federal money, $130 million for COVID response, $150 million for local governments, $15 million for the counties of Cibola, McKinley, and San Juan for COVID response, $23 million to Indian and tribal nations. That was all vetoed from the bill. But then she also signed in section 14 of the bill an appropriation of $750 million of CARES Act to the general fund appropriating account. So I guess, Senator Smith, how do you make sense of that? Because I can't.
Senator Smith.
I guess it's a classic contradiction.
And I think you're right, because I think in the same document, the executive has basically been incoherent. And I think it behooves us as a legislative body to ask, and so I'll ask whichever expert is going to represent the executive on this. Is it the governor's position now, finally, that despite what she represented in her veto message, that this body actually has the authority, and in fact, the exclusive authority, to appropriate this federal money?
Mr. Chair, I understand that the acting secretary of DFA is on the line, and
I'd like to ask her that
she
question.
might respond.
Please proceed.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'll pose that question, I believe, of the secretary designee, which is it now the executive's position that the language in House Executive Message 4 in the veto of those appropriations was wrong, and that in fact the legislature does have some role in appropriating federal funds?
Please proceed. Is there a response from the executive?
I'm not really surprised, honestly, Mr. President, that what we're hearing is silence. I'll give him another chance and I'll ask the question again. And this isn't meant to be obtuse. I'm simply trying to point out, I think there's serious questions for many of us of why this legislative session was even necessary, given the risk of COVID to everyone here. If the governor is saying in her veto message, I have total authority over federal money, why are we even in session, Mr. Chairman Smith? If the governor is correct, Senator Smith, is there even a reason for us to be in session? Could she not have simply, under her analysis of the world, appropriated all of this money in this fashion? Federal money.
Secretary Romero is on now. That's what I'm told. Do you want to go back to your first question, Senator?
Yeah, so I guess the question for our secretary designate is, I've basically pointed out that the executive's conduct and statements to this legislative body have been contradictory and legally sort of incoherent. So I guess the question for the department is, by coming to the legislature and asking us to appropriate this $350 million of federal money, does this now constitute the executive recognizing that the legislature has a role in appropriating federal money? And is the legislature and is the executive retracting the statements it made in its executive veto message from the June special session, in which it claimed that the legislature is categorically excluded from any discussion about how federal money is spent or appropriated? What's the policy of the executive now?
Secretary Designate Romero, please.
So, Mr. Chairman, I don't think that we've changed our opinion on that. The problem, the issue is that the legislature appropriated the $750 million to the General Appropriations Fund. So basically it tied up those funds. We're coming to you today to ask to be allowed to use, so it's already allocated for a specific purpose. We can't touch it unless because it's allocated for that particular purpose. We're coming to you today to say, we don't know that we can find $750 million worth of COVID-related expenses in agencies' budgets, so we risk the chance of that money reverting back to the federal government. We have opportunities now to use a portion of that money to help because of the reclosures, because the increase of numbers. There's opportunities for us to be able to use that money to help the citizens and small businesses. So we recognize that the funds had been allocated. We needed the legislature basically to allow us to use that money for a different purpose than was appropriated during this special session.
I appreciate that. But I think the most important thing, Mr. Chairman, we've learned from the executive is that their position has not changed, which is the executive continues to believe that the legislature is categorically not allowed to appropriate federal money. So let's go back to what happened in the June special session, Mr. Chairman. As I pointed out, what was the source of my confusion, and I encouraged members to read the veto message and then to compare it to the bill, because the vetoes were of section 14. And as I mentioned, the governor signed into law this $750 million appropriation to the general fund. That's federal money. But then she vetoed $350 million of federal money and was arguing, well, you have no power to spend any federal money. So I think as Chairman Smith started this conversation, I think it is really important for us in a committee setting, before we go to the floor, to talk about the precedents this should all set for us as an institution. And that the next time an executive is trying to push back and say, we have no policymaking role over any federal money, let us remember this special session. Because, Mr. Chairman, if the governor's analysis is correct, and she has full authority over how to spend money, with all due respect to the secretary, it's not true that she needed us to come in to give her the authority. If the governor's position, Mr. Chairman, is that she has the full authority, which is what she represented in the veto message, she could have redirected this federal money from the general fund accounts to other areas. That's my understanding, because that's the only way I, as a lawyer, really piece together a veto message which says you have no power, but I'm going to veto some federal appropriations and allow others. And then when it benefits me politically, I'm going to call you back into session, right? Because now I'm going to say, well, the legislature has to appropriate it. And we just heard it, I think, Mr. Chairman. There is this narrative that this is somehow the legislature's fault. And I think we'll continue to hear that. And I think it's just very clear that we go through what brought us to this situation and to debate clearly whether or not the executive needed to call us back. Because if they're going to claim she has the power, well, then I guess we don't need to even be here. So regarding the bill, Mr. Chairman, assuming that we pass this piece of legislation as written, in just terms of its dollar amount, what will our reserve rate be, or what would it be projected to be at the end of this fiscal year, even assuming, or let's assume the midpoint of the September revenue estimate? And I'd like to understand from both the executive and the LFC, if this bill is fully implemented, what do we expect our reserve rate to be at the end of the current fiscal year?
Thank you, Senator Candelaria. Going to Senator Smith. Senator Smith, please.
We believe the reserve rate before this special session was in the ballpark of 35%, so in excess of $2 billion. If we enact this bill, will reduce our reserve by about 5%.
And does the executive concur, Mr. Chairman, with that assessment, Secretary Romero?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And so, Mr. Chairman, I think that's an important fact I just wanted to bring out today, that, you know, thanks to the solid budgeting and a lot of foresight by many members of this chamber, who unfortunately will not be with us next year, you know, we do have a healthy reserve to weather this storm, and it remains healthy. I guess my follow-up question is, from a policy standpoint, do we have a reserve rate that we are actually targeting? Because some of the feedback I've gotten on this bill is, why not spend more money? Why not inject more money directly at, let's say, small businesses, specifically the restaurants, specifically the bars that are closed, specifically the nightclubs? What is our target reserve rate going into the next fiscal year? Has that policy been set yet, Mr. Chairman and Secretary Romero?
Secretary Romero, please.
So, Mr. Chair, we are always, I think from the executive branch of government, we're always looking at a 25% reserve level. We see this as an opportunity to take care of the most critical needs right now. We're also thinking ahead to the January session. Remember, agencies took some cuts back in June, and so we're hoping that we can restore some of those cuts because, you know, as much as we didn't want to see services affected, there were some services that were affected, and so this is an opportunity to maybe right-size those agencies' budgets again. This also gives you an opportunity in January to do some more spending. There's nothing to say this pandemic is going to be done in December. We anticipate it's going to go through the end of next year, and so you have January to address some of these additional needs, to give more money to businesses and do some of the things that you just mentioned.
Thank you. And Senator Smith, from a reserve perspective, does LFC have a target recommendation yet for FY starting next July?
Yes, we have the guidelines, but we concurred with the 25% reserve level. But Senator, at this time, based on the last remarks we had to backfill what the cuts were, want to remind the chamber here that those are non-reoccurring dollars on that. So there's reason to be cautious to begin with, and certainly justifies the reserve levels we have. But the reserves are also a moving target at this stage. In June, I think we were talking about 25 to 30%, and now since that time, we've moved up to 35% is what we believe the estimate's going to be.
So thank you both. That's great information. I think it's a balance, right, between meeting the needs of the people and keeping money flowing in the economy while still keeping a healthy reserve. And I think that You know, a 25% as an upper ceiling to start discussion makes sense. But again, I think for me, that's a very high rate, given, I think, some broader economic trends, but we can talk about that, of course, going into regular session. My last question on the bill, and let me just preface, since we're all sort of signaling our intentions today, I'm not offering any amendments. I'm just here along for the ride with everybody else. But I do have a question, though, in the event someone else offering an amendment may want to look into this. I'm concerned about the sole proprietor in this bill, of sole proprietor eligibility, as in terms of how the bill is structured. So let me ask this, perhaps of Marquita. Now, Ms. Russell, a lot of implementing this program is going to fall to the discretion of the NMFA, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And in fact, this is a lot more discretion. Let's just be frank. NMFA is giving a lot more discretion under this bill than you were provided under the Small Business Recovery Act, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Because we were far more prescriptive in the SBRA.
That's correct, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
And I think it's worth pointing out, members, that we will come back and evolve and make permanent the Small Business Recovery Act, I hope, in the coming session. And this is that tension and balance between money needs to flow out the door, but the legislature has to set the policy. Unfortunately, I think last session, due to a lot of just opposition to any idea of spending any state money to help any business, and I'm glad we've gotten past that thinking. We put some strenuous requirements in the Small Business Recovery Act that I think we can revisit and retool and make powerful moving forward. But I guess the question for Marquita is, under your rulemaking authority, do you believe that a sole proprietor who has no employees and simply declares their income as a pass-through, right? Because I own Candelaria Law, but I'm not an employee of Candelaria Law, right? Now, I can't apply for one of these grants constitutionally, and I'm not going to. But do you believe a sole proprietor who had no W-2 employees could apply for this grant funding?
Mr. Chairman, I think the way it's drafted, regardless of the way in which they are incorporated, if they're an LLC or a sole proprietor, right now, there is no requirement to have employees.
Okay. That's the last technical question I had, Mr. Chairman, but I just want to leave with, I do encourage the members to review and read the veto message from June, because I think it's a fundamental question of this body should consider and evaluate for itself is, if the executive is going to maintain we have no authority to appropriate federal money, and the executive could have simply done all of this without us being called back here, then this is a really expensive PR move. And I hope that's not what this is. But so the only way that I can justify to myself that this vote means anything is, as you suggested, Mr. Chairman, that this is a concession by the executive, that yes, they need to come before the legislature to get our input and to allow the people to appropriate at least some federal money. There's been calls, a lot of folks have called to just come in and sine die and leave. I think, at the end of the day, I think we need to pass this bill. It's not perfect, but I wanted to just share my serious concern from a legal standpoint that we have two different and irreconcilable opinions legally being forwarded by the executive branch. Not both of them can be true. So either we've all been called in here to do an actual job and they admit we have power, or if they don't admit we have appropriating power, this is simply political theater. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Candelaria. We do have an amendment here from you. Are you asking to withdraw the amendment at this time?
Oh, yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah, I guess that's withdrawn. That's an easy question.
Thank you very much, Senator Candelaria. We really appreciate that. We're moving along. We're going to Senator Neville. Senator Neville, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Most of my questions have been answered, although I wanted to get clarity on page 5, and it's section 4 or paragraph 4. $15 million, Department of Finance Administration to contract for services to provide emergency housing assistance and assistance for the homeless. First off, just to be clear, who are we contracting? I think we have a DFA person, right?
Senator Smith?
It's either Senator Smith or somebody from DFA, either one.
Was the question to DFA?
The question probably is best answered by DFA on who we would contract under this paragraph 4 of on page 5.
So, Mr. Chair, we would anticipate that we would contract with the Mortgage Finance Authority. They already have a program in place where they are doing the same exact thing with CDBG money. And so they've got the systems in place and they have the personnel in place. They have, or they can get contract help in place to get this done. So we anticipate using Mortgage Finance Authority.
And Mr. Chairman, and would they essentially supplant the current applicants for rental assistance and mortgage assistance with this money and then free up the CDBG money?
Mr. Chair, we don't anticipate that. This is new money for additional individuals. CDBG money is more restrictive because of the poverty requirements in there. And so this one would allow some additional individuals to be covered. I think of managers of a restaurant that may not fall under the CDBG guidelines. The restaurant closes, and so they could be eligible for either mortgage assistance or housing assistance. So this has a little bit more ability to help a little bit more, a lot more people.
Earlier versions of this bill had a $1,500 per renter or mortgagee, mortgagor, I guess. That $1,500, those numbers and that wording has been taken out in this version of the bill. Would that still be the anticipated use of the money?
Mr. Chairman, I would, yes. The short answer is yes.
Okay, and if I were a tenant and needed money, how would I go about getting it and where would the money go to?
So, Mr. Chairman, I don't know technically how they've been getting the money to the tenants. There's an application process that they have. They review, they screen the applications, and then they make payments. My understanding is they either make payments directly to the individuals or in some cases to landlords.
That was where I was getting to, Mr. Chairman, and is concern about somebody making application for some amount of money, $1,500, and sticking it in their pocket, because right now the courts are not upholding eviction notices, so people are able to live in apartments for free. So what's to stop the $1,500 from going in their pocket and being used to buy a new car?
So, Mr. Chair, that's one of the good things with DFA working with the Mortgage Finance Authority. We can look at the policies that they have in place and then look at making sure that we shore up some of those things so that we don't have the abuses that you just described.
In the same way with unpaid mortgage payments, we want to make sure they're not going to lose their house in the future. I assume the courts aren't going to protect them forever, but we want to make sure that those dollars go to the mortgage as well. And that's just a concern because there's all the wording that was in the earlier version of the bill has been taken out, and even that was, the previous wording was a little bleak. So that was my concern, Mr. Chairman and Senator Smith, is what we do with the money under that particular category, and the other questions I had in the other sections have been answered. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Neville. Senator Smith, do you care to respond? Not at this time. We're moving along then. We're going to Senator Ortiz-Pino and then to Senator Padilla. Senator Ortiz-Pino, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just had a couple of questions based on information that constituents have been sending to me after they've read the bill over. And I guess the first one, Senator Smith, the grants of $50,000 to businesses, grants of up to $50,000, why would anyone ask for less than $50,000? And is there any effort at having tiers or different levels of grant that would be awarded?
Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. And quite frankly, think we need to turn, because I think on the regulatory side, New Mexico Finance Authority may be in a better position to respond to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Russell, why would anybody ask for less than 50, or would you ever grant less than 50?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that question. Yes, we would anticipate that the grant money would go out based on employee size and economic loss. So we want to make certain that applicants know in advance how much money they're able to apply for. We would not provide for every applicant to get the maximum of $50,000 because we want to make certain that we're leveraging the investment as much as possible. But your point is well taken. If they had access to $50,000, then certainly I would want to do it if I were a business. But from the Finance Authority's perspective, we will want to make certain that we get that money out in appropriate sizes to benefit as many New Mexico businesses as possible. So we anticipate them being in block amounts.
Good. Well, and then my next question just follows on that one, Mr. Chairman. Is there language in here, or do you need language to give you the authority to set up rules and procedures and levels of assistance, or do you already have that authority in other law?
Mr. Chairman, Finance Authority anticipates that we could just enter into or adopt policies and procedures to provide the grants, and we do not need explicit authority in this statute to do that. We'll be as a contractor to the Department of Finance and Administration. So ultimately, whatever money we get will be subject to both the terms of that contract, if you will, as well as the policies and procedures that we will establish so that applicants know well in advance how they get access to the funds and how they'll be prioritized.
And then finally, Mr. Chairman, do you anticipate actually making awards to sole proprietors, or would the number of employees factor in such a way that they would be last on the pecking order?
Mr. Chairman, again, what I would, this is sort of an evolving piece of legislation, so we need to look at it, but we anticipate having bases of block sizes being based on employees, and then having additional considerations. So if, for instance, there's no employees, but they can demonstrate severe economic impact, then that would put them at a block size of, whatever that amount is. And again, I don't have that information for you now, that recommendation, but that would be the kind of process that we would establish. So, that, again, folks that have more employees and therefore more fixed expenses would have access to greater amounts of grant dollars.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, just one technical question for Senator Smith. On page 4, line 20, where they're talking about, or 21, where they're talking about veterans organizations described in section 501C, and there's no section after that. Do we need that section, which I believe would be 8? Is it 8? Whatever.
This was good Senator, this was a late correction in it for clarification. David, do you have a response to that?
Well, it was intended to make eligible organizations veterans organizations like American Legion that may employ people doing enterprises, and it was intended for that purpose.
So in other words, Mr. Chairman and David, you don't need a particular section of 501C. They're listed.
So those organizations I'm told that they are organized under different than 501c3 and maybe 8. So they didn't name the 8 in the language, I believe, but that's the intent. They are typically not 501c3s, I'm told.
And by leaving it this way, you're covering all possible bases. Is that what you're doing?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay,
Senator.
that's great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Ortiz-Pino. Before I go on to Senator Padilla, just another reminder to the public. Again, if members of the public wish to submit a comment to the committee, please send it via email to senate@nmlegis.gov in order for us to process the input expeditiously. And then please state your position in a manner that is both specific and concise. Include your full name and community of residence. Moving along, please, to Senator Padilla. Senator Padilla, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Smith, and to your experts. I have a couple of questions. I'll try to be as quick as possible because we've got a lot of discussion already. Mr. Chairman and Chairman Smith, I guess this question might go to Secretary McCamley, who I saw on the Zoom earlier. I'm going to give him a chance to make sure that he's still there so he can hear this. And so the question, thank you, Secretary. So, Mr. Secretary, we had a lot of feedback early on in the pandemic with the unemployment insurance contact center and how that went. I see $150,000 here on page 4, lines 2 through about 5. $150,000 is a lot of money to me individually, but I'm wondering how that's going to help, if that's really going to be what you really do truly need in order to provide these services. It's looking like the pandemic is probably not going to peak based on data and information I've been presented with in some of our interim committees until about the week of January 24th. So I see a gradual increase as we continue down this road. We have help and aid here in different areas, which is beautiful. But, you're looking probably another 4 to 10 months after the pandemic has crested here in New Mexico. We got a ton of feedback on the contact center's ability to handle the incoming volume. Can you give us just some highlights on where things are right now?
Secretary McCamley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Mr. Chair, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Padilla. So let me just answer your first question. That $150,000 is just set up to be the administrative cost for this specific program. We are basing the distribution program for what we're calling the New Mexico Worker Pandemic Benefit off of a program we did with FEMA back in July through early September called the LWA, the Lost Wages Assistance Program. And because we did that, we're able to do this a lot faster. We should start being able to roll out payments the week of December 14th and get people on the program during that week. This $150,000 will allow us to do what we did for the LWA, which is continue to keep every effort we make for this state program separate from our regular unemployment process. The regular process continues. We do get money from the federal government to run that program, including the call center, which you were asking about. We have hired continually throughout the spring and the summer to get more people into our call center operation. We've averaged about 20 people per class. We're going to be hiring our 5th class after Thanksgiving to allow us to have more people in the call center. We were able in March to get about, I think it's 84 people on the phones when we did all hands on deck for unemployment. That number is up to roughly 170 right now if we do all hands, where everybody's on the phone that wants. So we have, obviously there's still a need and obviously there's still a high volume, but we have moved over double the amount of people into our call center. Over the summer, we did have some help from other state agencies, but those folks had to go back to their regular jobs and we've been catching up ever since.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary. I am very concerned about that because it's difficult enough to deal with the pandemic in your own family, and it's just spreading like wildfire, as we know. Just want to make sure that you have all the resources you need to be able to handle this very massive influx that I think you're going to continue to see until the thing peaks. And then, of course, I think 4 to 10 months following the peak. Full stop, Mr. Chairman, on to another subject. On the $100 million in grants to DFA, I think it's fantastic that we're moving in the direction of grants versus loans. We have the loan program there. If you need more than the $50,000 or up to $50,000, I think this is all very positive, a positive mood from the administration bringing this forward. I am very concerned, however, on the determination of the word severe, and we had the initial grant, loan amount dollars that were available back in the early part of the pandemic were gone, and I'm told 12 or 14 minutes or something very, very quickly. You're talking about grant and money that doesn't have to be paid back here, so I think you're going to see a I just want to ensure that websites are being prepared. I want to make sure that phone agents and folks that need to take these calls to answer questions are available. Mr. Chairman and Chairman Smith, and maybe this is for my good friend Marquita Russell, who works tirelessly and around the clock over there. How are you going to determine, my questions are, how are you going to determine how many are eligible, and do they reapply from when they went through the first round of the loan program, and then do they need, some businesses really didn't start getting affected for about 4 to 6 months in. So how are you going to determine all of this? Do you have any sort of plan you can give us? I realize you've been asked this question a couple of different ways, but I'm very concerned that the money is just going to poof, be gone in a couple of minutes. And then we're going to have a lot of very unhappy people that A, maybe couldn't get through, or B, didn't understand kind of how the word severe affected them.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. So again, we anticipate opening rounds of applications so that not 100% of the money is made available immediately. That will allow for applicants who don't have as much technology at their disposal to gather the information necessary and make applications so that it is competitive. So that's the first thing I'd like to say, is that we don't want to make 100% of it available on day one, because we think that will disadvantage some businesses that are already sort of marginalized to begin with. So we will be doing phases. The second thing I would say is that one of the reasons we hesitate to put specific measures in statute is that a 20% decline is significant if it's over several months, and it may not be significant if it's over 1 or 2 months. So we want to make sure that we've figured out a way to normalize loss so that those that had significant were closed down entirely, that we could normalize that kind of loss relative, and then look at those that have been open the entire time but had been impacted in terms of, the capacity, for instance, hotels been open the entire time but have been severely limited in the kinds of businesses that they could operate. So we need to normalize that and get that information out. And we would also say that we understand that an impact is going to be felt differently and potentially in a rural community than it may feel in an urban community, and we want the opportunity to try to level that playing field. So severe right now is yet undefined, but will be made available with very specific criteria in advance of the application opening. We will be offering webinars as we did before. Information will be available again on our website. We're developing that right now. We're setting up emails and phone bank systems to allow for the volume that you've described, and we can contact them immediately then when we have the information available. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Russell. Partially, yes, and I know that this is being dropped in your lap, so I'm not expecting you to have all the answers. Some of my questions and comments are for things that you should be thinking about, or I recommend you be thinking about. Communication is going to be vital here so that we don't wind up, not seeing the benefit of this thing the way that we want to. I think of tire shops in my district. I'm going to drive up and down Isleta Boulevard, which I know you know very well, and you know where that is. Coors Boulevard, Gun Club, Rio Bravo, et cetera. And I'm going to drop off flyers myself personally, because I think it's very important that folks that aren't online all day and might not know exactly how to do this kind of stuff be given a 1, 2, 3. So is there going to be a one-pager, a document that shows an individual exactly how to do this, contact numbers, websites, et cetera, that you can make available to those of us that live all over the state to help the businesses in our area that might not right away be thinking about how to get this thing done?
Mr. Chairman, we are looking at a multifaceted outreach and education program, again, focusing on those that require hard paper because they are, as you say, not glued to their devices or computers all day long. We'll be looking at multifaceted ways to get to those businesses, including really making certain that the people they trust in their communities, their legislators, their chambers of commerce, really have, or their mayors, have complete information available to them. So we are working on a communication strategy as we speak, and working to make that information available. We understand, for instance, that small businesses that do have access to computers also have to run their businesses during the day. and may only have information time at night to be completing applications or looking at this information. So we are also developing our outreach and communication tools with that in mind as well. So we don't want to take for granted that anyone has the same vocabulary that we in the finance world do. So we'll make certain that we make it as plain and easy to understand as possible. We want to focus on clarity and certainty about how you go about this process, and make it as painless as possible, because small businesses really have already are experiencing a significant amount of stress.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Russell. You know, you seem to have gone through the pains of the first time around, and now you're seeing, how to make it better, and I really appreciate that. Something tells me that the word grant versus loan is going to spread like wildfire all by itself. I'm so glad when you said that you're going to have a phased approach of rolling this out and how this is going to work. So I think that's going to be very good. Please go overboard with how this is communicated so folks feel like they are being treated fairly. I'm going to drive my district and just drop things off, so I think people have a better chance to get in the loop on this thing and in the chute on this. So I really appreciate that. And so full stop. Thank you, Ms. Russell. Back to Mr. Chairman. On the $750 per household that's going to be related to folks that didn't receive the first stimulus check, how's that going to be determined in a timely manner? Because I've heard that from multiple people, and I've directed them to call the IRS. Should I be having them call New Mexico Tax and Rev, or who should they really be calling then?
It's my understanding that Secretary Grace is running this program.
And,
Secretary Grace, if you care to respond.
I am present, and unfortunately, I was testifying in the House and the Senate at the same time. So I can describe briefly how the program we're envisioning it working. Is that the basic question? I just logged on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Secretary Grace. The question just was the folks that would be eligible for the $750 per household. How are we going to determine that timely? Is that an automated process? Are folks that should we be reaching out to people and letting them know? How's that going to work?
So our thoughts about this, we do have a process that's been outlined. Our intention is to broadly notify people both through media and other ways, including the advocacy community that's worked with us on this aspect of the bill, to apply. During that application process, individuals will give us basic information, certify that they have not received a stimulus check, or nor do they plan to apply for one, and then provide either a Social Security number or an ITIN. They will also give us permission to consult with Tax and Rev regarding their data, and then we can determine their filing status, their residency status, and their previous prior years filed adjusted gross income. And we think we can do all that in a period of about 21 days, then figure out how many applicants do we have. We have the 5 million, which is the upper limit of the bill, available. Look at the number of applicants, look at the spread of income, household income levels amongst applicants, and then determine how much money to give to what number of people. The product of those two numbers will actually work out to be the $5 million appropriation, less some administrative expenses. The process will be semi-automated. We won't have online, or we won't have a call center handling calls or online applications, but we're going to ask advocacy groups to help people fill out the online forms so that we can go ahead and process those. If we did, that's the only way to find out who's eligible and compute the amount of money to send, and then to distribute the money by December 30th. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Grace. Just a yes or a no on this one, I guess. So you said that you're going to bump the information up against TRD data. So do we know who they are? Do we already have a list to know who these folks are?
The Human Services Department does not have a list of people. It requires actually a statutory change to allow them, TRD, to share that data with us proactively. So not wanting to sully the bill with additional amendments, we've decided to simply allow applicants to authorize us to connect with TRD, and then we will go from there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Secretary Scrace. Next item is on the page 5 item or line 16 on the 15 million. In emergency housing assistance, is that to pay the actual mortgage, or is that to pay, what is that exactly to pay for? Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure who wants to answer that one.
Senator, we have New Mexico Mortgage Finance on the line, I believe, right now. Mr. Hernandez can respond to that, I believe.
Mr. Hernandez, please respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I do want to thank, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
I wanted to thank Ms. Romero for addressing some of the questions that came up a little bit earlier as we were having some technical difficulties. In answer to your question, Senator, the monies would be to assist homeowners. We're targeting low to moderate income homeowners or renters that are delinquent on their rent or their mortgages. And the payment would actually go to the landlord or the servicing company that services the mortgage, not directly to the individual.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Hernandez. Good to see you. So I want to make sure I heard you correctly. Rent and mortgage, is that what you said?
That is correct, Senator.
Thank you. That's, I think, a question a couple of us had before you were able to join, so I'm glad to be able to ask you that. Just moving along quickly, Mr. Chairman, on the food banks, the $5 million on page 5, line 20, many of the food banks are religious or sectarian. Is this money eligible to those organizations that may be running food banks? Because many of the food banks are operated through our churches and across the state.
Mr. Chair and Senator Padilla, the great question. We are working out those details. I think our intention is to distribute the money to those folks that HSD has already provides support that take care of a large number of individuals. So I'm not sure if, I know Angela Medrano is on, whether we have thought about every possible food bank or not, but Angela, could you address that issue? Because I know you've been more involved in those meetings than I have.
Thank you, Secretary, Mr. Chair. Senator, thank you for that question. Currently, HSD is contracted with 5 different food banks throughout New Mexico. So that would be our first priority in terms of being able to quickly distribute this funding, and are willing to work with, look at different alternatives for this portion of the bill.
Senator Padilla.
Mr. Chairman?
Please identify yourself and go ahead and speak.
Acting Secretary Romero. So these are federal monies, and because they're federal monies, we have more flexibility to be able to use them. So yes, these monies can be used for those purposes.
Thank you, Secretary-designate Romero. Going back to Senator Padilla. Senator Padilla, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Madam Secretary-designate and everyone helping there. So $5 million, that's outstanding. So can the sectarian or the religious groups go to the 5 that you've contracted with to help with the distribution or to get it into their food bank?
Mr. Chair, Senator, this is Angela Medrano, Deputy Secretary at Human Services Department. Yes, they can work with the larger food banks throughout the state as an option.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Secretary, Mr. Chairman. So about how much money have we expended so far in the pandemic for food banks? How does that compare to the $5 million we have here?
Mr. Chair, Senator, I apologize, I don't have that data for you, but I will look that up and provide it to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Madam Deputy Secretary. Thank you very much. So the last couple of questions, I'm going to be pretty quick here, related to page 6 on lines 3 through about 9. So I have zip codes 87121, myself and Senator Lopez here, and 87105, Senator Lopez does as well. And one of the reports I saw just last week, late last week, was that 87121 is the number 1 zip code for COVID in the state, and 87105 is number 4. So it seems as though that we've landed on myself and Senator Lopez. I don't want to speak for her, but as ground zero here. So I'm very concerned about the delivery of results. I've gotten multiple calls, and I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman and Secretary Scrace and others, for bringing the additional testing to our area. That is so critical and so important. But the turnaround time on the delivery of the results seems to be all over the place. We're very grateful that the help is here and this and that, but it just seems to me like we should be advising people, if you're being tested, you really should be self-quarantining if you feel like you need to be tested or if you're being tested. And then what's our $10 million here? What's the work going to be done to get the information and the results out quicker?
Secretary Scrace. Secretary Scrace, please.
I just had to unmute myself. Sorry. Great question, Mr. Chair, and members of the Senate. Senator Padilla, thank you. One of the key issues regarding testing and contact tracing is automating the process more than it has been automated in the past, and we're making steady progress on that as we go. Public health orders should already cover the fact that once you feel you need to get tested, you should quarantine until you get the result back. You should not be out and about. I try to reiterate that. Pretty much I have reiterated that at every press conference over the past 2 months because we know that is a potential issue. We're also working to expand lab capacity and also to provide results to those who can receive them by text message. First, we just did negative results, now positive results. There are other automation tools out there, and state government is currently in discussion with other parties to see if we can enhance that automation further so that you can register for a test, you can make an appointment where you want to go to get that test done, you can get your results online or via text, and if you're positive and maybe over a certain age and have risk factors, you can even get advice about where to seek treatment. So all that's in the works. And I think part of our issue here is taking a system for prior infections that's used to handling 100 folks at a time and trying to put 80,000 individuals through it. And so we're just struggling to keep up, but the automation is clearly the solution. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary. And again, 871-218-7105. About 90% of my district, probably 90% of Senator Lopez's district. I don't know if she wanted to comment on this as well, but any additional testing you can bring to that area would be just very much appreciated, and quick turnaround on results. Is the information that's being filtered out to the community bilingual? A lot of these 2 zip codes in my district are fully bilingual, and in some cases Spanish is as first language. Are we getting the information out bilingually?
Secretary Scrace.
Mr. Chair and Senator Padilla and members of the Senate, great question. I'm kind of overstepping my boundaries here, speaking on behalf of DOH. I know their efforts have been made to provide information in multiple languages, but I do not have the answer to that question right now. And I don't see anyone else from DOH on the line since they weren't really one of the agencies. Well, they are, I guess, in contact tracing. They are, there's money directed there. So I will take that back and ensure that that's happening, sir.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman and Secretary. A large population and community of Spanish-speaking, human beings, and just really need that help. Thank you very much. And the last thing I had, Mr. Chairman, is just more of a comment. One of the things I didn't see anywhere in the legislation or in the funding was related to broadband internet. I did introduce Senate Bill 2, which was called out earlier. I understand where we are on that at the moment. I'm not going to, ask that come down here to this discussion or whatever right now. But I just want to remind everybody just how critical broadband is to manage the pandemic itself, the distance learning requirements that we are expecting of all New Mexico children in public schools and private schools or whatever right now, and the economic development, economic impact this is having to communities that are having strangleholds on their broadband. When we bring broadband to a community, we bring telehealth, distance learning, and economic development and job creation. These things are so critical, so important. We have about 81% of our state with broadband, Mr. Chairman. That means that 19% of the state has no internet access at all. The 81% that has broadband. About 60% of it is woefully under bandwidth or capacity-wise versus the FCC and standards. And so all of these requirements that we're having of our children that are going to school right now, we're just putting a stranglehold on those and putting them further behind. And we need to make broadband a much more front and center priority. You will see me bringing much more of this to the regular session. But I also want to let everybody know that suddenly all the children are online during the day. That's having a residual effect on economic development and job delivery and in our communities, and we just can't have that either. So I just hope that this legislature has the intestinal fortitude and the energy to bring money to this very serious problem as well, which is broadband access and expansion in our state. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator Smith.
Thank you very much, Senator Padilla, and I really appreciate the members as your questions are getting answered by some of the other questions being proposed. We're taking your name off the list, so again, I really appreciate that. We're moving on to Senator Munoz and then to Senator Shindo. Senator Munoz, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Secretary Grace, since you're right there, just hold on one second. The federal government gave HSC a $77 million grant for contract tracing. How much money of that $77 million has been spent, and how's that program working? And why do we need another $15 million in that program? I'm sorry, to the Health Department, Health Secretary. Didn't go to you, Secretary.
So, Mr. Chair, this is Secretary Designee Romero. I don't think we have anybody on health from health on the line, but if it's okay with you, may I answer?
Please proceed.
Yes.
So, Mr. Chair, Senator Munoz, as you will see, a big portion of what we're expecting is vaccines. So that we don't have funding, nothing has been set up as far as funding for vaccines. So we anticipate that some of this money will be used for the vaccine program that we're going to have to implement, and we think it's going to be implemented pretty soon from what we're hearing. It looks like some vaccines may be available as early as next month. And so we do have the grant for the contact tracing and testing, although a lot of that has been expended, and I don't have that information in front of me right now, but I'll be happy to get it for you. But we really need to focus on vaccines at this point, and there hasn't been any money for vaccines given to us by the federal government.
So thank you for that, for Madam Secretary. So all the 15 million will basically be for getting vaccines out, getting the vaccine to various locations, because I know it is very difficult to regulate some of that vaccine. When I heard it had to be like 30 below to move it out to before they give the shots. And I do apologize to Secretary Grace I thought that question was for him, and the Health Secretary is not on. So the 15 million will be used for vaccines and getting the vaccines out.
So, Mr. Chair, we anticipate a big portion of that will be for vaccines. There may be some testing and contact tracing needed, but the majority of it will be for vaccines.
Thank you, Ms. Romero. Mr. Chairman, I want to go back, and maybe the attorneys in the room may know this. How can we specifically call out, and I'm looking at page 4, line 12, how can we give preference to certain industries on legislation in bills? I thought we couldn't call out preferences or priorities for any piece of legislation. And so how are we prioritizing our businesses and prioritizing hospitality? How can we do that in legislation? Mr. Chairman, and maybe Senator Candelaria, Senator Cervantes, I think Senator Worst, an attorney, maybe they can add to that. And I don't know if that's completely legal or not to prioritize one business over another. That's like saying you're one race and I'm another, and we're going to give you priority. I don't know how we do that in legislation.
Thank you, Senator Munoz. I see Senator Cervantes. I don't know if you care to respond. Senator Cervantes.
Well, he invited me in, so I'll jump in. I think I agree with Senator Munoz. It's probably unconstitutional. It probably violates the Equal Protection Clause of the Constitution to give a preference to a certain industry or grants. which is what we're doing here, or one area of the state, or whatever criteria you're referring to. There's probably, I would believe, probably not constitutional.
Thank you. And we also have Senator Candelaria to respond. Senator Candelaria.
And like any good group of lawyers, I'm going to disagree. I think that what the legislation is doing, quite candidly, is an economic-based distinction as opposed to a race-based or gender-based or religious-based distinction, which would receive a higher level of scrutiny by the courts. And so really what the courts would ask in this case is, did we as a legislature have a rational basis for giving some priority to geographic dispersity and diversity and to the other priorities in the bill? And I think for the reasons stated here today, a court would conclude that we have that rational basis. And even though we are making distinctions, it is nonetheless constitutional and not a violation of the Equal Protection Clause. So this moment of free legal advice brought to you by the firm of Candelaria Cervantes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for that response. Senator Munoz, do you have
no
anyone
advice
else?
out of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have anyone else, Senator Munoz, that you wish
Yes,
to ask?
Mr. Chairman, I want to stay on that question for just one more minute because the governor had an economic business council for recovery, and I don't think their recommendations, or they even if they've had any, or have been prioritized, because we would see this if they had in industries that were hit the hardest to prioritize them, and one would be oil and gas. There may be other industries that are hit harder than hospitality and leisure. And so if we're going to prioritize, then won't we prioritize the industries that have been hit hardest in New Mexico? And so I don't know who made that language or where that got put, who drafted it, who thought about it. But if you're going to economically target industries that are hardest hit in New Mexico, who are they, where are they at, and let's target them correctly. Let's not just say, here's a bucket of money, and now somebody else gets a priority over everybody else. So I think we have to make sure that happens. Mr. Chairman, the only thing I want to really recommend is we could have waited till after Thanksgiving to do this. I want to tell our staff and the people that are here, we know that the governor's shut us down and put us at risk. And we're all here today, our staff included, and working. So I want to thank them, and I want to thank the members of the body. I understand we have to do legislative work. I don't think this is a perfect piece of legislation. But the governor could have at least waited till my wife burned the turkey, and then we could have came in a safer manner rather than going home and maybe having to eat from the garage. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Munoz. And I know all week you've been wishing people a happy Thanksgiving. And again, thank you very much for your thoughtfulness. We're moving along. We're going to Senator Shendo. Senator Shendo, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the sponsor yield?
Senator Smith, do you yield? Senator Smith, do you yield? Senator Smith, do you yield?
I will yield.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator. A couple questions, and I believe the first one, I think I had that answered. I had somebody asked under the page 5, line 16, for the $15 million to DFA to contract for emergency housing assistance. One of the questions that came up was whether tribal members living on tribal lands that require assistance would be eligible. So that was a question that came. I did contact this is probably more of a comment than I contacted my housing director at the Pueblo, and she did indicate that we do have tribal members that live both on and off the reservation that have been assisted by the Mortgage Finance Authority. So that answered that question that I initially had. So for folks that are listening in tribal communities, this is important that you are eligible for this assistance as well. And then the other question that I had is the $5 million to the food bank services in the state, and under the analysis, we're targeting, 5 food banks in Albuquerque, Farmington, Clovis, Gallup, and Santa Fe based on population, poverty, unemployment. So when you look at these communities, and then the Native communities are in between these major cities, how are those population data, poverty, unemployment rates, are they even considered? And do these, and I don't know who these food banks are and what their inroads are into these tribal communities, because many of these tribal communities only have grocery stores. And so I don't know if Mr. President, the sponsor has somebody that can maybe answer these questions that I have.
Do we have somebody on the virtual that can respond to that? Told Ms. Medrano?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Senator, thank you for that question. I believe that our food banks in New Mexico work with various communities throughout the state, but I can find out how they partner with tribal communities in New Mexico and provide that information to you.
Mr. President and sponsor, I would appreciate that if you could forward that I think the legislature. That would be great. So at least we know many of us legislators represent many of these tribal communities throughout the state that aren't necessarily in the metro areas and so forth. So they'll be very helpful to this body. Thank you, Mr. President. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much, Senator Shindo, for the questions. We're moving on then to the next person on the list, and that is going to be Senator Scher. And I understand Senator Scher also has an amendment. Senator Scher?
Yes, Mr. President, or Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Scher. And to the members, we do have a committee of the whole amendment that is going to be presented. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and give it a minute. That way we can distribute a copy of the amendment to those senators that are here in the Senate chamber. And then again, so that the amendment can be posted.
So, Mr. Chair, I do have another question while that's being handed out.
Senator Scher, please proceed with your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we've talked about businesses with 100 people, and we've talked about moving that number around. I would like to just ask a question. I'm not sure. So Allen Theaters, which is a New Mexico homegrown theater, born in Farmington in 1912, survived the Spanish flu and 2 world wars and a catastrophic fire and a whole bunch of other things. They had 400 employees before all this happened. But now they're down to a few dozen. Would this apply to a company like that had 400 but today has 2 dozen?
So at this time, Senator Scher, with that question, if there's anyone that is serving on the panel that wishes to respond to that, please let us know.
Mr. Chairman, this is Marquita Russell with the NMFA.
Please proceed.
We believe that we would be looking to employees as of the end of prior to the pandemic. So we'd be looking in the March timeframe. So if the layoffs happened after that, it's likely that they would not be included. I would note, though, that we would still have to, we're still working through administratively how to count those numbers. So I don't have an exact answer for you.
Thank you very much. And so what I want to do, Senator Scher, is to go to you. We have a committee of the whole floor amendment to SB 1. The reader will read. Okay, just a moment, please. So what we're doing is we're going back to Senator Scher, and what he is going to do is he is going to explain the amendment that he is presenting, and then from there I'm going to Senator Smith to also offer his position in terms of the amendment, and then we'll go into discussion of the amendment. Senator Scher, please.
Well, Mr. Chair, if I can, I would like to finish the discussion with Allen Theater first before I go to this amendment, but I can go to the amendment first.
That's fine, Senator. Please proceed with your discussion, and then we'll go ahead and we'll go to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So certainly using Allen Theater, but there's plenty of other companies around, many oil field companies, many supporting companies for that, all had hundreds of employees on March 11th or March 17th, whatever day we decided to stop the world. And so they were severely, and I'm not sure how you could define that more clearly than laying off 400 people. And you lay off 400 people because you don't have any work to do. And you don't have any work to do because of the virus. To me, that seems pretty severe. And I don't know how else you could define that. So in this case, just using Allen Theaters as an example, because they're a New Mexico-grown, Farmington-born company that's been around for more than 100 years, they had 400 people on March 17th. They have a couple of dozen now. I think that qualifies as severe. So I would ask that the rules that we're about to write take that into account. I mean, if you had a bunch of folks before this and you have none now, I think that's important. If you laid off everybody, just the timing of this seems a little odd to me. So that's why I would want that considered, and I don't know if Makita wants to talk about that anymore or not, but that, to me, that's a big deal. And there's lots of companies out there that fall in that same category, Mr. President.
Mr. Chairman, this is Marquita Russell. We appreciate that feedback. These are the things that we're trying to consider now. And so we will absolutely put that in the mix in terms of considerations.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if I can now go to my amendment.
Senator Scheer, if you would please go to your amendment, explain the amendment, and then we'll proceed.
So, Mr. Chair, right at the beginning of this, which seems like 10 or 12 hours ago now, there was a discussion about nonprofits and what they do and who they are and things like that. So what we have here is an amendment that simply adds the nonprofit has to be headquartered in New Mexico. So that's all this does, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Scheer. We're going to Senator Smith on the amendment. Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. I understand the good sponsor's concern in this area, but it's my understanding that the Nonprofit Corporation Act already covers this, and so this amendment is not necessary.
Senator Scheer.
So, Mr. Chair, there's been some discussion about this, in fact. So I had discussion with some of the people at Legislative Council and some other attorneys, some here on the floor and some on my cell phone. And so really what I'm trying to get at here is further down it says 51% of a for-profit company has to be owned by New Mexico residents. So it seems to me that we should just clarify this, just make this clear that for-profit and nonprofit are treated the same. If a for-profit company has to be owned by a New Mexican, a nonprofit should at least be headquartered in New Mexico. It just seems like that's an equitable way to look at this. And I would throw out there that the NRA, for example, is in fact a nonprofit corporation, clearly not headquartered in New Mexico. They're from Virginia. Do we really want the NRA to get this money? And that would be a big question for us. And while the NRA, I think, has also been affected by this, they're a big company. They can, they're probably already listening to this. They're probably already waiting for the rules so that they can ask for that money. And I'm just not sure that makes a lot of sense. And so that's why I think the headquartered in New Mexico clarifies this. But if that's not the equitable way to do it, then there was a discussion here about servicing people in New Mexico. Well, Mr. Chair, there's lots of oil field companies that are not New Mexico owned, but service other New Mexico companies. So if you've got an oil field company that's in Texas, but they actually work for or provide services to a New Mexico oil field company, why don't we strike the 51% owned by New Mexicans and just say services New Mexico? Either way, it's equitable, but the way it is at the moment, we're treating the two organizations differently. And so we either need to say servicing for profit and nonprofit, or New Mexico for profit and not profit. But it doesn't make sense to me that we should break that up.
Thank you very much, Senator Scher. We're on discussion of the amendment. Going to Senator Worth. Senator Worth, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I rise in opposition to the amendment. I think one of the key things that Ms. Russell testified to earlier is that they have plenty of authority to be able to determine exactly how this is going to work. And my big concern is if we did this, we could inadvertently exclude someone who really needs to receive the grant. And let me just mention the veterans groups, that both sides of the aisle worked on getting the veterans organizations included in the nonprofits that could qualify. And I really would worry that some of those veterans groups may be organized in a different state and not headquartered here. And so I just think we don't want to inadvertently exclude anyone. And because of the testimony of the director of the Mortgage Finance Authority, I think they can set up the parameters to make this work so that it gets out in a way that obviously is focused on those nonprofits that are really helping New Mexicans who need it. So I rise in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Worth. I don't see any other discussion. I'm going to go to, excuse me, I'm sorry. Senator Sanchez, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I truly understand the amendment that we're trying to do is not have the big nonprofits. What we want to do, and I think that what we want to do in this bill is to make sure that our New Mexico nonprofits, like food banks and that type, the small ones that are in New Mexico, are the ones that will benefit from this, not the NRAs of the, and all that, because they receive a lot more. But I think we just need to make sure, Mr. President, that we and as I know it's going to be handled by Ms. Russell, that we focus on our small nonprofits, because they're the ones that are really are in need, especially our food banks, and they are 501c3s. So anyway, let's just make sure that we focus on that, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Sanchez. We're still on discussion. What I'm doing is I'm trying to locate if there's anyone who is on virtual, if they have their hand up. I don't see any. Senator Cervantes, please.
Thank you, Senator Campos. Senator Campos, for the sponsor, I have to rise in opposition to this too. You're fortunate we don't have a Senate Judiciary Committee today, but it would be unusual to pass any law that uses the words headquartered in New Mexico without defining what headquartered in New Mexico means. I don't know whether the Nonprofit Corporation Act includes a definition of headquartered in New Mexico. So if I may have the sponsor, do you know whether the Nonprofit Act defines what headquartered in New Mexico would mean?
Senator Scher.
So, Mr. Chair and Senator, I don't have that act in front of me, so I cannot read it to you at the moment. I do know that there was significant discussion about that particular act, and certainly this does not override that act at all. This is just some clarifying information, clarifying language to make sure that that's what we're doing. So the act would still be in place, and we would still be subject to that act. And in that particular case, I believe that the act talks about organized under the laws of the state of New Mexico. Actually, I think it's reverse. So it doesn't include nonprofits that are organized under laws other than the state of New Mexico. But in this particular case, I thought it was important that we in this body, but also the people of New Mexico, understand that what we're trying to do is help New Mexicans, and we're not trying to help mega C3s out there, because those mega C3s, with their whole herd of attorneys, can can react a whole lot faster than the small business with 20 people that's been severely affected. So just trying to focus that so that there's no doubt in anybody's mind that it's small New Mexico companies that we want to help and not mega C3s that are headquartered somewhere else.
And thank you, Senator Scher. Thank you, Mr. Campos, Senator Campos. I appreciate very much the policy. Unfortunately, it doesn't address my concern, which is that definition, headquartered in New Mexico. We oftentimes when we put statutes in place, we give preferences to certain businesses in New Mexico, construction contracts, and likewise. And the issue always comes up: what does that mean to be headquartered in New Mexico? Is it enough to have a PO box? Is it enough to have a storefront or a receptionist or a place out in the garage to be headquartered in New Mexico? A more common language that I'm used to seeing in the law is with a principal place of business. That's the I think the preferred definition that we use in our statute, a principal place of business in New Mexico. And I would also think that we would want to assure that they have an agent in New Mexico. But I do appreciate we're not here to act as a judiciary committee today and to rewrite the bill. I'm not going to suggest an amendment, but I would say that the definition of this amendment to say headquartered in New Mexico without specificity, I think, is only going to make this bill already, which is already very ambiguous, even more so. And so I would have to oppose the bill for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Cervantes. And we're on discussion of the first floor amendment that has been proposed to Senate Bill 1. I'm going to Senator Candelaria for more of the discussion. Senator Candelaria, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I just wish to provide some information pursuant to Senator Cervantes' question. Section 53-8-2, which is the definition section of the Nonprofit Corporations Act of New Mexico, does not provide any definition for what headquartered in New Mexico means pursuant to that act. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Candelaria. Next, we go to Senator Baca. Senator Baca, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just looking at the Act 5383, Section B, I think, Mr. President, the sponsors, I rise in support of his amendment because it does exactly what we're fearing and contemplating that it might do. It seems that in Section B, it says the provisions of the Nonprofit Corporation Act relating to foreign corporations apply to all foreign nonprofit corporations. That tells me that this act applies to all foreign nonprofit corporations. It says it clearly in the text, which means that if you have an arm or a branch, Mr. President, if you have an office here, if you have anything here, if you have 3,000 offices and you have one office that is, or a P.O. box or doing some sort of business, Mr. President, within the borders of New Mexico, this act captures it in that paragraph, which means that what could happen and what you might see are foreign nonprofit corporations coming in here and applying for a $50,000 grant and getting it. Now, I understand, Mr. President, that when they're divvying out this money, they have broad powers as to inspect the records and check up on the individual or the business that is applying for these loans. But there is the potential here, Mr. President, for these corporations to apply for this loan once word's out on the street and get $50,000 and take it straight out of state, which, Mr. President, is exactly what we're trying to avoid with this money. I think that makes it ripe for corruption. I do, Mr. President, understand the difficulty with the word headquarter, maybe organized in New Mexico as a nonprofit corporation. I don't have an amendment prepared for you at this time, Mr. President, but we should work as a body, I feel, Mr. President, to get this language right, to protect New Mexican taxpayers' money from leaving this state and servicing the people that we intended it to service, the taxpayer and the businesses themselves. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Baca. We appreciate that. I don't have anyone else on the list. I'm looking for hands. Okay, I'm sorry.
Senator Steinborn.
So we have Senator Steinborn. Who's next? Thank you, Senator Steinborn. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. President. You're used to me sitting in front of you and not on a Zoom screen.
Well, you're on a Zoom screen, but you're one of those. When I take a look at it, that portrait is really. I mean, it's a shadow. But anyway, thank you very much for bringing it to our attention.
I like that.
There you go. Now I like that. There you go.
Well, you're used to the film industry in Las Vegas, Mr. President.
The other loss, please proceed. Thank you, Senator Steinborn.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I just want to point out to the body, if you're interested in more discussion, if you go to 53-8-8, you will see that actually the Nonprofit Corporation Act already requires that a nonprofit have a registered office in New Mexico and a registered agent. So the exact language used by the sponsor already covered in this proposed bill that we have in front of us, that any applicable nonprofit have that registered address here. But I have to respectfully stand in strong opposition to the amendment, Mr. President, because to take a step further and say they must be headquartered in New Mexico would directly, I believe, probably undermine some of the veterans organizations that we worked to specifically include in this act. I'll use the Disabled American Veterans as an example. Very grassroots, very locally organized. I know the chapters in Las Cruces area have constant fundraisers to raise money, never have more than a few $1,000s to give out, but they're part of a national organization. And are they headquartered in New Mexico? Doubtful. Obviously, they may have chapters there. They may meet one of the other, I'm sure, the other 501c. So I think our definition in this bill is calibrated perfectly so. And I really, as someone who works in the nonprofit world, I just want to say that the words mega 501c3 is almost kind of an oxymoron. Nonprofits struggle just like every other business to survive. They provide really important services, and we don't want to put any other impediment on them that really the act is doing on the other businesses that just require a New Mexico ownership stake. So I just feel like this would be harmful actually to many organizations, including veterans organizations. And furthermore, just remind the members that the amendment's really not necessary, or I don't think there's a great fear out there where we limit the amount of any entity that can receive this to having no more than 100 employees. The grants can be no more than $50,000 in size, and you have to have, as Ms. Russell said, real economic distress in order to even qualify for it, and that'll be measured in real time relative to this pandemic and relative to others in need. So just wanted to offer my 2 cents and respectfully stand in strong opposition to the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Steinborn. You bring a lot of light to the screen. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Senator Moores.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What is the point of this bill? The point of this bill is to help New Mexicans who are struggling during a pandemic. That is the point. The money is supposed to get to New Mexicans so we can help out struggling New Mexicans. I disagree about the tax code. Corporations, 401c3s are corporations. 501c3s are corporations, which means that their profits are usually sent to the executives. They're not charities by definition. We often think that 501c3s are charities, and many are, doing good work in our community, homeless shelters, food banks, things like that, saving animal shelters. Those are charities. Tax structure is different. That means some of the largest paid corporate CEOs in this state run nonprofits. Presbyterian, Tricor, University of New Mexico has some of the highest paid employees in this state. They work for nonprofits. So let's keep in mind that this bill is about getting money, federal money, to New Mexicans. Let's make sure we emphasize that. That is what this bill is about. Let's put money into the economy. Let's not send it out of state. We're supposed to be helping New Mexicans. Let's get it to charities. Let's get it to our small businesses. Let's get it to the workers who have actually labored during this pandemic to keep our stores open, to take care of our children at daycares. Let's stop this politics and let's get this money to the people that need it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Morris. We appreciate that, and we're still on discussion of the proposed amendment. We're going to Senator Cedillo Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Daniel Levy Soto, when I was asking these questions, clarified that it's subject, that the bill says subject to the provisions of the Nonprofit Corporation Act. And being subject to the provisions means they need to register with the New Mexico Attorney General's office. They need to be doing good work. They need to be doing work here. They need to be employing people here. And so while the purpose of the bill is to get it to New Mexicans, it's also to stimulate our economy. And one of the things that's very important is nonprofits who serve New Mexicans and employ New Mexicans is who we want to keep going. So I don't think that it's necessary, particularly since the bill itself specifies that these nonprofits have to be subject to the provisions of the Nonprofit Corporation Act. That means they have a presence here. And that's what's important, that presence and their employment of New Mexicans. So I stand in opposition to the unneeded amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Cedillo Lopez. Any other discussion? See no other discussion. Senator Scher, if you'll just go ahead and close, and then from there I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So registering under the Nonprofit Act, registering in New Mexico, there's a lot of folks that are registered in New Mexico that don't live in New Mexico, don't have any, they may have a presence here because they've got an office or they've got a garage, as one of the folks said. But that doesn't really mean they're New Mexicans. And so just registering in New Mexico, I don't think is sufficient. I do think there are things as mega 501c3s. I think the Sierra Club is a mega 501c3. I think the NRA is a mega 501c3. I think there's dozens, maybe thousands of mega 501c3s. And that's not who we want to, that should not be our focus. Our focus needs to be New Mexicans. The small New Mexico corporations, the nonprofit corporations, and the small New Mexico businesses. And this, as I said before, seems to contradict itself. It's either a small New Mexico business or a nonprofit of any size anywhere. And we should just be consistent in who we're trying to help. We should consistently help New Mexicans or ignore all New Mexicans and help the big box stores and other folks like that, the big 501c3s. But because this isn't consistent, I think this is an important amendment. But with that said, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, as a veteran, I see how we have harmed the VFW and other organizations like that. So I'm going to work on this so that when it comes back as a floor amendment, we'll exclude those veterans organizations, because I do think that's a problem. Our veterans do need to be taken care of, and we need to work with that. So with that, Mr. President, while I think this is a very, very important concept, that we focus as a state legislature, focus on state people, not national people, I withdraw this amendment until I get it fixed for the veterans. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Scher. We appreciate that. We're moving on then to the next item, and that would go ahead and be by Senator Lopez. Senator Lopez, please, if you will, go ahead and proceed. And we also have a floor amendment by Senator Lopez.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, I do have a question.
Please proceed with the
I do have a
question.
few questions to ask on the bill.
Go ahead
Can
and
I
do
proceed
that
with
first.
that?
Please proceed.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I know that Senator Padilla did ask some of my questions that I also had on my list. And I know that Secretary Grace did answer some of those, so I will not be asking those. Thank you. Let me change my sheet here. Mr. Chairman, I guess this is a question, and I think has somewhat been answered, but with regards to the monies that are going, of course, to help our small businesses, Mr. Chairman, a question is it the same process going to be utilized that was used previously? Is there anything different that we're going to be doing other than what I did here, Mr. Chairman, having a staggered process? Is that the only thing different that we are doing at this point to get the word out and for businesses to apply?
Thank you, Senator Lopez. What I'm going to do is I'm going to Senator Smith, and then from there, individuals who are able to assist us with a response, please let me know, wave your hand, or be ready to come on screen. Senator Smith, please.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. Are you referring to the loan program versus the grant program?
Mr. Chairman, actually, it's a question that was asked of me by one of my constituents online, so they're looking at both, I think, just for clarification.
Okay. Number one, on the mortgage, on the loan program, that is not a secured loan, but there has not been much activity on that, and there's a belief that language would change, would expedite the use of that. That can be handled during the regular session in January. This is an outright grant. This is not a loan program from that standpoint, and it's more attractive to businesses that are struggling because they don't want to owe any more money on that, and so I'm not certain it responds to what you're getting at, but that's a concern that people legitimately have.
Senator Lopez.
And I appreciate that distinction. Thank you. And I'm sure that my constituent is listening. They're watching, so I thank you. And I guess, Mr. Chairman, what that also goes then to is for the grant, for the grants that we are offering, which is no more than 50,000, I believe, of what I've read. Is that a similar process that we'll be going through for application? And is that, Mr. Chairman, just being referenced again as to what there's a staggered, I guess, amount of money that the department will be setting aside? And if I may ask also, Mr. Chairman, if it's staggered, what is the time frame? So is it on a weekly basis? Is it on, a couple of days difference? Does the department have any direction on that?
Senator Smith.
Quite frankly, the distribution is going to have to be accelerated, and so the communication to the public to make them eligible goes along with Senator Padilla's concern right there. How rapidly can we get that out? Because they've got until December 31st to spend that. It's my understanding that the New Mexico Finance Authority is going to accelerate their effort to get that out and contact the businesses that they may be eligible. And the reason they're staggering that is that they won't get hit and spend it all at $100 million whack right off the bat. The response given to me was that it would probably be in $20 million, $30 million allocations at the time to give smaller businesses an opportunity to find out that they're even eligible and get on board once the discussion starts taking place out there in the business world.
Okay, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Chairman. So I guess once this passes, it's signed, then when will this be active is, I guess, my other question. So will it be available immediately on Friday at the beginning of the business day? Will it be next week? What's the time frame, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman?
Well, I think New Mexico Finance Authority has probably given more thought to that, and probably would be better to respond to that. But I think all I can say it's going to have to be expeditiously.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, could our representative from NMFA, do you have any more insight into this also about how rapidly will we be able to get this taken care of?
And please proceed, Ms. Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Senator. So our goal is to get that application open as quickly as possible. We'd like to precede the application phase with education and outreach so that we, from the beginning, level the playing field as much as possible. So we do have to actually create finish creating the application, it will largely be based on what happens here today. So having said that, it would be our anticipation that we would be working on that application next week, completing all the pieces, and be open the week of the December 7th, and that we would open them in application phases of about 3 days, and then have about a day pause before we open the application up again. It won't take us very long to get through them. So that is our goal. And I would note that the difference between the grant program and the loan program, in addition to what Chairman Smith has mentioned, were very specific documents that were required as a loan program that we won't be requiring here. And that should help businesses be able to apply faster. They won't have to do quite so much archaeological work to get documents in place in order to apply. So our goal is to have a much briefer application with fewer attachments, and then we'll be working on technology to help with other elements.
Senator Lopez.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Russell, because that was my next question, is just making sure, as it was for the loan program, you did have like this huge stack of information that you had to have readily available. So we will not be as cumbersome for those businesses then who are applying for the grant. So,
yeah, Madam Chair, that's correct. Our goal here again is to minimize the amount of information that's necessary to apply. This statute, as it's currently, or this bill as it's currently drafted, doesn't require the things that the Small Business Recovery Act did. So we are able to have a compact and efficient application.
thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I guess just one more question with regards to this too, Ms. Russell. For startup businesses, are they also eligible to apply for this grant money?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, we have to look at actual loss that's been incurred. We can't look at projected loss, so we're still trying to get our hands around how we would verify actual loss, and I guess that gets largely to when that startup business was established, but we are looking into that for a number of reasons.
Okay, thank you. Chairman Smith, did you have a?
I don't think it's the intent for new startup business from that standpoint.
Okay, thank you very
Lopez.
much, Mr. Chairman, because that was, again, a questions that have been asked as our folks are watching us today. Let's see, and I think, Mr. Chairman, for the most of it, this is pretty much what I have covered, because again, Senator Padilla did mention and ask some of the questions I was going to ask. The other one additional that I'd like to refer to, Mr. Chairman, is specifically looking at the monies on page 6 that we are giving appropriation of $10 million to the Department of Health. I guess what my question also asks, as we are doing contact tracing with the New Mexico, in conjunction with the New Mexico Environment Department, and how they are looking at the businesses and, how many employees of the businesses are contracting COVID. Are any of these monies being used to help the New Mexico Environment Department as they're doing that process also?
Senator Smith.
Dr. Scrace is probably the one that need to respond to that.
Dr. Scrace, are you available? I know you're going back and forth between the House and the Senate. Dr. Scrace.
I'm not right on top of contact tracing the same way Debbie Romero is on. She testified earlier that the preponderance of that money was going toward the vaccine effort that's outlined in the bill. And so, however, there is a very, very collaborative effort between DOH, Environment Department, working on contact tracing and rapid response and the like, testing. And so those activities are coordinated. And I think much of the CARES funding goes to the effort of all state agencies combined in that regard. But Secretary Romero could correct me if I'm wrong. I would welcome that. We want you to have accurate information. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the Senate.
Secretary Designate Romero.
So, Mr. Chair, Senator Lopez, Secretary Scrace is absolutely right. There's been a lot of collaboration between the agencies, and what I can tell you is that whenever possible, we've used federal funds to cover the expenses for contact tracing and for the enforcement side through the OSHA. And so a lot of it has been CARES Act money. So I think we've got to work together in order to be able to do all of this. And so there's very limited state money. We've used all the executive, the money that we had originally through executive orders. And so now we have to rely strictly on the CARES Act money and any FEMA reimbursements that are coming back to the state once they're submitted to and processed.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Madam Secretary and Mr. Secretary. Mr. Chairman, I do have an amendment, if I could also.
Senator Lopez, please proceed to go ahead and explain your amendment, and then we'll get into the discussion there. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. What I bring forward on proposing Senate committee amendment here to Senate Bill number 1, what this is addressing is an issue that was brought to my attention recently, very recently actually, in regards to some of our state employees who have been reassigned from, I think it's the museums. They are, I think, what we would term as, I forget what the term, I apologize, kind of like customer service reps who are at the museums. They have been transferred over to do and work with the Department of Health for contact tracing. So in doing so, what was brought to my attention, Mr. Chairman, is that there's a pay differential, an issue that exists. We do pay through a temp agency, I think it's $15 an hour for those who are brought in through a temp agency to do the work for contact tracing. And then we bring some of these other employees over. It's not a large number of persons who are working, but we bring them in at a much less amount of money that they are getting paid per hour. So what this amendment is just proposing is just to making sure that if there's an issue on budget, could some of these monies also be used to help, do that temporary cost differential for these state employees who are being transferred to help the Department of Health with contact tracing. So it's what I wanted just to bring to our attention, Mr. Chairman, and see if maybe this could help if there is, if it's due to an issue on budget.
Thank you very much, Senator Lopez. We're going to Senator Smith in response to the proposed amendment. Senator Smith.
Thank you very much, good senator from the Albuquerque area, on that. And this is something that probably needs expanded debate that will take place, I'm sure, in January. From an appraisal perspective, I look at far money and near money, and contractors may pay more up front, that's near money, but they don't have the same benefits. So I think that discussion, and they may not have any benefits, the contractor doesn't. So I think this discussion should be deeper and broader than what is happening right now. But so I stand in opposition to that, this proposal on that.
Thank you very much, Senator Smith. I'm looking to see if there's any other discussion. I'm going to Senator Worth. Senator Worth, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a couple more things that I have been told that just raised some questions for me. It's my understanding that there currently is a collective bargaining process happening, and this is one of the issues at the bargaining table. Also, there has been a prohibitive practice lawsuit filed on this exact issue, and I guess I'm just concerned that, we took an action that could interfere with that bargaining process or the litigation. So I guess I would certainly agree with Senator Smith. I'd rather look at this, and then let's look at this in January also to line up with the budget impact. What's it going to cost to bring them current? Because I think there's no question these temporary employees don't have the pension, the benefits that the state employees do. So I think I'd rather look at that point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Worth. I'm looking to see if there's any other discussion. I don't see any of the discussion. Senator Lopez, if you'll just go ahead and close, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the discussion. I wanted to make sure that we bring this out and bring it to the forefront. And it's not just for these employees, but there's still some other issues I know that we still need to keep at the forefront of what we pay those who are on the lower rungs of our pay bands with regards to what we pay our state employees who are doing a lot of good work for us. And I know there are 3 bands that are interrelated with this particular issue. But I wanted to bring it to the attention of those of us who are here that we don't forget our state employees who are being moved, transferred, and working. We want me to make sure that we understand, that they understand that we appreciate them and will hopefully, compensate them for the work that they are doing. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I will respectfully withdraw my amendment.
Senator Lopez respectfully withdraws her amendment. Thank you very much, Senator Lopez. Before I go on to the next person on the list, what I'd like to do is to read a few of the emails that have come in from the general public, those that are for, those that are opposed, and then one with some general comments. So with the indulgence of the Senate and those who are listening, I am going to go through a few of each one. First of all, those that are for this particular appropriation and also for Senate Bill 1. I sent the comment below before I had an opportunity to see the bill. Here is my updated comment. I stand in support of SB 1 and am grateful that nonprofits are included in the grants. The person gives their name and then they proceed. I am the executive director of the New Mexico Thrives, New Mexico State Nonprofit Association, and a registered lobbyist. I live in Albuquerque. I am in support of SB 1 and am grateful that nonprofits are included in the grants. Nonprofits have been serving members of our communities throughout the pandemic. These grants will allow nonprofits to continue their work serving the people of New Mexico. Another one, please pass the urgently needed CARES bill. Many New Mexicans require this assistance. I'm going to read one more of the pros. And the person gives their name from Carlsbad in Eddy County. I urge everyone in the special session to support the CARES bill in favor of all New Mexicans as an act of love and duty of ethical and moral responsibility of public service. Thank you. Some that are in opposition. This one is from the New Mexico Business Coalition. I respectfully oppose the bill you are considering during this special session. While I greatly appreciate your attempt to help people in New Mexico harmed by the COVID-19 lockdown orders, there is something more important that should be accomplished. Specifically, funding of the Unemployment Insurance Fund would assure that funds are available for those who are unemployed. In addition, it would provide for fund solvency without significant tax increases on employers who can ill afford tax increases while trying to survive or recover from the pandemic. 22 states with both Democrat and Republican governors have used CARES Act funds to shore up their UI funds. As Georgia's governor correctly stated, that investment will save employers millions of dollars in state and federal unemployment taxes, prevent significant layoffs, and save the state millions of dollars in interest payments. Going into one that was sent by at least a dozen individuals. It's quite lengthy, but what I'm going to do is to take a couple of paragraphs, a couple of excerpts from this particular email that has been sent to us. Madam President and members of the Senate, they give their name, and I am the President and the CEO of the New Mexico Hospitality Association, which is the statewide trade association and advocacy group for the travel, tourism, and lodging industries. I want to first thank you for the opportunity to comment on this critically important piece of legislation and express the significant need for some type of relief that focuses on helping travel and leisure businesses, big and small, get through this time that is very difficult. As an industry, our member businesses have experienced unprecedented losses over the past year, and without an economic lifeline, many of our member businesses will close permanently. As the state's second largest sector of both employment and economic activity, tourism and leisure businesses are a cornerstone of the New Mexico economy. So members of the Senate and those who are listening, those who are watching, as you can tell, we are getting many issues addressed today, and most importantly, people continue to express their concerns and their gratitude for the work that is going on behalf of the people of New Mexico. Moving on, I'm going to Senator Griggs, and then I understand that Senator Griggs, if he gets his questions answered, will respectfully consider withdrawing his amendment as well. So we're going to Senator Griggs. Senator Griggs, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I guess the thing, first of all, would be to ask the committee or the bill sponsor to yield, but I don't see him there. So let me talk a little bit about the issue that I see early on with this particular bill. Veterans organizations were excluded along with fraternal organizations. The rural communities primarily have VFWs, American Legions. Then they also have Elks Lodges, Moose Lodges, and those type of organizations, which have been pretty much closed down ever since March. Those guys, provide lots of opportunities for people to gather and, do all sorts of different things, but they've been unable to do that. They employ, not lots of people, but they employ people in our state. So I guess as what I'd like to ask Chairman Smith is, as we were reviewing the bill, we felt like we should add veterans organizations. Was there a particular reason that we chose to leave the fraternal organizations out of the question?
Senator Smith.
We don't have any idea why they did that.
Senator Griggs, please proceed.
Okay, let me back up just a little bit. Then, Mr. Chairman and Senator Smith, the bill on page, let's just go to that. On page 4, I believe it's line 19. If I can open this up again. Page 4, it's line 20, where we're talking about nonprofits. We accept, or we add 501c3s, 501c6s, and then we add veterans organizations. Elks Lodges, Moose Lodges, those guys are 501c8s, and they're ineligible for any assistance because they are not defined in the bill. And so, Mr. Chairman and Senator, we're just wondering what we were thinking when we were doing that. Were those guys, especially when we added the veterans, did we feel like that the Elks and the Moose were just not people we needed to consider at this time?
We're trying to find an answer for you on that, but right now I do not have it.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, and then Senator, maybe what we ought to go ahead then and do is why don't we just move the amendment on the bill, which on page 4, line 20, after 501c6 would insert or 501c8, which would include the Elks Lodges and the Moose Lodges.
Thank you very much, Senator. So what you did is you just explained your amendment. And with that, I'm going to Senator Smith on the amendment, and then from there, we'll open it up to discussion. Senator Smith, please.
Appreciate the good senator from the Alamogordo area on this, but I'm inclined to stand in opposition to this amendment until we get greater clarification. I think they were probably classified under fraternals and charitables to begin with on that, but sorry I can't respond to your question, but I'm inclined to not support the amendment at this time.
Thank you very much, Senator Smith. We're going to Senator Candelaria on the amendment. Senator Candelaria, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I stand in strong support of this amendment, and I'd ask if Ms. Russell would yield.
Ms. Russell, do you yield?
Ms. Russell, thank you so much for being with us. And let me just say, Mr. Chairman, I don't think it's been said today, but it needs to be said. Ms. Russell and her team at NMFA did an amazing amount of work standing up the beginnings of the Small Business Recovery Act program. In a period of weeks, have been able to get out north of $30 million. And Ms. Russell, I think you deserve the thanks of this state and of this legislature. So I'm going to give you a quick round of applause. I don't know if anyone else would join me on this one, but I'm going to. So here's my question. So Ms. Russell, during the Small Business Recovery Act, I believe we had this same debate. Now, my understanding is because 501c8s were not listed in the Small Business Recovery Act, that they have not been eligible for any financing opportunities through Senate Bill 3.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. They're not eligible currently for the Small Business Recovery Loan Fund.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm going to be very just transparent with everybody. I'm going to give Senator Griggs a lot of credit here. He's been reaching out in good faith for months to work with me and Ms. Russell and others to get funding for these organizations that do good work in many communities across the state. I wish they had a Bears Lodge. Maybe I'd join that one. I don't know if I'd be welcome at the Elks or the Moose. But all joking aside, this means these organizations mean a lot to the communities that they do operate in. And I've had the opportunity, Mr. Chairman, to have conversations with a lot of those people. And thanks a lot to Senator Griggs. And I will share with the body, since we are in committee, I think it's important. I suggested to the executive last night, when I think we were still at version 0.6, that they needed to specifically include 501c8s and 501c19s, which are the veterans organizations. So I did make this request of the executive. Apparently the executive just didn't like that it was suggested by me, I don't know, and it didn't make it into the final bill. So I would rise in strong support. I think this is just, I don't know how else to say. Senator Griggs has been working really hard on this one, and this is not a Movida, and I think this was an error that it didn't get into the bill, and I would rise in strong support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Candelaria. And we do have some of the members who are leaving the chamber to go to their offices, and so they'll be joining us virtually in a few minutes. Just to let people know, especially if as we go to a screen or we see in the chamber that some of the members are not present, they are in the building, and it's just either that they're virtual or they're here in the Senate chamber. Going back to discussion on the amendment. I don't see, I'm sorry, okay, Senator Burt, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I stand in support of this amendment as well. I know Ron has talked to the folks in Alamogordo about this. I've gotten some emails on this as well. These are organizations that are very much a part of the community. They're made up of people within our community. They're made up of people, oftentimes veterans, but also just civilians who want to be part of an organization that gives back to the community. So these organizations do fundraisers. Sometimes they have bingo. Sometimes they have raffles, whatever the case may be. But their money is put back into the community. And up to this point, as you heard, they have not been able to take advantage of this. They struggle just like anyone else because they've been limited on access to their facility and participate in fundraising and things that they can give back to the community. So I think this amendment is a positive amendment and would help define things a little bit better and allow those organizations to have a little relief so that they can get back in the game and again contribute back to the communities that we all appreciate what they do. I mean, they help homeless people, they help people who are out of work, they help families who are struggling, they help kids, different organizations. And I just would really like to make sure that they're included in this so they have the ability to apply for this money and get a little relief so that they can go back to, or at least bridge the gap to the point to where they can get back and begin their philanthropic endeavors within the community. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Burt. Looking to see if there's any other discussion. I don't see any then, so Senator Griggs, if you'll close on the amendment.
Mr. President, or
Senator
Mr. Chairman, had word from one of the people that worked closely with this piece of legislation, and I was very emphatic that I didn't know, and that expert that helped participate in the drafting of this legislation said they had no idea either, so I do not stand in opposition to this amendment.
Thank you very much, Senator Smith. Okay, Senator Griggs, if you will, please close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And since I don't know that I've ever been in a committee to actually do an amendment, but I move Committee of the Whole Amendment, I guess we would call number 1, to Senate Bill number 1 and ask for a roll call vote.
Thank you very much, Senator. We appreciate that. You closed very well. We appreciate you doing that. Members of the Senate, both in your offices as here in the chamber, we are going to have a roll call vote. We'll go through this as systemically as possible. Members, whenever it comes to your name, please go ahead and unmute and then cast your vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Baca. Senator Baca, yes. Senator Brandt. Yes. Senator Brandt, yes. Senator Burt. Senator Burt, yes. Senator Campos. Senator Campos, yes. Senator Candelaria.
Yes.
Senator Candelaria, yes. Senator Cervantes.
Yes.
Senator Cervantes, yes. Senator Fulfer. Senator Fulfer, yes. Senator Gonzalez. Senator Gonzalez, yes. Senator Gould. Senator Gould, yes. Senator Griggs. Senator Griggs, yes. Senator Engel. Senator Engel, yes. Senator Ivy Soto. Senator Ivy Soto passes. Senator Kernan. Senator Kernan, yes. Senator Lopez. Senator Martinez. Senator Martinez, yes. Senator Morse. Senator Morse, yes. Senator Munoz. Senator Munoz, yes. Senator Neville. Senator Neville, yes. Senator O'Neill. Senator O'Neill, yes. Senator Ortiz-Pino. Senator Ortiz-Pino, yes. Senator Padilla. Senator Padilla, yes. Senator Papin. Senator Papin, yes. Senator Payne.
Yes.
Senator Payne, yes. Senator Pinto. Senator Pinto, no. Senator Pirtle. Senator Pirtle, yes. Senator Ramos. Senator Ramos, yes. Senator Rodriguez. Senator Rodriguez, yes. Senator Rue.
Yes.
Senator Rue, yes. Senator Sanchez. Senator Sanchez, yes. Senator Sapien.
Vote yes.
Senator Sapien, yes. Senator Cedillo Lopez.
No.
Senator Cedillo Lopez, no. Senator Scherer. Senator Scherer, yes. Senator Shendo. Senator Shendo, yes. Senator Smith.
Since it's so close, I vote yes.
Senator Smith, yes. Senator Solz.
Yes.
Senator Solz, yes. Senator Stefanix. Senator Stefanix, yes. Senator Steinborn.
Yes.
Senator Steinborn, yes. Senator Stewart. Senator Stewart, yes. Senator Tallman. Senator Tallman, yes. Senator White. Senator White, yes. Senator Worth.
Yes.
Senator Worth, yes. Senator Woods. Senator Woods, yes. Senator Ivy Soto. Senator Ivy Soto, yes. Senator Lopez not back.
And if I may, just to let the members know, Senator Lopez was going up to her office, and so she probably did not make the virtual vote. But again, she was on her way to her office in order to go ahead and participate. Thank you. Senator Pinto, just to get, I'll call on you in a minute. Thank you. Members of the Senate, by a vote of 39 in the affirmative, 2 in the negative, we do have a floor amendment to Senate Bill 1 here in the Committee of the Whole. I'm going to go ahead and go to Senator Griggs briefly, and then on to explain her vote. Going to Senator Pinto. Senator Griggs, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the body.
Thank you very much. Senator Pinto to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I believe in my district, I do not have any of these 501c8s. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. Next we go to Senator Pirtle. Senator Pirtle, please. Sorry, Senator Pirtle, it took a little while, but we're there. Let's go.
Thank you, Mr. Neighbor Chair. I wanted to go back to, I think it was page 5 that Senator Neville was speaking about that dealt with the $15 million for the emergency housing assistance. And so I actually had an amendment drawn up to address that. I think I have a little bit of a concern that there's not enough direction. And the point of this is to ensure that this money goes to the landlord, goes to whoever holds the lien on the home that they're needing to make their mortgage payment. So this would just make sure that we put in a voucher system that money goes where it's intended. And so this would just shore that up and make sure that what the Senate and what the legislature is intending is that money go to the people that have the lien or need to make their rent payment. So I'd move.
Senator Pirtle, thank you. That with the explanation and knowing that the amendment has been distributed, that's good enough for us right now. So we're going to proceed. Anything else, Senator Pirtle, before I go to Senator Smith on the bill?
I'm good.
All right, it's going to be on the bill and the amendment in case there's anything that needed to be discussed regarding that. Senator Smith, please. This is on the amendment proposed by Senator Pirtle.
Could we see if the New Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority expert is on to see if he has any response to this?
Okay, is there anyone there from the New Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority that's available to respond to this amendment?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, this is Isidoro Hernandez with the MFA. That is what we're currently proposing to do with the program. And that is what we've done with the current program that we have is the payments go directly to the landlord or the mortgage servicer. So we do not have an issue with that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Senator Smith, were you able to hear? Okay,
No.
so Senator Smith has not heard the entire response. So if you would again, Mr. Hernandez, come back on and help us with the explanation again, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Senator Smith, this is Izzy with MFA. That our program currently requires or is designed so that the payments go to the landlord and or the mortgage servicing company. So they do not go directly to the individual. So this would not be an issue with us.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Smith again, please.
So as I understood him, this is not necessary.
Mr. Hernandez, is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that practice is currently what we are using under our programs and what we would use under this program should the funding be allocated to us.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Going back to Senator Smith. That's okay. Thank you, Senator Smith. No other response at this time. Then we're going to questions from the Senate. Going to Senator Martinez. Senator Martinez, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just stand in opposition to the amendment because I don't think it's needed. In another world, I was the public housing, I'm a certified public housing manager, and this is exactly how the local housing authorities and the Department of HUD operate. So I don't think this particular piece of legislation is warranted at this point, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Martinez. I'm looking to see if there's any other discussion. I don't see any other discussion. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Baca, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, President. What would you like to be called? Mr. President, would the sponsor of the bill yield?
Senator Smith,
yield.
do you yield? Yes, he indicated that he would yield, Senator Baca.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, is there any other method currently out there by which rent is distributed other than through MFA that we know about?
Well, in response to that, I think in the discussions we had with the different groups, they felt that MFA was our New Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority was in a better position to distribute this money since they've had similar success with programs within their organization. And so we tried to select, since we were under a time frame of trying to get the money out, that try to go to ones that would probably be more efficient immediately.
Thank you, Mr. President. And that sounds like the typical that, that it would go to MFA. However, nowhere in the bill does it direct Department of Finance Administration to use MFA for this. Being that it is their normal process to use a direct payment to mortgage and lien holders or landlords for rent, is all well and good. However, there's really no direction directly in the bill to use MFA. That might be the plan. So I would stand in support of the bill just because it directs how it should be paid. If for some reason MFA is not the one conducting business on behalf of the DFA, that whoever ends up with this money has to do a direct pay. I guess the wording being is that, Mr. President, is that some of this money might go to persons who qualify for rental assistance, but then fail to use it for rental assistance. Right now, the courts are hamstring, Mr. President, with the rules preventing them from evicting anybody, which in turn really hurts the landlord. The landlord is basically in a position where he is not getting the rent and he cannot re-rent. And we do feel for these people, Mr. President, that are having trouble making their rent. But the relief is twofold. It's intended for the renter and the person needing the care, as well as the landlord and the mortgage holder to provide relief. I would think that this doesn't do any harm. It just it makes sure that the money's going where it should, regardless of who's handing it out. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Baca. We're on discussion of the proposed amendment. I'm going to Senator Neville to also help to respond to some of the question that's been raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just the CDBG money that goes through the counties is rent payments, and I think all of that is done through voucher processes to the landlords or whoever's. I don't know about mortgages, but I know it does to landlords.
Thank you very much, Senator Neville. Looking to see if there's anyone else who wishes to respond. I don't see that. Just making sure. Just making sure. Okay, Senator Pearl, if you would please close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the discussion. And you know, we've seen many times when we pass something as a legislative body that, well, this is how we've done it in the past, and then if we don't direct them to continue to do that, then they're basically able to do whatever they want with the money and do it maybe against the way we intended it. So this is just simple language that puts in and says, the way you've been doing it is how you're going to do this, and we would appreciate that money get to where it needs to go. That's what our intent is. And so this is language that just codifies what they're already doing, but that language doesn't exist anywhere. And so this would make sure that they have to follow and do exactly as we intend. So I'd move amendment number 2 to Senate Bill 1.
Thank you very much, Senator Pirtle. Senators, if you would, especially if you're in your offices, prepared to vote. Those that are here on the Senate floor, just please get ready. The clerk will call the roll. This is a roll call vote.
Senator Baca. Senator Baca, yes. Senator Brandt. Senator Brandt, yes. Senator Burt. Senator Burt, yes. Senator Campos. Senator Campos, no. Senator Candelaria.
Vote no.
Senator Candelaria, no. Senator Cervantes.
No.
Senator Cervantes, no. Senator Fulfer. Senator Fulfer, yes. Senator Gonzalez. Senator Gonzalez, no. Senator Gould. Senator Gould, yes. Senator Griggs. Senator Griggs, yes. Senator Engel. Senator Engel, yes. Senator Ivy Soto. Senator Ivy Soto passes. Senator Kernan. Senator Kernan, yes. Senator Lopez. Senator Martinez. Senator Martinez, no. Senator Morse. Senator Morse, yes. Senator Munoz. Senator Munoz, no. Senator Neville. Senator Neville, yes. Senator O'Neill. Senator O'Neill, no. Senator Ortiz-Pino. Senator Ortiz-Pino, no. Senator Padilla. Senator Padilla, no. Senator Papin. Senator Papin, no. Senator Payne.
Yes.
Senator Payne, yes. Senator Pinto. Senator Pinto, no. Senator Pirtle. Senator Pirtle, yes. Senator Ramos. Senator Ramos, yes. Senator Rodriguez. Senator Rodriguez, no. Senator Rue.
Yes.
Senator Rue, yes. Senator Sanchez. Senator Sanchez, no. Senator Sapien.
Vote no.
Senator Sapien, no. Senator Cedillo Lopez.
No.
Senator Cedillo Lopez, no. Senator Scherer. Senator Scherer, yes. Senator Shendo. Senator Shendo, no. Senator Smith. Senator Smith, no. Senator Solz.
No.
Senator Solz, no. Senator Stefanix. Senator Stefanix, no. Senator Steinborn.
No.
Senator Steinborn, no. Senator Stewart. Senator Stewart, no. Senator Tallman. Senator Tallman, no. Senator White. Senator White, yes. Senator Worth.
No.
Senator Worth, no. Senator Woods. Senator Woods, yes. Senator Ivy Soto. Senator Ivy Soto, no. Senator Lopez, not back.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Lopez, you're there, and we explained that, of course, you were going to your office to get set up with virtual. So, Senator Lopez, please.
Vote no.
Senator Lopez, no.
By a vote of 17 in the affirmative, 25 in the negative, the proposed amendment number 2 to Senate Bill 1 has failed to pass the Senate. Senator Pirtle, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we have been given the word by the governor and their staff that they will follow as they've done it in the past. So hopefully we won't have to in the future hold their feet to the fire, but they have said that they're going to do that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Pirtle. To explain his vote, Senator Martinez, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to indicate that if, for whatever reasons, the Mortgage Finance Authority would not be the individual distributing the money to landlords and or mortgages, the bill also indicates or mentions the administrative office of the court. So there's other avenues that can be used because some of those payments to landlords could be based on filings in magistrate and metro court. So based on those, if somebody is being evicted because of non-payment of rent, the administrative office of the courts could also step in and maybe cut a check to some of those landlords that are suffering from lack of having their rentals paid. So there's other avenues for this, Mr. Chairman or Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Martinez. Next, we go to the famous, the one and the only, the person sitting. Senator Engel, what, you're looking in all directions. Who are you looking for? Senator Engel, please.
Mr. President, I was looking for you.
Please proceed.
President, thank you. Mr. President, I have a very short amendment here to this particular bill. And has it been passed? Oh, it's being passed out. All right, basically what this amendment does, on page 5, line 25 is where it starts, and it's pretty self-explanatory there where it is. But anyway, what it asks is that the DFA, Department of Finance Administration, shall report within 30 days of distribution how much of the amounts appropriated pursuant to subsection A of this section is distributed to each county by category. And basically, that's so we can answer questions from our constituents and know where this money's going. We've discussed a lot of different things about it, how it's to be distributed, how things are to be given to landlords and things like that. But we just need to have some explanation from the DFA of how this money was spent so we can answer questions that our constituency are going to have on these sort of things. Because as you know, Senator Campos, you come from a district with lots and lots of small towns, lots of coffee houses, and lots of places people drink coffee. And, you know, sometimes there's things that are discussed that sometimes there's a little accuracy in them, and sometimes they call us for accuracy, and we need to have this so we can tell to some degree how some of this money was spent, and then we'll have a little bit better idea how to explain some of these things to our constituency. And that's what this does, Mr. President and Mr. Chairman, and I'll now yield to Senator Smith because I know that he loves this.
Thank you very much, Senator Engel. Talking about coffee, talking about the way he loves things, I'm going to turn to Senator Smith. Senator Smith, what do you think about what Senator Engel's talking about?
Well, I actually do love it, but I think there's other ways to accomplish it. Is DFA still on? Secretary-designate Romero, are you on?
Mr. Chair, Senator, yes, I am.
Are you able to get us this information within 30 days without this piece of legislation or amendment?
Mr. Chair, Senator, yes, we are. We can.
Okay, can I take that as a commitment from DFA to provide the members with
Chair,
that
Senator,
information?
Mr. Chair, Senator, absolutely.
You cross your heart?
We saw her cross her heart there.
Okay. Mr. President, that's the commitment from Ms. Romero on this is good enough for me because I know it's easy sometimes for us to propose these things, but this is an awful lot of work. But I do think we need to have this information so we can discuss these things in our district. And so if she's willing to commit to that, why, Mr. President, I'm willing to withdraw the amendment. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Engel. Senator Engel withdraws his proposed floor amendment. And just to let the members know, I've seen Senator Engel find so many different ways to get things done, and I just learned another way to do that. Senator Engel, please.
Well, Mr. President, you know, when we were talking about the various organizations of elks and mooses, I wanted to ask a question about the guys that wear the little bucket hats, but I didn't want to do that.
Thank you, Senator Engel. Senator Smith?
Mr. President, next time there might not be somebody up here that doesn't love it, but I did love it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Smith. Next we go to Senator Cervantes. Senator Cervantes, please. Okay, so Senator Cervantes, take your time. I know you're on your way back to your seat there. To let the public know, we do have members that are here in the Senate chamber, and they're also in their offices. They're on virtual, so just to let you all know, they're going back and forth, continuing to go and do the people's work. Senator Cervantes, please.
Yeah, right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President and members of the Senate. There were some comments made earlier that I think are important for us to reflect on a bit more, namely the debate by Senator Candelaria with regard to the use of federal funds, which is what we're talking about here. I think that's important because with the incoming Biden administration and the pandemic future, I think we're going to see quite a bit more federal money coming our way to the state. And it's important that we reflect on the role of the legislature and the governor as the executive branch to talk about how that money is appropriated. And Senator Candelaria talked a little bit about that. Senator Munoz earlier talked about this being Thanksgiving week, and I thought originally when we were told there was going to be a special session 2 days before Thanksgiving, I thought
you know, that's not very thoughtful of our personal lives and our families. But then I realized it was very thoughtful because, of course, it means that, as we've heard here several times today, the principal goal is to get out of here.
Senator Cervantes, please, just one moment, please. Members, if you will, please pay attention. We're coming down to the end of the list, getting ready to go ahead and vote on this particular measure. And again, Senator Cervantes, I apologize. Please proceed.
Not a problem, Senator. So if the goal is to get out of here, and it's 2 days before Thanksgiving, then of course we assure that there will be as little amendment, as little debate, and as little change to this bill as possible, which may be the goal ultimately. But there have been some good suggestions here today. I appreciate the administration taking one of them. It's too bad that we didn't get this before this weekend. It's too bad we weren't getting a version of this even after the start time today of this bill, because it could have been so much better. It really could have been so much better with input from this body and a collaborative working relationship. And we're seeing some of that already here today with some good ideas. I'd like to address in particular the business grant program. And for those that are not here in Santa Fe and in the government, for the businesses back home, they often don't understand grant versus loan. Let's be clear, this is giveaway. This is money we're giving you with no strings, no fallback. And as I understand the bill here, the only qualifications that are required to receive up to this $50,000 if you're a business person, and realize we define a business person in this bill as anybody. A person, you don't have to be a corporation, you don't have to be a limited liability company. If you have a business, you're entitled to qualify for this $50,000. Now, I did the quick math. If you take the $100 million and you divide it by $50,000, you'll get an idea of how many businesses are going to get potentially this money. If we use the maximum, it's not very many. I wouldn't ask Senator Smith, the sponsor, or his experts to know how many businesses there are in New Mexico to include solo proprietorships and partnerships and limited liability companies and corporations, but it's a lot. It's a lot. And this $100 million is only going to go to a few. I think in New Mexico, one of the problems we run into, those of us that are in business, and it's been one of my arguments over the years, what we want in business is we want fairness. We want fairness. So if I'm the owner of the El Dorado or La Fonda or any of the hotels here in Santa Fe, how am I going to feel as a business person when my competitor across the streets gets the $50,000 and I don't? How am I going to feel in Doña Ana County when the farmer across the street gets the $50,000 and I don't? What are we saying to business when we begin to pick winners and losers? And effectively, that's what we're doing here, because the only qualification for this money, the only qualification really of all, is that you have under 100 employees. That's really it. We've got some criteria that you got to be a solo proprietor, you got to be a limited liability guy, you got a corporation, et cetera. That's everybody. That's everybody. If you've got a business. And we've said here that we're going to rely a great deal on NMFA and others. Let me say that I've worked many years with Marquita Russell as the director. I worked with her when I chaired the committee. She's terrific. I have no doubt that she will do this in the best way possible. But we've heard all day long about what our intentions are in this bill, what her intentions are, what we think we're going to do, what we plan to do, but they're not in the law. The only thing that's in the bill is you got to have less than 100 employees. And then you're entitled to apply. That's going to be a lot of businesses that should be entitled to this. And we talk about a preference for a certain sector of the economy. And we talk about a desire to achieve geographic diversity. But I'm not used to writing laws that have preferences and goals and the idea that we're going to try to get geographic diversity. And we're going to try to get a representation of a place like my district that, frankly, doesn't have a lot of tourism in Sunland Park and in Chaparral. It's got a lot of needs. It's got a lot of businesses, but I wouldn't call it a tourism industry. And I don't know how they're going to hear about this program, and I don't know if it's going to be administered fairly. And I bring it up because there's a big message here, I think, for those of us that want to support business. We're talking today about supporting business, and I think that sometimes we got to look at the big picture. I live in a place that's just a few miles from El Paso, Texas. The place is booming. There are high rises and cranes going up. That city is exploding. The state of Texas is exploding. Now, yes, they've got a serious pandemic problem. They've got lots of other problems, but their economy is going like gangbusters. And when you talk to business people, they'll tell you, I think consistently, they don't see New Mexico as a favorable place to do business. And we have to change that. That's our job, to change that. And when the hotel across the street gets $50,000 and I don't, when the business over there gets $50,000, I don't, it's not going to leave a good taste for business people. And I'm not sure that in the big picture, we're helping business when we begin to continue to pick winners and losers here. I told you I wanted to follow up too on Senator Candelario's point with regard to vetoes. Let's be clear, the legislature by Constitution has the authority and the only authority to appropriate money. The Constitution is clear. Other than interest and payments on public debt, all money is to be appropriated by the state of New Mexico. And although the veto message back in June cited a couple of cases, I didn't just read the veto message as Senator Candelario suggested. I read the cases. And the cases do not hold, as the veto message suggested, that the governor gets to appropriate federal money. The cases don't say that. There's no law to support that argument. But what happens in all of the 20 years I've been here, and this has happened many, many, many times before, we get the federal money, we come down here and we give speeches and we bemoan and we decry the fact that the executive is spending the money without involving us, and we beat our chests, and then we rush home to make it home in time for Thanksgiving or at the end of the session. And we give in. We let the executive do it every time. The cases that were cited in the veto message is a case involving Max Call versus Gary Carruthers. This has been going on for a long time, Democrat and Republican governors. And it's about time that we recognize that we have to do our job as legislators. The Constitution says we do, and if we don't exercise that authority, we can never fault a governor, and I don't fault this governor or any governor, for appropriating the money, as we're doing here today, as the governor wishes, because that's what this bill is. This is not with input from this body in terms of priorities. And we can't fault an executive for taking that authority and the legislative opportunity when we give it to him. And we're doing it today, and we did it with Governor Richardson and Governor Martinez before, since I've been here, and evidently before I was here, Governor Carruthers and others. Evidently, Max Call thought to put up a little bit of a fight some years back. So let's reflect on the fact that we're going to see more federal money, just as we've seen it for many times in the hundreds of millions of dollars in the past, under many former presidents and many former legislators. And let's stand up and recognize our role, because there have been some really good ideas here today. And I think there's probably a lot of people in this room with lots of other good ideas, but we're not going to consider them, because we were brought here to assure that we didn't consider them. We were brought here to assure that this bill is not amended, not changed, that the priorities and policies are not debated, but that we rubber stamp them. It's an indictment, and I know sometimes maybe I come across as sounding a little negative. That's not my intention. My intention is to make us stronger as a Senate, as a body, and as a state, because I think that if we were involved in this process, and our priorities and our changes and the thoughts on this bill today were incorporated, and we thought more about how we were going to really improve business in New Mexico, rather than relying on NMFA to be good, to be fair, to spread this money around, to try and decide which businesses, which hotels, which farms, which food trucks get the money and which ones don't. I remembered a few months back, Workforce Solutions had $1.5 million. Our good friend and colleague, Secretary McCambly, tried to do a good thing. He had $1.5 million. He said, let's get it out there to help businesses. It was a good idea. but within an hour or two, the system application crashed. It crashed. There were too many people applying to handle the volume. And then the next day, when the system was put back up and applications were open again, the money was gone by some accounts in 12 minutes. So if you didn't know when to log on, if you didn't know when to apply, if you didn't know how to work the system, if you weren't there for those 12 minutes, you didn't get the money. Is this really good for business in New Mexico? Is this really the message we want to be sending to New Mexicans? We need to think bigger. We need to think stronger. We're going to be seeing a lot of this money. We're giving a lot of this money away from the state. We're making a lot of loans. We're going to look back on this someday. Not too long from now, we're going to ask ourselves, was this good? Did we really help people? Were we sure the money was not wasted? Were we sure there was not abuse? Were we sure that there was not monies lost that should have been put to a better purpose? And that will happen when this Senate asserts itself with the executive branch and with the House, and we work together collaboratively as a team. So that the good ideas that are here today on this floor become part of our policy, not just something that we drive home tonight wishing that we had more time and more opportunity to do good things here. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Cervantes. Going to Senator Woods. Senator Woods, please. We're back on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kind of hard to follow a good speaker, so I'll try my best to try not to kick this dog too hard, sir. But it's not lost on me, Mr. Chairman, that we're trying to spend $319 million in 30 days. That's not lost on me. Why is it that we have to do that in 30 days? Why didn't we have 60 days, 90 days to do that? Has any of you thought about that? Why are we pulled in at this point in time and told if we don't use this money, it's going to be gone? We had the opportunity to do something about this, but we wouldn't even call ourselves into session to do something about this because we didn't want to insult a governor while we had a crisis going on. We wanted the leadership to try to bring this together, and I agree with the good senator. This is giveaway money. We can't do it under the state constitution as general fund money because of the anti-donation clause. But we can all of a sudden wave a magic wand over it and say, oh, that's federal money. And federal money we can now gift to someone. And yes, I believe it will go out pretty fast. I believe that it may be wired to go out to certain individuals very fast. The 100,000, let's see, I had those here in front of me. It'll be 2,000 businesses at $50,000 each, is what that is. 2,000 businesses. And for that $100 million total expenditures. The eligible recipients we talk about in the next category on page 5, line 10, that will be 222 people getting $750,000. No, it's 666 and 2/3 people getting that $750. Now, I know the local food banks are in a crisis situation. You can see the lines on TV where those people are lining up to get that groceries. And I know that they'll be very grateful to have this money. But my biggest gripe on this bill is that we are waiting to the last minute. Now, I know that everybody's had their say. Everybody's had a chance to say their say. And I hate the fact that I'm late in the game here, but I'm the one that raised my hand late. We're in a jam. If we don't vote for this, there's thoughts that it might turn back. I believe this money should go into the unemployment trust fund, myself. Do you realize what the rate will be for the employers, for their employees, to build this trust fund back up? How many of you in here even have an employee to even worry about that? We have employers out there that may leave the state on that one fact alone. We need to think about what we're doing here. Mr. Chair, I don't have any questions for anybody, but think about what we're doing here. Think about why was it we have the last 30 days of the year to spend this money. I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate the insult to the legislature. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Woods, for those comments. We really appreciate those, and we know they're heartfelt. I'm going to go to Senator Ramos because I don't have anyone else on the list, and I understand he also has a proposed amendment. So, Senator Ramos, if you will, we don't have the amendment here, but if you could maybe start with some of your questions and then also the discussion regarding the amendment. Senator Ramos, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you all for all the great comments, and I've had a couple emails and even a call asking, how come there's nothing in this bill for essential workers? And these are the people that we're so thankful for. Many of us have these essential workers within our own families, working at Walmart, working at the gas station, working at the funeral homes that are having to deal with all these people that have been passing on, working at the hospitals, working at Fort Bear Medical Center, helping our elderly. So my proposed amendment, which we haven't received yet, is asking that we provide $600 to all essential workers that are working full-time and making $15 an hour or less. And it is asking that we cut the $1,200 for the people that have been, that would receive the $1,200 down to $600. But I really feel that we can't forget our essential workers. Right now, our state wouldn't be running without these essential workers. We have tons of people working right now making under $15 an hour. Can you imagine that? Under $15 an hour. And they're working proudly to provide us all our services that we enjoy every day. I want to ask you, please consider this amendment. It should be down shortly. And, hopefully we can help our essential workers that are out there at risk every day. We know that the risk is real. Otherwise, we wouldn't be wearing these masks here on the Senate floor. So I ask you to please consider helping our essential workers.
Thank you very much, Senator Ramos. We're waiting for that amendment. But while we're waiting, I'm going to Senator Gould. I understand that she has some comments and also the possibility of a floor amendment as well. Senator Gould, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Ramos and I are like-minded in this. We also have an amendment coming down that we're waiting on for this exact help for our essential workers. It in no way diminishes our unemployed workers. I've been working with them almost every day, trying to help them. So I understand the deep need there. But they have received some help from our CARES Act funds. They received the $600 initially, and then another 300. So I think that we do need to take into consideration these essential workers at this time as well. So we can work together on that then. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Gould, and we're waiting for one or possibly two amendments. But as we continue, I'm going to Senator Stefanix and then to Senator Munoz. Senator Stefanix, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Earlier today, there was some discussion about the money for the food distribution. And so I have asked the food banks that are receiving the money, that then pass on the money and the food all over the state, to send me a list. And I am now forwarding to every member of the Senate the list of 650 food distribution sites in all 33 counties. So you will know what is in your county. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Stefanix, for that list. That's going to be very helpful to the members. Next, I go to Senator Munoz and then to Senator Burt. Senator Munoz, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And is Secretary McCamley still on with us?
Senator McCamley. Senator McCamley. Secretary McCamley. Secretary McCamley, please. He may not be on. It might be he's in the house possibly. I don't see him coming on screen. Senator Munoz, you might go ahead and propose your question while we're waiting, or
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just talk about the unemployment in New Mexico, and the rates have already been set for 2021. The Secretary has sent them out. I've seen some of those rates across the board on businesses and suppliers, and they're basically almost going to double. My chamber in Gallup yesterday was rated at a 0.3, and they're now rated at 5.3, which almost doubles their unemployment charges to them. I know it's delayed. It may be delayed until June and July. I know we did that in the special session, and Senator Sanchez did that. But what's happening here, instead of taking this money and giving people a $1,200 one-time shot during the pandemic, which they're not going to be able to spend locally because we're closed down, they're going to spend on Amazon, they're going to spend at Walmart, wherever they can buy online. And our local businesses are going to suffer. But instead of taking that money and spreading it out and extending the unemployment, if this does go till March, April, June, we don't know, and extending their benefits and allowing them to get benefits over a longer period of time, we now are giving them a one shot of money. We're giving them $1,200 in a payment, and it's probably not going to be saved. And so we're going to come back. We're going to borrow another $300 million from the feds. I believe we are burning through about $40 million a month in unemployment insurance currently right now, and we've already borrowed $300 million from the feds. So you're basically going to come back and ask the same employers that have either laid off these people or have sent or got rid of them because their business has been closed, to come back and pick up a rate higher than they can really handle, reopen their businesses in a lagging economy. And that's almost an impossible chore. People are going to make choices of where they're going to shop and what they're going to do. And I'll give you some examples. Early on in the pandemic in Gallup, we had the $1,200 stimulus, we had tax returns, and we had money flowing the economy like crazy. People have fixed their backyards, their houses, everything possibly they could do during this pandemic to their house, what they could afford. And now it's to the point of we need to open our economy again in some way, shape, or form. I just read in the Wall Street Journal, I think today, that Gallup is almost the highest in the nation rate per capita with COVID. And so how do we reopen that I'm sorry, this was in the New York Times. And so Gallup, New Mexico is the highest per capita in 1 week change from 284 to 1,020, or 1,031. So that's 1,031 per 100,000 people. How do we get people back to work? How do we get our lives back to normal? How do we protect things for the future? How do we save the state's reserves so we do have operating capital in the future and we're not spent everything that's in the piggy bank? I agree with Senator Woods that we should probably put all this money in unemployment fund to make sure that there is benefits for someone or someone else, that if another business is closed, they may be working today, but when that business closes in a month or 6 months, that there'll be money there for them. They would have benefit just as equally as any other employee in the state has. So, Mr. Chairman or Mr. President, I don't see the Secretary, he hasn't joined us back yet. So I think those are big questions for the future of New Mexico as we sit here. How are we going to handle the employment rates in 2021? And how are we going to help people survive and businesses survive to move our economy in New Mexico forward? Everybody talks about saving, the employers, but guess who the largest employer is? Probably your local school district, oil and gas industries, which provide 40% of the state's budget, grocery stores. But how do we save them? And it's going to be a long road for us to haul if we are not cautionary. I agree with Senator Cervantes on the reason we're here is because somebody didn't do their homework. We're here at the last hour watching the sand go through the glass because somebody didn't do their homework. And because that happened, we now are forced in this situation where we're not going to do things and vet them correctly in a time frame that should have been vetted correctly, and let all members have input because everybody's district is different here. And so, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield after that.
Thank you very much, Senator Munoz. Going to Senator Burt. Senator Burt, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I've enjoyed the debate, and I appreciate the comments that Senator Munoz just made. We need to open up this economy. We need to open up schools again. Let us not forget what we're doing here. This is, again, to help New Mexicans. And it's not a perfect bill by any stretch of the imagination. It probably needs some tweaks, but down the road, we need to help some people coming into a Christmas season where parents have been out of work, kids have been sequestered at home. Their whole lives have been turned upside down. And this is money from the federal government that we'll have to send back by December 31st if we don't use it. We earmarked it in the special session to be used, and now we've got a specific purpose to use it for. We're going to help individual New Mexicans. We're going to help small business in New Mexico. We're going to help people who have invested a lot of their livelihood into rental properties and are not getting paid rent right now. We're going to help them out. We're also going to help out people who are chasing the American dream by buying their own house and are out of work and have struggled to make their mortgage payments. And we're going to help nonprofits and food banks. Again, not a perfect bill, but I think that in a very short period of time, we've done a pretty darn good job of putting this bill together. I applaud DFA and Legislative Finance Council and the folks who have really shepherded this bill along. I think they've done a pretty good job of this. I guess I have one last question. If the sponsor were one question.
Senator Smith, do you yield?
Let me hear the question before I yield.
Please proceed, Senator Burt.
Okay, here it is. No, I'm just a little concerned. Section 3, Part B, where we have that $200,000 that's going to be used by the Office of the Courts. How are we earmarking? What's the intent of that money? How will that be applied? What's the intent, if I may ask?
Okay, first and foremost, to have a general appropriation act, you have to have all three branches of government involved, be a part of that, to be a general appropriation act on that. And that's basically the sole reason that they're in there from that. The explanation as far as the use of that $200,000 is, I think, incorporated within the bill itself. What page were you on, Senator?
It's the last page of page 6, section 3, paragraph B, the last paragraph in the bill. I'm just kind of curious as what the intent is, how that $200,000 will be applied to the courts. Is that, it says enforcement, for example. How's that going to be used, if I may ask?
That's probably a poor choice of words to say enforcements. That's sort of up to the executive branch. But the courts do have a means of encouraging people to comply. I think for expenses relating to implementing and complying with the public health orders issued by the Secretary of Health and relating to the virus on that. And that's about the extent of my knowledge on this particular appropriation.
Well, I appreciate the answer. I think just some of the text emails that I've seen is they want to make sure, everybody's in a little bit of a panic that state police are going to come into your house and be mad at you because you have 10 people at the Thanksgiving table. They're going to do things like that. So I think just a public comment of assurance that that is not what this is for. This is to make sure that COVID issues are complied with through the court system.
I'm told it's about cleaning the buildings. I mean, that's not court responsibility to bring the state police in from that. It's the executive branch under the separation of powers on that. So I think compliance with cleaning and this sort of thing is probably where it's at.
All right, Mr. Chairman and Senator Smith, I appreciate that explanation. I think hopefully that will clear up a lot of misconception and misperception by people who have read something more than is into this bill. So thank you for that. Again, Mr. Chairman, I think that we've done a relatively good job on this. Again, not a perfect bill, but I would support it in its amended fashion right now and to move it along. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Burt. Going to Secretary McCamley. Senator Munoz, if you'll please proceed and pose your question. Secretary McCamley is here with us.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Currently, Mr. Secretary, what is our balance in our unemployment fund?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Senator. Once again, I apologize for not being here. I was assisting as an expert witness over in the House testimony. It is currently around a little bit over negative 150 million. I actually just approved another 6 million, so we're probably at about a negative 157 million dollars in the fund that we are borrowing from the federal government in order to meet our obligations.
And Mr. Chairman and Secretary McCamley, so how much have we borrowed in total from the federal government in our UI fund currently?
Mr. Chair, Senator, that's the number, about 157 million or so as of now. That's not the hard number, but that's a good rough approximation. And it's gone up about $10 million a week for the last couple of weeks. We're still waiting to see how many people open up accounts in these couple of weeks, which will determine how much we borrow per week towards the end of the year.
And Mr. Chairman and Secretary, so we're burning through about $40 million a month, roughly $10 million a week. And we're going to appropriate $192 million here in one-time money. What was the decision and why was it made to, why was the decision made to do these one-time payments and not put money in the fund to extend the fund as long as we could and not borrow from the federal government?
Mr. Chair, Senator, I think the reasoning behind that is people need help right now. They literally are in desperate situations right now. I think I even told you in different committees we were on about how I get the stories about people, worried about their rent payments, worried about losing their trucks, worried about paying for food, all those sorts of things. And what this will be able to do is allow us to be able to get the most money into people's pockets the fastest possible way so they can get through this situation right now. I understand the arguments about the trust fund. I think in Senate Bill 3 last year, there was real understanding of where businesses are and froze the tax rates for the upcoming year. But I know that over 100,000 New Mexicans desperately need help, and they need it as soon as we can get it to them. This is a way to do that.
And Mr. President, Secretary, have those 100,000 people run out of benefits?
Mr. Chair, Senator, no, those folks have not run out yet. We've had a little over 1,500 people that have completely exhausted their benefits. The issue is this: the average unemployment benefit is about $300 a week. And that system was never set up to provide full-time help to people for all of their expenses for this kind of period of time. You saw a recognition of that at the federal level when the CARES Act was passed and they got those extra $600 a month or a week, excuse me. You saw a recognition of that even with the current president's administration with the Lost Wages Assistance Program with the $300 a week that we put in from late July through early September. Unfortunately, we are hearing zero confirmation that Congress is talking about this at all. And, you know, we really need to do whatever we can to help these folks out right now. And this is a good way to do that.
And Mr. Secretary, I can't argue the point that people have been either on unemployment over the last 6 to 8 months or what's happening. I agree we need to help every person that we can help. But we also need to make sure that it's there in the future for them. And giving a one-time shot of money may not be the exact best fix that we have. And maybe splitting that and dividing that and spreading it out may have been the best, but to protect the fund for the longevity, I believe that we should have put some money in the fund. So that way we're not borrowing money because, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe employers are receiving their 2021 rates for their unemployment, correct?
Mr. Chair, Senator, yes, that is correct. I actually checked with our unemployment director this morning. Almost all the employers in the state are keeping their funds about even. Actually, more employers than not have seen their taxes for next year go down. A few have seen their taxes go up because we calculate the folks that have separation. So if you let people go before March, before the hold harmless portion of Senate Bill 3 comes in, then that will affect your rates going into this year. And if employers disagree with that, there is a procedure that they can follow. I forwarded that procedure to Rob Blackman, the New Mexico Association of Commerce and Industry today. I'm assuming he'll distribute that out to everybody. And I also know, Mr. Chair and Senator, that there was a provision that was put in so that whatever monies are not spent through this whole process, by the end of the calendar year, will get put back into the unemployment trust fund to help with that burden as well.
Yep, Mr. Chairman, that provision was put in the bill, and so, and Mr. Secretary, at the end of the day, how many, and maybe you don't have this, maybe it's Economic Development Secretary is, how many businesses have closed or closed their unemployment insurance since the pandemic? Do you have that? And how many employees have completely lost their jobs by employment closures?
Mr. Chair, Senator, I'm sorry, I do not have that number about the closures. All I have is the people on our system. I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just in my district alone, between the refinery and the power plant, that's roughly 390 people that are no longer employed in just one rural portion between Gallup and Grants. So that's just 300 that and have completely shut down. And so the number in the state, I don't know what that's going to look like, but I sure would like to get that as soon as possible. I'm unsure about this decision of giving one-time money and not protecting it for the long term so they have long-term benefits. Even if we have to extend their benefits, maybe we should have done that currently right now so those people don't run out of them during the holiday. And so those people that have lost their benefits could have got those extended. So,
Mr. Chair, Senator, can I respond to that?
Sure.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Senator, I would say two things. Number one, in the bill itself, it allows us to give these $1,200 benefits to folks that have exhausted their benefits. So what we're going to do, the plan is once this bill passes, we are going to set up a system by which those folks can come back in and verify their identity, because unemployment fraud's a big deal. We want to make sure the people getting this are who they say they are. So we're going to set that up. And we're going to do what we call an outbound campaign. So we're actually going to call those folks. We're going to email them and text them and say, hey, look, this thing's out there. I know you've exhausted your benefits either from the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program or if you were already on unemployment when this thing started, you've gone through your extension. So that is part of the bill. I would also say, Ms. Chair and Senator, a really important part of this is, yes, this is a one-time payment, but this money will be injected immediately. And I mean immediately back into the community. And I can say that with certainty because a few months ago, in early September, we had an IT situation where we had a one-day delay in people getting their benefits. And it was only 24 hours, but the amount of calls and texts and emails that I got for people that really rely on that money to go pay their rent, to go pay their bills, immediately. I mean, they literally within hours that gets put back in. So I would argue that you're correct. This is a one-time payment, but the vast, vast majority of these dollars will be spent very, very quickly and not only benefit those workers that really need the help, but the communities and the economies all around them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And then, Mr. Secretary, I just want to thank you. I know we don't live in a perfect world, but I think you've tried your heart out and done your best and tried to serve everybody in New Mexico, and I appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Senator Munoz. And again, to Secretary McCamley, from all of us, thank you very much. I know it's a difficult job, but you're on top of it day and night, and we really appreciate that. Moving along, we're going to two individuals. They've received one amendment, but I'm going to go to Senator Gould and to Senator Ramos. And if you will, please go ahead and explain the amendment. And then from there, we'll go into discussion. And then from there, we'll have a vote on the amendment. So Senator Gould, Senator Ramos, Senator Gould, however you wish to handle it. Both of you are the co-sponsors, and I'll be calling on both of you. So one of you, please begin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you again very much for allowing me to speak and introduce my amendment. This amendment reduces the $1,200 one-time payment from those who have been unemployed to $600 and creates a $600 one-time hazard payment for essential workers who earn less than $15 per hour. These are the personnel care providers who are caring for our disabled folks who are homebound. These are our CNAs working in nursery homes, providing pericare to our veterans and elderly. These are the child care workers who have 20 children in their classrooms who are responsible for virtual learning and homework help and tutoring. Field workers, grocery store workers, folks working at the gas stations, convenience stores, and restaurants, and grocery stores. All the people to provide us the great services that we enjoy every day. And they don't complain about it because they know they need that paycheck. Again, it's only for people under $15 an hour. And we can't forget our essential workers. Our essential workers are the ones that are making our state click and keeping us moving forward. At this time, I turn it over to my co-sponsor.
Thank you, Senator Ramos. Please proceed, Senator Gould.
Thank you, Senator Ramos, and thank you, Chairman, for considering this amendment. You did an excellent job explaining it. I would just like to reiterate that the unemployed, this in no way diminishes the need of the unemployed. That is certainly a severe need. But those essential workers that are on the front lines, we want to keep them working and not going into the unemployment lines. It's imperative that we keep them out there providing the services that are essential. So this is, I think, a way to just reward them and tell them that they matter too, and that we hear them and see them, and that we're going to give them a little help as well with this, and just hope that they will stay and not go on to our unemployment, which I believe they do have an option if they fear for COVID in their workplace. So that's why I support this bill, and I think it's very important, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you very much, Senator Gould. Going back to Senator Ramos, did you have something else before I go to Senator Smith?
No, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you very much to Senator Ramos, to Senator Gould, Senator Ramos. Now I'm going to Senator Smith. Senator Smith, please.
Thank you very much. Got a senator from Southwest New Mexico. We have a senator from Albuquerque, New Mexico. And I have a lot in common of with those two. We won't be here next session, and this is why I think it should be fixed in next session, quite frankly, and I appreciate your efforts. But the issue at hand, number one, we've got to get this money out. And under the existing proposal that we have the people basically identified. Under this amendment, you're shifting some of that to essential, and we don't have essential defined, nor do we have those people identified other than in large groups. So I think it would be extremely difficult to administer this. We may want to talk to the DFA secretary to see what guidance she can give us on this and what her recommendations are. But my take is that I have to stand in opposition to this. This is an attempt sort of along the line of Senator Lopez trying to help people out there on that. So I do appreciate that, but I don't believe it can be accomplished that quickly on that. And so I stand in opposition to this.
Thank you very much, Senator Smith. I'm going to Secretary-designate Romero, please.
So, Mr. Chair, Senator Smith, I think you echoed my concerns exactly. We have, for the other things that are included in this bill, for the other appropriations, we have systems in place. These are agencies that are already doing the work. I don't know how we can capture, first of all, define essential worker and then capture the number of essential workers and get the money out. I'm not even sure which agency can do this. And even if we said it was Department of Workforce Solutions, I'm sure that it would take a good chunk of money to modify their current systems, the technology that they have in order to accomplish this. So I'm just really concerned, first, that we don't know who these individuals are. Secondly, which agency would be responsible for this. And thirdly, that we wouldn't be able to do it in the timeline that we have.
Thank you very much, Secretary-designate Romero. We're going to Senator Pirtle and then to Senator Candelaria. Senator Pirtle, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I rise in strong support of this amendment. And the reason is I come from a part of the state where probably per capita we have more essential workers than, say, Bernalillo County or some of the more urbanized areas. And, you know, over the last 7 months, once a week, we basically get publicly demonized. The southeastern part of the state, the one that's providing the oil, the fuel, the food, all of these things that every single one of us needs to survive. And they are demonized. So to me, this is a way that the legislature can say, thank you. Thank you for providing the food. Thank you for providing the fuel that keeps my house warm as we go into winter. This is a way that we can say, you are essential for a reason, and here is $600 that you deserve for putting your life on the line. This just brings to light the disconnect of this governor and rural New Mexico. The people that have to go out and cut wood just to make ends meet. The people that don't have a pantry full of food that have to go to the grocery store because they can't afford it. And they're working every single day as an essential worker. So this just brings to light the disconnect of this governor and parts of the state that all of us represent. We may look different, we may speak different, but you know what? Our communities are almost exactly the same in rural New Mexico. We all have the same values. We all have the same work ethic. This is a way that we can say thank you. You know what? Right now, I'm going to publicly say thank you to every single essential worker that puts their life on the line. This has been something that has rubbed them the wrong way this entire time, as people that were unemployed were making more money than when they were working. And the essential employees working at Walmart making minimum wage, required to be around people, weren't making that money. So I think as a body, we should come together and say thank you. And this is a way we can do it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Pirtle. Mi vecino. Senator Purtle, mi vecino, is my neighbor, and everyone knows that you just live a couple of blocks away from me there in Las Vegas. All right, we're going to move along then. Let's see. We have Senator Candelaria. Senator Candelaria, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just asked to be, asked to be recognized for 2 points. One, I do think we have a very clear working definition of what constitutes an essential worker. Namely, the executive has been designating essential workers for since the beginning of this pandemic. And I will be clear, I asked my husband, Mr. Chairman, how many hours a week he works, because he's paid as an annual person. But if you calculate how many hours he actually works as a resident physician, it's pretty close to 15. It's a little above it, but he wouldn't qualify here, so I don't have a conflict. But I do want to voice that I think we need to take at least a minute and recognize that who we're also talking about here is our frontline healthcare workers. Many of our nurses' aides, many assistants in the healthcare industry, many of the people who clean and sanitize all of these public buildings we use, and the people who have gone to work without complaint. I have to say I'm undecided on this, but I do think because the observation was made by the executive branch that there's no definition, I find that difficult to believe when the governor has been very clear about what sectors of the economy constitute being essential or non-essential. And I also find it curious, Mr. President, that when the executive wants a program, they guarantee us and will promise and cross their hearts that the money is going to get spent. But when they don't like an idea, there's no possible way this money could ever be spent and it'll be wasted. I just don't understand who the policymaking body in this state is. I used to think when I watched Schoolhouse Rock, the policymaker was the legislature. We wrote the law, we came up with the policy, and the executive put it into effect. So I have to say, I may vote for this from just a basic common sense, common humanity perspective. And if the executive is telling us the truth, that they can get all of this money out by December 31st, they shouldn't have any problem getting this money out to the people who have been sanitizing and cleaning toilets, to many of whom are Hispanic, many of whom are Mexican American. So I applaud Senator Purtle for raising this, that this commitment to work ethic and to working for your family is something that crosses all of our districts. My entire family contracted COVID. It's not something I've disclosed, but my mother, my stepfather, my stepbrother, and my stepsister all contracted COVID. Why? Because they're an essential industry. And they went to work every day of this pandemic. So I don't think this needs to be dismissed out of hand. And I don't think we're in this position where there's just no definition of essential worker. And I think as a legislature, maybe let's take a few minutes and actually write policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Candelaria. Next, we go to Senator Worth and then to Senator Ivy Soto. Senator Worth, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I certainly thank all of those essential workers out there. I think Senator Purtle's right. We do need to say thank you for what they're doing and realize that we're also an essential worker right here. We're here doing our job, and I appreciate the members doing this heavy lift, which is a heavy lift. I've been told, and I think we need to get this clarified by our secretary, that workforce bonuses are not eligible to be paid under the CARES Act. So if that's the case, then this really is kind of a moot issue. So I'd just like to yield to Secretary Romero to see if she can clarify that for us.
Secretary-designate Romero, would you please proceed?
So, Mr. Chairman, Senator Worth, yes, we just I asked staff to look at the guidance, and it is pretty clear that these type of payments are not eligible expenses, and so we would not be able to pay this. Or if we do implement this and spend the money, then we risk having to repay the federal government.
Thank you very much. Going back to Senator Worth.
So, Mr. Chair, I just, again, would respectfully suggest that we stay with the bill as it is. I think there is no question in my mind we're going to be back, and the first thing we need to do in January is another revisit. And I'm looking forward to getting lots of members on this floor involved in all the many, many meetings that it takes to do legislation like this. And so we need to do that. So I think for the fact that the administration of getting the dollars out is hard, but this is the real reason we just shouldn't take this risk. The $1,200, these folks are identified, it's ready to go. They need the money. And I just know I've had clients and friends that are in this situation that this would make a huge deal and put food on the table in this window between Thanksgiving and Christmas. So I respectfully stand in opposition.
Thank you very much, Senator Worth. Going to Senator Ivy Soto and then back to Senator Candelaria. Senator Ivy Soto, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I was hoping that the Secretary of Workforce Solutions could actually provide us a little bit more detail about the guidance and why it is that this is not would not be permitted, please.
Let's see if we can get him back on.
Yeah, DFA Secretary.
So with DFA, we have Secretary-designate Romero. Please proceed. Secretary-designate Romero, please. While we're waiting, I'm going to go ahead and go to Senator Moores.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have the floor?
Senator Moores, yes, you do. Please proceed.
I can't think of a better use of this money than this proposal. Of all the things we're doing today, as Senator Pearl talked about the essential workers, since the beginning of COVID, our laboratory has gone 24 hours a day collecting COVID samples. We have taken 20 new employees on our payroll since this has started, 20 people who were unemployed. These 20 people, many of them, almost all of them, are minorities with limited education, high school, few of them have college. But these are folks who would have been on unemployment, but they chose to step into the breach. 20 New Mexicans chose to step in the breach. They could have stayed home and collected unemployment, but they are actually out there collecting COVID samples from fellow New Mexicans. And they are being left behind of this bill. We're giving business owners, we're giving everyone else grants. We're giving $1,200 for folks who are on unemployment. But those who stepped up in the most critical time in all of our lives, I can't think of a more critical time in the history of America and New Mexico. And these folks stepped up, 20 of our employees stepped up to actually put their lives on the line to collect COVID samples. And this bill ignores them. This is a small token to say thank you. Thank you for risking your life for all of us. So I stand in strong support of this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Morris. I'm going back to Senator Ivy Soto because we do have the Secretary-designate Romero on, ready to go and respond. And then from there, I'm going to Secretary Grace, and then I'm going to go back to Senator Candelaria. Senator Ivy Soto, please.
Thank you very much. Madam Secretary-designate, I was hoping that you could provide a little bit more detail when you say that you don't believe that this is an allowable expense under CARES Act funding, because, and let me just tell you, as I'm asking you to explain, my understanding is that the Early Childhood Education Care Department provided child care workers who were working with a bonus out of CARES Act money. So it is my understanding, actually, we've already spent CARES Act money on this. And so that's why I'm curious about if there's guidance that says we can't do this.
Secretary-designate Romero.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ivy Soto, I am going to get a copy of the guidance that we have from the federal government. I think the big distinction is if the appropriation states that this is hazard pay, we can pay hazard pay. That the CARES Act money can be used for hazard pay, and that's what I think some of the funding went for early on, was for child care workers, was to pay hazard pay. it doesn't, it's not, the way that the amendment is written, I don't see that that's referenced as hazard pay. It's just referenced as supplemental payment to these individuals. So that's where the distinction is. As soon as I get the guidance, I'll be happy to share it with you so that you know what we're following.
So Madam Secretary Designate, my understanding from what you just said is that if it, instead of saying supplemental low-income essential worker compensation benefit, if it said hazard pay, low-income essential worker compensation, that would be permitted.
Mr. Chair, Senator, hazard pay is permitted.
And Ms. Chair and Madam Secretary Designate, is it possible for the department to categorize this as hazard pay based on the amendment of one-time supplemental low-income essential workers, since that's effectively what we are saying it is?
So, Mr. Chair, we don't ever put ourselves in a position of making those determinations. When in doubt, we reach out to the federal government and to the Treasury and to some of the national organizations who have been very helpful to the state of New Mexico in navigating the act, because it hasn't been really clear and guidance has come out. I mean, they'll say one thing one day and then they change it to mean something else the next day. And so we always take the position, because we don't want to put the state of New Mexico in a position where we have to repay funds. We always take the position when it's a gray area, we will review with legal counsel, and then we will send it out to the feds or to federal government or national organizations to get their feedback on what they think the termination is. So it's not an easy answer. I can't commit. I can't say absolutely yes, because I don't want to risk being wrong and putting the state of New Mexico in a situation where we have to repay the funds.
Senator Ravi Soto.
No, and Madam Secretary Designate, I do appreciate your caution on this, but at the same time, I also recognize that the hazard pay payments that were made to child care workers were done at the discretion of the executive. I don't believe that we actually passed language legislatively assigning it as hazard pay. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Senator, that is correct. But again, that was considered hazard pay for a specific class of employees.
And correct. And in this case, we're talking about essential workers, which is a specific class of employees that has been defined by the governor in every single public health order. And so thank you very much, Madam Secretary Designate. You know, I came in today committed to keeping this bill as intact as it is. I have to share with you all that I'm leaning towards supporting this amendment, and I'm leaning towards supporting this amendment precisely because we have people who, Senator Morris talked about people who have taken jobs, but the majority of people who are essential workers are people who had a job and were not given the option to stay home. There were people who they had a job and they were told you have to report for work. There were people who were told they had to report to work at a time that we didn't have enough PPE. They had to show up to work at a time that places didn't have plexiglass. They had to show up to work at a time when we weren't sure how to manage what would happen if somebody got the infection. And they showed up to work. It's because these people showed up to work that I've been able to feed my daughter every night, because I've been able to walk into a store and buy things and check out so that I can go home to the comfort of my home, so that I can go and make sure that my daughter is fed, so that I can make sure that she is clothed. I've been able to limit my daughter's exposure. I've been able to limit my exposure because these people are exposed every single day. I think this goes beyond just simply saying thank you. And a lot of these folks live in a household where one person continues to have to go to work every day and another person has gotten laid off. A lot of folks live in a household where one person has to go to work every day and they come home to someone in a vulnerable population. And yet they still go to work every day. They weren't given the option. They were not given the option to stay home. And so, for that reason, I do think that this is something that we should be considering at this time. I do note, for those people who've had a concern about how big the unemployment compensation fund debt has become, and for those people who say, well, I kind of like this, but I don't want money to go back to D.C. None of this money would go back to D.C., actually, under this bill. As I read page 5, lines 23 through 25, any unexpended balance remaining from the appropriations in subsection A, this is part of subsection A, of this section on December 28th, 2020 shall revert to the unemployment compensation fund. So not a penny would be going back to DC. And so as a result of that, I feel confident that this will present some challenges. But despite the fact it will present some challenges, it will present some challenges that will result in us helping people who have been risking their lives every day. And I want to thank Senator Ramos and Senator Gould for the compassion that you have shown in bringing forth this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Ivy Soto. We're going to Senator Candelaria, then I'm going to Senator Ortiz y Pino, then I'm going to Senator Ramos. Senator Candelaria, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I guess I wanted to start my comments by what a difference a couple of months makes. And I say that, Mr. Chairman, because during special session, there were arguments made on this floor while we were debating House Bill 1 that any use of the CARES Act money to shore up state government was a violation of federal guidance. And I guess the question for Director Abbey and Chairman Smith is, has the executive, since we left session in June, has the executive in fact spent any of that CARES money just on the general operations of state government to shore up our reserves, I think you were saying, Senator?
Senator Smith, please.
If I may.
In the appropriation in June, in our special session, we believe we had accounted for the CARES money in a responsible fashion that would not require a situation where we had to defend on how we spent it to the federal government. We think we could justify, or we thought we could justify all the expenditures there along that line, and so we used it in our appropriation process for that special session on that.
And Mr. Chairman, of the original $750 million that was actually appropriated in June, how much has been spent to date?
He's talking out of the 150, but they've, I'm told, you said out of the 750 or the 150?
The 750.
750, okay, I misheard you. They've already sent almost half that to the general fund.
Okay. So, I mean, here's my point, Mr. Chairman of the committee. I think this argument of compliance with CARES Act regulations is one that is used kind of strategically and conveniently. I mean, let's go back to June. There were strong arguments from our friends on the other side of the aisle who said we should not be using this CARES Act money at all to be backfilling state government. And the message from the executive then was, no, we shouldn't get caught up in these hyper technical readings of federal law. We have no choice. We need to do this, and we did it. And guess what? The feds did not come and swipe all this money away. I guess let me ask a question of the Secretary Designate. Has there been any enforcement action by the federal government whatsoever against a local state government for misuse, misappropriation, or clawing back federal CARES Act money to date?
Secretary Designate Romero.
Mr. Chair, Senator Candelaria, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So what I'm saying, Mr. Chairman, is I understand the concern about compliance with the federal law, and I'm in no way arguing that this legislature be cavalier when it comes to its interpretation of federal law. But my point is this: we seem, or no, I shouldn't say we, the executive seems willing to push the envelope on federal law and compliance when it suits their agenda. And then when there's an idea that's coming here in an amendment, the argument is, well, because it could potentially violate federal law, this should not be passed. Now, what I've heard, Mr. Chairman, from Senator Ivy Soto is even more compelling reason to me to vote for this amendment is it sounds like the executive has actually already used CARES Act money to provide this exact same type of relief. So I guess the question is, Mr. Chairman, that I'm left with, if we're willing to push the envelope for certain groups of people in New Mexico, why not for the pobres who clean all of our homes, who clean the grocery stores, who work at the grocery stores? Why not them? If we're going to push the envelope for somebody, why don't we finally do it for working people? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Candelaria. I'm going to go to Senator Ortiz-Pino, and then if Secretary Grace can also come on board, I understand that there is a statement that he is going to be making as well. So I'm going to Senator Ortiz-Pino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to remind the body that we've already been told by the Secretary from DFA that just the impossibility of getting this done through a mechanism that doesn't exist currently. That's not the case what we did with the hazard pay. They were able to identify people who work in child care centers and get that money put into the child care reimbursement checks. That was an accepted system. What we're asking them to do with this is in the next 6 weeks to figure out, of all the people, and we've heard so many different groups identified as essential workers, everybody from oil field workers to laboratory workers to child care workers to people who clean toilets and clean stores, people who sell things in stores. They're all essential workers. How in the world would we ever be able to identify which ones qualify for a limited benefit that would have to be spent by the end of December in order for us not to have to revert it? And I just to verify what I've just been saying, I wonder if I could check with Secretary of Workforce Solutions McCamley if he's available. Could this be done? Is there any way you could do this in the time remaining? The unemployment benefits are pretty clear. This is a whole new ballgame.
Thank you, Secretary McCamley. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Senator. So the answer, Senator, to your question is no, unfortunately. And let me just tell you why. I like the idea of this. There's two issues, though, one dealing with time and one dealing with money. So when we set up the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program that was set up in the CARES Act, this was for self-employed people. It was a program that had never been done before. It took us 4 weeks to do so, and then we were able to start getting money out. And it cost over $1 million to set up, which we got as a grant from the federal government. This amendment does not have any extra money in it that would allow our folks to be able to set up that brand new program. Furthermore, let's say that it takes us the same amount of time. And setting up that program, our people worked 24/7. They drove themselves into the ground to be able to do that. It took them 4 weeks. This weekend is going to be Thanksgiving. So starting on the 28th, if I'm doing my math right, that's 1, 2, 3. We would have 4 weeks to set it up. And 1, 2, 3, 4. And if it took us that 4 weeks, so we got it set up by say the 25th of December, the money has to be dealt with by the 28th, in which case all the money would be reverted to the unemployment trust fund because it has to be spent by then. So, Mr. Chair and Senator, I'm sorry, just technically, I don't think this is possible for our staff to do from a logistical perspective in terms of doing all the work to set up new guidelines, figuring out which people will qualify, get an IT solution so they could qualify, figure out which documents to upload, then verify those documents. Just setting up the program would probably run us through the end of the month of December, which would disallow any of this money to be spent on the program to begin with.
Senator TC Pino.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I think this is a good idea. It's something that we ought to do. It's something that definitely ought to be on the agenda for the January session. We ought to begin thinking now about the mechanics of it and how it could be done. But I think it would be incredibly risky to attempt to do it now. We run the risk of not being able to get the money out into people's hands quickly, which is the whole point of this. So, and we lose the stimulus effect of doing that. And people right at Christmas time could get that $1,200 spent fast, stimulate the economy, and maybe save some additional jobs in the process. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator, may I ask one more thing?
Thank you very much, Senator TC Pino. Secretary McCamley, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me just see if I can clarify. The reason we can do the unemployment portion of this is because we already have a model for the plan set up that we did back in August. That took us 4 weeks to set up too. So it seems like it takes about 4 weeks to set up each of these plans. Because we have that lost wages assistance program with all of the IT code pretty much already set up, with how we disperse it into people's bank accounts and cards already set up, it allows us to be able to get that out in 2 weeks. So our plan is to start rolling payments out on the 14th. And that will give us a couple of weeks to get payments out before the deadline of the 28th in this bill. That is the reason we are able to do this, is because we have the program basically set up as a template, which we need to modify but can get done. I just don't think with all of the new things with a new program that we need to get set up and test to make sure it works, that we could do it on time. And that's the reason we can do the other one. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the time.
Thank you very much, Senator TC Pino. Thank you very much. I'm going to Senator Sanchez. Senator Sanchez, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't going to get up and speak, but since we're talking about essential workers, and I'm going to talk about someone that's very near and dear to me. My daughter, Anna, she works in the emergency room at Cibola General Hospital in Grants. She wouldn't qualify under this because she makes $1 over the $15 amount. But she is so stressed every day. She comes home and risks her life every single day. And right now, Cibola General and Western New Mexico has had a huge outbreak. And I know some of you have heard that ACL Hospital at Acoma has closed. I don't know how much is closed, but a lot of those patients are coming to Grants now, or going to Albuquerque. But she risks her life every single day. And she'll sit there and talk to me in the mornings, and she'll say, she told me just the other day, she has said it's very hard when these patients come into the hospital and they're talking to you. And then a few hours later, the next day, they died. Or a little longer. Can you imagine the toll that is taking on her? She doesn't speak a lot about it, but she does sometimes share with us, with myself, my wife, and her brother. And she has never talked once about quitting her job because she cares about helping people, and especially in these times. Even her brother has told her to quit, telling her it's not worth it to risk your lives. Her life, our households have changed. But she goes every single day to fight to help patients because she loves what she does and she cares about those patients. The other day, well, I guess it was last week, one of her colleagues got COVID. And she volunteered. She went into work at 6:30 in the morning. She got out, this is 6:30, she worked to 6:30 the next day and till 2 in the morning because she had to cover for her colleague who got COVID. And she risks her life every single day. And we worry not only about her, but us, because she's around these people that are infected with the virus every single day. And we worry about her daily. This has been very stressful, and her children have been affected by this. And they're concerned, and she's taking them to get tested. But not only does she do her job, but she's an essential parent who is teaching her kids virtually, which I think is a problem also. So on the days that she's off, she's helping with educating her kids. But she won't qualify under this amendment that we have here, because, and it's difficult. And I appreciate what Senator Gould and Senator Ramos want to do here, because everybody is essential out there. Everybody is trying to do their part to protect, to save lives. But we got a very serious virus that has no boundaries. Has no boundaries whether you put a curfew at 10 o'clock or where you shut down for days. It has no boundaries. It continues and continues. But I just wanted to get out, Mr. President or Mr. Chairman and members of the body, and I know a lot of you probably have people that work in the field, whether it be in the medical field or you have people working in a store that are being affected by this, Mr. Chairman. But I just wanted to share that real experience that we're having. And I know we all have COVID fatigue. But it's serious out there. I am just really concerned about my daughter and her kids and my wife and my son and everybody. We don't do a whole lot. I myself go to work, go home. Sometimes I go to the grocery store. That's it. Because we're trying to do our part. But Mr. President or Mr. Chairman and members of the body, I just wanted to share with you. Some of you have met my daughter. She's usually here on opening day with her kids. And she and a lot of people in that field, in that medical field, are working hard every day out there to take care of these patients, to take care of the citizens, and to protect all of us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Sanchez. We really appreciate those comments. Thank you for sharing. We're moving on to Senator Cedillo Lopez. Senator Cedillo Lopez, please.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Senator Ortiz-Pino actually clarified and made the point about how difficult it would be to get the money out. I want to commend the authors of this amendment because it really shows a lot of compassion and understanding for what's going out in our communities. I would like to state that we should think about this when we go into our regular session. We should also think about ensuring they have sufficient health care. We should ensure that they have sufficient wages. We should ensure that they have child care that they need. There's so many, many ways to show our appreciation other than a simple thank you, which I know everyone in the chamber is very, very grateful to everyone who goes to work every day, and especially those individuals making less than $15 an hour. However, if we can't get it out the door by the deadline, and the Secretary made it very clear that we can't, it's for that reason and that reason alone that I won't be able to vote for this very compassionate amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Cedillo Lopez. We're going to Senator Worth and then to Senator Munoz. Senator Worth, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we've been at this, and this is really important. But I want to just clarify exactly what this vote is going to mean. And Secretary McCamley has said it. This simply cannot be done. Senator Cedillo Lopez said it. Senator Ortiz-Pino said it. So what's going to happen? This is a $97 million vote, folks. One half of the money going into the unemployment fund is one half of the money that's going to be going out in $1,200 checks is going to go into the unemployment fund if you vote for this. That's what's going to happen. Instead of a $1,200 check, there's going to be a $600 check, and those folks who desperately, need this help are going to be in a place where we've done something we can do in January, which is fix the unemployment fund. We have to do it. Thanks to Senator Sanchez, we have till June of next year to deal with this, and it's a huge problem, but I just think this is what we're doing. And Senator Ivy Soto pointed it out. It's the default provision in this bill. The money's not going to go out. And yeah, this is really an important discussion, but at the end of the day, do we want to take $97 million away from those who need it most and put it into the unemployment fund when we can come back here in 6 weeks and fix the unemployment fund? So let's do both. So I respectfully ask everyone to really think long and hard about what the consequences of this vote are. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Worth. Next, we go to Senator Munoz, then Senator O'Neill. Senator Munoz, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. I believe that the money can be gotten out because the simplest way to process payments is to go to me like an employer and say, how many employees do you have under the $15 an hour wage? You list them, send them right back immediately to the Workforce Solutions, and they're automatically injected, and they have their names, their social security numbers, and they match up with my 941s and W-2s, and they're employed. I mean, I know in our hospital that they've used their CARES money as an additional hazard pay, and they've spread it out over through a couple of months, and it may run out, and it may has run out, and may have not run out. I know that I've taken my PPP money and paid my employees hazard pay to work extra, and just in case something happens. But so we try to treat our employees fairly. Some employers don't do that. And so how do we respect these employees that didn't receive a bonus or didn't receive hazard pay? They're damn well sure deserving of it for everything they do, because each and every one of us, maybe not all of us, maybe Senator Stewart drove an electric car here, but the rest of them had stopped at the gas station and bought coffee and chips, and somebody had to refill that and do all that. And so it's a matter of how we handle this, and I'm not so sure if it's the right way or not. But if Secretary McCamley's still on, I wanted to see what number he estimated he thought real quickly off the top of his head that would be. And I don't know if he's with us anymore.
Senator McCamley? Senator McCamley. I'm sorry, Secretary. Boy, I tell you, I just want to go ahead and make him a senator. I really appreciate that, though. But Secretary McCamley, he may come back on in a few minutes. Let's see. I know he's going back and forth. Secretary McCamley. Going back to Senator Munoz.
You know, and the other thing is, if there was a bonus like this or an essential worker pay, I guarantee you every employer that wanted to make sure that their employee could get this would make sure that their employee is on the list, in line, and able to benefit from that. And the employer, I don't assume, it's the best thing you can do for your employees to make sure that they're receiving every benefit they can. And if this became a benefit, I guarantee the employers would say, there's this additional money, doesn't cost me anything. I need to make sure you get it. Sit down and fill out your application. Here's a computer. Here's a time frame. I'll verify it. So I believe it can be done. Is timing the right time? I'm not so sure, but we do need to do something for these people. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Munoz, and Secretary McCamley is back. And Secretary McCamley, I really appreciate it. I know you're going back and forth. So again, thank you very much for your indulgence. Going back to Senator Munoz for his question.
Thank you, Secretary McCamley. How many people, and this is your best guess question off the top of your head, how many people make less than $15 an hour? And how many people do you think that were in the system that best guess too are essential?
So, Mr. Chair and Senator, I think that's one of the issues I have with this is I simply don't have that information before me. I really don't know if the money that would be left in the fund after doing this would be enough to pay everybody. And that's one of the things that really is very, very concerning about this. We tried very, very hard in April to set up a program with a little bit of money that we did have to help those self-employed folks, because it took us a good month to set up the PUA program. And the demand for that, because we said first come, first serve, it killed our computer system in 8 minutes. And so that's another issue that we have this. First of all, Mr. Chair and Senator, let me just tell you, this is impossible. I just got off the phone with our IT person. Setting up a brand new system like this, there's just not the time. This cannot be done in the time frame that we need to get the money out by. If you all want to talk about a benefit program like this that can help essential workers for the January session and give us the time to set up a program and have a back and forth on doing that, I would be absolutely more than happy to have that conversation with you, because the concept of this is excellent and is something I morally support. But just from a logistical perspective, doing this right now, it cannot be done. It will not be done based on every amount of experience that we have. And Senator, Mr. Chair and Senator, that's the other issue with this, is that there's no money in here to set up the program. And if we dropped the money we're giving to the unemployed folks for $600, you would supposedly have half the money left. I don't know if that would be enough to help all the people that would qualify for this, because I don't have that number right in front of me. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair and Senator.
Thank you, Senator Munoz.
No, Mr. Secretary, I think that's good information. And then I had just mentioned that if any employer would automatically know if their employees, what their pay rate is, and if they're under the $15 rate, and how many they have, and they could automatically send that list to the state, and the state could issue that based upon an employer, match it up with the 941s, send a verification, and the system works pretty simply. Sometimes government it gets very troublesome in trying to do their process, but I think that's very important. The next question I would ask, so if the money reverted, and I had this amendment and now it's in the bill, money reverted to the UI fund, could you take the leftover balances that are transferred and still operate that if you did not have that 4-week time frame? If you couldn't get it done in the time frame, once that money hits that fund, can you transfer in and out for something that was appropriated through the legislature?
Mr. Chair, Senator, I appreciate the question. The answer to that is no, because once it goes into the UI fund, it's part of the unemployment system, which is regulated by the federal government very, very specifically. So one of the reasons we needed that $150,000 in the non-amended bill that is before you is so we could keep our I's dotted and T's crossed in running this very, very separate program. Once CARES Act money goes into the UI fund, it has to stay in there and be used for unemployment, the regular unemployment program. We wouldn't be able to pull it back out for any kind of special program like this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you very much, Senator Munoz. Next, we go to Senator O'Neill and then Senator Pinto. Senator O'Neill, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President and members. This is something that we face all the time as legislators. There's the intent of a bill or an amendment, and then there's the reality of, can it be implemented? I think just on the implementation alone, this is obviously something that just cannot be done it just can't. So I don't, how many times do we applaud like the intent of a bill or an amendment? And of course, this is fantastic coming from Senator Ramos and Senator Gould, but it's just not something that can work. And I think, as Senator Worth stated, it's a $97 million vote here. And I got this email from a constituent. I don't know who this person is, but he's following our debate, and he goes, "I'm unemployed." He's unemployed. And so that's huge, and that's really what we're talking about here. So I would just ask the body to think of the problems with implementation on this bill. Thank you so much. And thanks for the debate.
Thank you very much, Senator O'Neill. Next, we go to Senator Pinto. Senator Pinto, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. So when this money was allocated from the federal government, they gave it to the states, to my understanding, for us to use it for COVID relief. Everyone in this state has been affected by COVID. Although I do think that some of the money does have to be set aside for healthcare and business. But in the healthcare, when I look at it, I don't see anything about treatment now. This is an emergency. This is a serious situation. It's unexpected. It is dangerous and requires immediate action from us. So therefore, there should be a deadline on it to be spent. But I trust that the New Mexicans, that they hope, and that if they have any extra money, they will use it to help each other. And when we have this budget and we talk about these impossibilities, did we not already have it prioritized, our people that are in need? And a lot of what we've seen on TV, they talk about freedom to have those choices. This is the people's money collected by all through the United States, from all states and New Mexico. It is the people's money. They should have the freedom to decide how to spend it. Even those with fixed incomes, essential workers, those that are unemployed, the self-employed, single proprietorships. It should have been already set, or something should have occurred to create a program that would have put the money in their pockets. Because when we talk about giving money to food banks, what about those with special diets? We know the cost of food has gone up. How are we supplementing them? If we put money in their pockets, they can spend it to further their education and the gaps that we have not covered in virtual education. When we talk about supplementing rent and getting their mortgage paid, what about their utilities? There's a lot of things that are there that we didn't really consider. But I think it's the freedom of their choice to have spent that money how they wanted, if we could have put it in their pocket. And I say that because if Navajo Nation comes through with the hardship application, and that's all, they only asked a couple of things. Have you been touched by COVID? They had some criteria there, you check it, and then they had a box. You fill it in if there was something not listed. And if they get through that, and they can justify and they don't have to pay back, it would be I think that would have been the right thing to do in the first place. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Pinto. We appreciate that. Going to Senator Candelaria, Senator Tolman, and then Senator Sapien. Senator Candelaria, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to say, quite frankly, I'm just not convinced this is not possible. And I think the executive has demonstrated a very clear policy preference that they don't want to do this. But I remind us that we are a legislative policy setting body in line with the statements by Senator Pinto, which were very moving. And again, Mr. Chairman, I'm just reminded of how much of a difference a couple of months makes, because when we on this floor were debating an amendment to Senate Bill 3, which was the amendment that Senator Sanchez was just commended for bringing needed stability to the unemployment insurance fund until June of next year, the executive came down on us and on me as the sponsor of that bill and said, you will bankrupt the unemployment insurance fund. You will destroy it. You know, hellfire will rain down on you. And guess what? None of that happened. Because here's the reality, Mr. Chairman. DFA has within its authority the rulemaking power. And if there's any concern I have with this bill, is not that the executive can't implement it, it's that they don't want to. Because looking at this bill, the only real concern that I have is it does leave a lot of interpretation up to the administration. But DFA has within its reasonable regulatory rulemaking authority the ability to put this into effect. And so I'm concerned that we as a policymaking body will just sit back and accept at just face value any representation that something is just too difficult and we won't do it. And I ask all of us, how many times have we proposed amazing policy only to be told, including by the last governor and the last administration, it's not possible, when in reality, the reality is it's just difficult and it's just hard. But Mr. Chairman, I think we talked about it today. If these sort of ideas are so hard, maybe we should have been called in before, and maybe we should have been provided copies of the bill prior to this weekend, and actually prior to this morning. And so the frustration I feel from the executive, Mr. Chairman, I think could have been easily avoided had they actually reached out to members of this body. ACI was not contacted, I believe, for this bill. I think we just heard from the Hospitality Association opposing the bill we're voting on in part. We know no outreach has gone on. We know no one else has been at this table crafting this bill. So all I can come to this vote, Mr. Chairman, is with my moral sense and just remembering it wasn't too long ago that I too was in this position on this floor and just being told by these same arguments over and over again, and we were okay. And here's what I commend this body for standing up to the plate and committing to addressing legislation next session. And so what I say is, if in fact this program does not work, and if in fact the worst comes to worse and money is reverted to the UI fund, then we can use state general fund money next session to do this. Because I think that's the unspoken implication here. We're talking about pushing this off to next session. Well, what if there's no more federal money to appropriate? The Republicans, sorry, I'm not meaning to be political, sorry, other side, but Mitch McConnell has had no appetite, as I understand it, for additional federal aid. So there may not be more money coming, members, to help out these people. And so, yes, I fully understand how important this vote is. I fully understand that it has a huge price tag attached to it. And with all due respect, as a member of this body, if the executive is unable to accomplish this policy objective of the legislature, then they can come back in January and tell us why they were unable to do the job and then what we need to do to reform it and move forward. So I just don't think there's all this just other money sitting out there that's going to come to the aid of hardworking, low-income New Mexicans. My 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Candelaria. Next, we go to Senator Tallman, and then we're going to Senator Sapien. Senator Tallman, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. President. Yeah, I want to commend both Senators Gold and Senator Ramos for bringing this forward. It's admirable and it's a good idea, but I can't support it for 3 reasons. One, we can have our cake and eat it too. We can go ahead and enact the bill as is, enact the bills supporting those folks that are included in the bill as currently written, and then come back next year and help out the essential workers with either federal money or with our own state revenues. The essential workers are already working, whereas the people who are trying to help in this bill are not working, and so they have a more immediate need. And number 3, we've been given an emphatic no that this can't be done. The administration has a lot of credibility with me. If they're telling me they can't do it, I have to believe them. And I don't know why, just because the legislature thinks it can be done doesn't make it so. So I got to believe, like I said, I have a lot of credibility. If they're telling me no, I got to accept that. And I think we shouldn't try and make it otherwise. So thank you, Mr. President. And again, I commend the 2 sponsors. It's a great idea, but I'm sorry I'm going to have to vote against it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Tallman. We really appreciate that, and thank you for your patience as we move forward. Going to Senator Sapien. Senator Sapien, I really feel like an octopus today, and I apologize. I'm not using my cell phone, but we're trying to balance the questions. But again, thank you for your indulgence. Senator Sapien, please.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
I just wanted to thank you for the work you're doing. You have a lot of personalities and a lot of things to juggle up on a hybrid situation. So great job so far. I wanted to start off by thanking the sponsors of the amendment. Also wanted to give my deepest thank you from the bottom of my heart to all the essential workers who have been going at it 5, 6, 7 days a week for the last 9 months, and some of them having to do it because that's what their job entailed. They couldn't stay home because they had to pay the bills, so they needed to go work because their place of business was still open. They were essential. They are essential. They have sacrificed and they have put their lives on the line. Absolutely. So I want to thank them for all that. I think the challenge, though, that we're running into here is a matter of feel-good vote versus an actual practical, we can get this done. We're dealing with 4 weeks that the money has to go out, and I appreciate my good friend from Gallup educating me that the money, we don't lose it to the feds. If we don't spend it, it goes into the unemployment fund. That's great. But the challenge we're running into right now, where the $1,200 would go to, is to people who are not working. And my good friend from Albuquerque, Senator Tallman, my other good friend from Albuquerque in the North Valley, Big Bill O'Neill, and Senator Worth put it out there. These people are not working. They don't have any income. They don't have unemployment benefits any longer. And so while I take my hat off to the essential workers and my heart goes out to them, not only them, but their families who are sacrificing, the reality is that they have some sort of income coming in. And I'd love to give them a Benny on top of that and put that $600 on top of that take-home paycheck. The challenge we run into at the end of the day is in this small silo that we're dealing with, the 4 weeks, is that if we don't get this money out, and I appreciate my good friend from Gallup indicating that it would be really easy for employers to list out their employees, send it on to Secretary McCambly, and somehow he puts it in a spreadsheet and he compares it to 941s and gets the money out. The problem is that the program, the mechanism to put that information together, to put those lists that employers would send in, that program doesn't exist. So I'm not too sure how you would get thousands of essential workers paid out with pencil and paper, because I think it's much harder than one would think. If you're dealing with 10 people, sure, easy. You're dealing with thousands. And those thousands of essential workers deserve the money. But at the same time, you're dealing with unemployed people who do not have an income. They have zero income coming in. And we're going to say, we're not giving you $1,200. We're going to only give you $600. We know that doesn't pay your mortgage or your food or your rent. But I guess you've got to accept it because before you had zero. I don't get it. The $1,200 was a well thought out, purposeful figure. We can benefit our essential workers in another way. In the upcoming session, find a way to do it. But now at the 11th hour, I can't tell you how many times in the 12 years that I served that we had these feel-good votes where we heard very impactful, emotional stories about why we needed to do something. And then 6 months later, we find out that the bill we passed didn't do anything. My fear is given the short framework that time frame we have here, same thing's going to happen. We're not going to get $600 to the essential workers. I appreciate the sponsors of the amendment, well thought out, great hearts, big hearts. The problem is it's not doable in this short period of time. So I would encourage the entire Senate to think about your vote on this one. Because at the end of the day, this isn't about what the governor wants to do, or it's short-sighted or not well thought out or whatever. This is truly impacting people who are lost all their unemployment benefits and do not know where any money is coming in. At the very least, the essential worker has a paycheck coming in 2 weeks or a week. The people that are looking for the $1,200 have zero. And I think we got to figure out why we would rob Peter to pay Paul in this circumstance when Peter may never get the money. I'd encourage the Senate to think about your vote and not just make it a feel good, make it a practical vote. Does this actually work? And I don't believe that the framework exists at Senator McCambly's workshop to get it done. There's too many moving parts at this 11th hour. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Sapien. Next, we go to Senator Lopez. Senator Lopez, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is, first of all, thank you to Senator Ramos and Senator Gould and others who have come up with the amendment that we are discussing in front of us today. But when you begin to think about the intent behind this bill, first and foremost, everybody in the state is hurting at some level, at some point. And if I remember correctly, when we instituted through Workforce Solutions, the program did crash. There were a lot of issues that came in when a lot of people were applying for unemployment. Those who were receiving the $600 from the feds, if you remember, that actually took up our unemployed up to $15 an hour, which is the living wage. So to me, that was beautiful and wonderful. You come back and you talk about what Congress wanted to do to cut it down to 200 or something, which is very minimal. People can't survive on that, and we know it, Mr. Chairman. But the way I look at it, and if you begin to look at the numbers as to how the monies have been allocated, and this is on, I think it's page 3 of the FIR, top paragraph, it does list about the $194 million appropriation would allow up to 161,541 New Mexicans to receive bonus payments. And the bill caps the appropriation, but it does not cap the number of people who can receive the supplemental benefit. And we're making an assumption that 160,000 eligible claimants, the total cost of the additional $1,200 supplement would be about $192 million. And you can go on, if continuing claims reach the previous peak, the total cost of the benefit would reach $224 million, which greatly exceeds the appropriation for this purpose. And Mr. Chairman, if you look at the way the costs have already been allocated, there's not enough money in this bill. And I know for Senator Padilla's district and mine, many of those, and I can argue for my district only, I know for everybody else in the state, we're the hot spot in Bernalillo County. We have over 3,000 cases in our neighborhood, 87121. 2,000 just down the hill off of Foothill to over 2,000 cases of COVID. When you look at the work status of the people in our districts, they are the essential workers. They are the people that are providing services so that there are those who can stay home and order and call and have people, wheel it out and deliver so you have no contact. So yes, I feel for my gente. I feel very, very much that they do deserve a supplement to say thank you, a bonus. But on the other hand, I also have those who have lost their job. They have nothing coming in. They don't have anything coming in. 2 doors down from me, they're trying to figure out how they make ends meet. She's a single mom with kids. Hello. What does she do? She applied for unemployment. She got the extra $600, and boy, that helped a lot. She lost it, and now she's hurting again. So what does she do? Where does she go? This is only it's a one-time amount of money coming in. To try and make ends meet when you have children and others, it's expensive. So for me, with this amount of money, we're gonna cut the benefit. So it's $600 for those families who already have a claim, who are in the system. $600 doesn't cover much. For me and my 2 kids, I spend about $180 a week on groceries and other necessities because my kids eat, and so do I. I can only imagine when you have more children. we're fighting for what I call migajas. Those are the little things that come off of the rich people's table, and we all remember that story in the Bible, right? The migajas, the crumbs that come off the table, and while we're arguing about our crumbs that make a difference for our families. And what I'd like to say, Mr. Chairman, I hope that the department, Mr. Secretary, that you can get this money out to our families that do need it. But Mr. Chairman, I will say with the incoming legislature, this has to be at the top of the list when we talk about how our budget reflects our values. And when we're here talking about arguing over the migajas that we have, that we really put it in point and not just use my people as a talking piece. If we really want to do this, then we need to sit down and review that budget when it comes in front of us and truly prioritize what we want to do to help our people. And it's not the people who wear suits and ties. It's not those of us, and I've said it before on this floor, Mr. Chairman, it's not those of us who are privileged. If we truly want to help our people by not giving them migajas because it's an afterthought, then let's prioritize it for the incoming January session. One thing I've learned in this whole time, Mr. Chairman, there's a budget, but we as the legislative body can reprioritize where we want to put those dollars. And I'll leave it at that, Mr. Chairman. So for me, it's a wonderful idea. I appreciate it. But when you have to separate people who are hurting one from the other and put them at odds with each other, that's not the job that we need to be doing. So I think you know where my vote is. We'll stick with what currently is in the bill, but this is a priority that needs to be brought up starting as soon as we finish here, actually, so we can begin to plan what we do with the dollars that we have available. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Lopez. Next, we go to Senator Cervantes, then Senator Candelaria, and then Senator Ivy Soto. Senator Cervantes, please.
Thank you, colleagues, and allow me to appear remotely. I'm looking at the amendment, and I just have a question. The proposal is to provide what is described as this one-time supplemental low income, and then it reads essential worker compensation benefit. So I'm reading it, and I've read it a couple of times. Does this amendment define who is an essential worker? In other words, they're going to get $600, and I understand that they remain employed through the duration. That's requirement number one. Number two, requirement number two is the compensation is less than $15 per hour. And requirement number three is they're not eligible for certain benefits of unemployment compensation. But where in here do we define who is going to receive this? Who is an essential worker? Can someone help me understand that, please?
Thank you, Senator Cervantes. I'm going to go to Senator Ramos, and then if there's anyone who wishes to respond, we can go from there. Senator Ramos.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you so much. And I think you, like everyone else and like I do, I sit and watch the governor every Monday or Wednesday, and sometimes Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday, hear her talk about COVID. And every time she comes out and talks about COVID, she tells us who the essential workers are. So what's the question? She knows who the essential workers are. She's told us. Her staff should know who the essential workers are because she's told us. Difficulty, we've heard it. I heard a senator say, yes, it's difficult. But it's also difficult every day when these essential workers get up and go to work and know that they could come back and contract that virus to their family. Difficult? Let's talk about difficult. I heard another senator say, we can't have our cake and eat it too. Tell that to an essential worker. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Come on, that's a joke. I'm sorry if I'm getting emotional here, but I feel for these people just like you do. I know that if the governor wants to help these essential workers, and if we pass this bill, she will do everything she can to get that done. And it is the right thing to do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Ramos. I'm going to Senator Cervantes. We're still there on the question. Please proceed.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the passion from my Senate colleague. I want to support this, and I may. But as you know, as you would have experienced if we'd had the time for a real good committee process, this amendment promises to certain individuals $600, and I'm trying to figure out who that promise is going to be made to. And as I said, there's certain criteria in the bill, but fundamentally it requires this benefit to whoever is deemed an essential worker. I appreciate the passion of my colleague Senator Ramos and who the governor deems essential workers, but I got to tell you, that's a moving target. Who is an essential worker is subject to a lot of debate and discussion in my part of the state. And I got to tell you that as a lawyer, we've been deemed essential workers. Now, nobody in my office makes $15 an hour, so I'm not saying we would qualify, but who is an essential worker? I've heard suggestions, we talk about healthcare workers, heroes, they're heroes is what they are. People that are caring for people that are treated. We're talking about heroes, but we got to know who they are because we're making a promise that we're going to give them this benefit, and we've got to know who they are. And it's not enough that we would say, well, whoever the governor has said is an essential worker in recent orders would be who an essential worker is. I don't think that'll work because I think there's a lot of debate, a lot of discussion, and a lot of people interpret that very selectively. What is an essential worker from day to day, week to week, month to month? I think who is an essential worker has changed over the last several months, and even today is oftentimes debated. So again, I want to join those who are commending this amendment. I've thought hard about how to support it, and I may still support it, but I think you have a flaw, which is knowing who's going to get this benefit. And that's a pretty big flaw, is not knowing who is entitled to this benefit and who would be deemed an essential worker. I don't know whether Secretary McCamley or anybody else in this call can tell me that there is a definition of what is an essential worker, but I've got to tell you, that's going to include the court staff, corrections people. It's going to include a lot of people, I believe. And I don't know how many that is. So perhaps somebody, if I'd appreciate somebody telling me whether there's a better definition than the governor's executive orders, and or if somebody could answer and tell me how many essential workers would receive this benefit. I'd love to know the answer to that. I think it'd be pretty important for us to know that. How many are we talking about? Can anybody tell me what that number is?
Thank you, Senator Cervantes. Going to Secretary McCamley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Senator. I think that's part of the issue we've got here is that how would we define that? And here's the other issue. I've learned a lot since I took this job. And one of the issues when you have so many people with such need is that they're going to make the arguments. We're going to get a flood of people coming in saying, I'm an essential worker. And if we have to make a call and say healthcare workers or grocery store workers are essential workers and say Uber drivers are not or whatever, it's going to be in the end fairly arbitrary, and it's going to flood our system. And once again, as Senator Lopez pointed out, we have a system in this bill right now where we can get money out to people, where we've got a system where we're very confident we can do so and really help a lot of people. If this comes into play, the amount of people that will flood our communication system saying, hey, look, I'm an essential worker, will really hurt our ability to do the other programs as well. And Ms. Chair, Senator, I think your question is excellent. I don't have a definition for you. We don't have that in our department. We would have to probably come up with one. I don't know off the top of my head how we would do that right now.
Senator Cervantes.
Well, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, and that's part of my problem really with a lot of our debate here today. It's not your job to do that, Secretary McCamley, unless we don't do our job. You shouldn't have to define what an essential worker is in a law we pass that applies to essential workers. If we're passing a law that applies to essential workers, it's up to us to decide and define what is an essential worker. Of course, you would try to do that if we fail to do our job, but that's not the way it's supposed to work. And that seems to be true with so much of our debate and discussion today. is, well, we're going to rely on the agency to come up with discretion, and we're going to rely upon the director of NMFA to come up with intentions for geographic diversity and for hospitality and tourism. And we're not doing our job here. We're not creating a law with clear parameters. And you used the word, Secretary McConnell used the word arbitrary. You're absolutely right. You might decide how much money you've got and then figure out how many essential workers you want to have to make that match the money, and make sure you define essential workers to make sure the money covers all of them. So maybe we won't include hospital workers or grocery workers or others because we won't have enough money to cover them. And so we'll decide there's another definition of essential workers. That's not the way laws, in my opinion, should work. And if we were to rely upon who the governor deems an essential worker, I think she would do a good job, but that's not her job either. Her job is not to make the law or define the law when we fail to do so. And so I'll continue to listen to the debate, but I think without a better understanding of what that would be and how many people we'd be talking about and what that category of people would be, I think we're maybe doing a disservice. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Cervantes. Going to Senator Candelaria and then Senator Ivy Soto. Senator Candelaria, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say this is by no means a feel-good vote. And voting for this bill is not just about the heart. It's about the head and all parts of my moral sense that leads me to wonder why we are here at the 75th hour. We started today's conversation, Mr. Chairman, with the observation that we will end this current fiscal year with a 30% reserve rate. Yes, we know there are choppy waters ahead. Yes, we know there are downside risks. But would it really cost us that much if this committee was referred back to Finance? Finance had the opportunity to consider this amendment and, if need be, readjust money within the bill or transfer additional general fund revenue. Because here's my concern, Mr. Chairman. When the rights of low-income working people and the dispossessed are usually put on the agenda for we'll get to it next time, it rarely ever happens. So my concern is we are talking here today and saying it's impossible. This is a pipe dream. Fine, it may be. People are going to vote their conscience one way or another. But I ask everyone, if there's no federal money in next session, you really can't use general fund for this. So if Senator Smith would yield for a quick question.
Senator Smith, do you yield?
Senator Smith, are we allowed to use state general fund to do the sort of hazard payment contemplated by this amendment, in your opinion?
Well, this amendment applies to one portion of this bill. From that standpoint, from a legal standpoint, obviously you know more about it. From a legal standpoint, I think you probably are. From a responsible standpoint, that's another issue.
And Mr. Chairman, I think I'll address both of those. I think those are the exact arguments we're going to hear in regular session because they're correct, they're true. We can't use general fund operating dollars to fund these sort of payments to essential workers. So we've heard a price tag on this of near $100 million. So barring additional federal money coming in to support a program like this, I think it is near impossible to say or guarantee or assume that there will be the political will or the room in the budget to dedicate $100 million in general fund operating budget to support this program, to support these workers. Now, Mr. Chairman of Finance, do you agree with the concern I'm raising here that at some point, if there's no federal money, the pressure would be on the general fund, and those dollars next session may not be able to be used for this sort of program because of the anti-donation clause?
That's right, unless another stimulus package comes through.
So I just want all of us to be very clear. Yes, this amendment is far from perfect. I'm not saying it is, but I'm saying on balance, where am I going to land? I still don't know, and I hope to listen to more debate. But I think we need to be very sober about this, that there has been a lot of talk today and commitments about, well, let's show up for these people in January. And what I'm saying to everyone is, when we come in January, there are going to be a lot of challenging, pressing, competing needs. And the likelihood that we will have $97 million of general fund, maybe we will, I don't know. I'm just one member here, just trying to piece all this together with all of you. But I just find I'm not going to make a motion, though I should. I'm not going to make a motion, but I really think this bill should have gone back to finance. It should have been vetted. This amendment, we should have broken at least into a caucus or gone back to committee and at least given the people of New Mexico maybe an hour more of our time. Instead of just saying that voting for this is going to ruin the state, the money's never going to be spent. You're going to take money out of the mouths of the poor. Because the reason this is not a good conversation or at all enjoyable or at all a vote from the heart is all this conversation has involved is bickering about dividing a small amount of money relatively between two very needy groups as opposed to some sort of commitment that we come together and solve this problem here and now. And I think if we took the time to go to committee, to work this out and not just take experts at their word. Let me just remind the body, it was not that long ago, Mr. Chairman, when the Secretary of Taxation and Revenue stood in the well of the House and told many of us who voted against the Susana Martinez tax cut that that piece of legislation would be revenue net neutral for future years. So while it is not a question of disrespect, and it's not a question of whether or not I think people are credible or whether or not the administration stands in good stead with me, it's that I'm a lawyer and I'm trained to trust but verify. And what I've not had today is any verification about the representations that have been made. So, Mr. Chairman, I think it's a sad day in the New Mexico Senate that we won't take the time to even workshop an amendment. It sounds like this is going to be an up or down vote. I think I know where the votes are. But for all of us who are committed to working on this moving forward, I just want to be sober in saying that really means, unless there's a lot more federal money coming, that means a significant commitment of general fund. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Candelaria. Next, we go to Senator Ivy Soto and then to Senator Pirtle. Senator Ivy Soto, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I want to start off by piggybacking on the frustration that Senator Candelaria was just talking about, and while I appreciate on the one hand Secretary McCamley talking about, well, we'd have to figure out how to program this. On the other hand, I recognize that the Early Childhood Education and Care Department already did the programming because they got payments out to people in I believe April, May, and June. It was for 3 months that they got the payments out. So I think the programming's already done. And I am frustrated because I want to offer essential workers more than my thoughts and prayers. At the same time, while we've been having the debate, I've had a chance to go back and check the governor's and the Secretary of Health's public health orders, because I wanted to be sure about the definition of essential workers. And what I discovered when I went and looked was that the public health orders actually don't define essential workers. It defines essential businesses. And I realize if we're going to try to do this on the floor, that we need to make sure that we do it correctly. And so the problem is we have money that in the end is not going back to DC. But if I have to choose between the money going to the fund or money getting to people, I want the money to get to people right now. And so in the end, while I'm confident that this had we had a little bit more time to spend on this, that we could get it done. I don't know that we're dealing with, so the total appropriation is $194 million that we're splitting. So we're talking about $97 million. And at the end of it all, I don't know that I'm willing to gamble with $97 million that we're going to be able to figure out how to convert essential businesses into essential workers in the period of time, and to do it in a way that is actually going to get money into people's pockets, which is the entire point of what we're doing. And so I continue to be incredibly frustrated, but I'm finding myself, unfortunately, because we don't have a definition of essential worker, we do have a definition of essential business. I'm finding myself at a place where I'm not going to be able to support this at this time. And that upsets me because I want to support this. I desperately want to support this because people who get up and go to work every day have been tremendous heroes in the midst of this pandemic, who put themselves and their families at risk. But given where we are in the calendar, given the amount of money we're talking about, and given the fact that we do know that we should be able to get the money out, we've already identified the people who would qualify under the current parameters. I am simply going to have to remain frustrated, and I feel bad for that, because I very much want to support this amendment. But in the end, part of governing is oftentimes voting a way you don't want to vote, because you have to recognize the realities of the constraints before you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Ivy Soto. Next, we go to Senator Purtle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I find it kind of interesting that we don't have a definition of essential worker. Yet, if you're not on unemployment due to COVID, then obviously you're an essential worker. The governor's made that clear. We're concerned that there's not going to be a definition and not going to know what to do. Well, subsection Z of the public health order means she gets to make it up as she goes. That's what the governor's been doing the entire time. So basically, the governor will decide what an essential worker is, and this is exactly that. For some reason, we want to say that by voting for this, we're pitting people against each other, but it's the opposite. We're not pitting people against each other. We're trying to help everyone, as opposed to just one group of people. And I want you to think about something, and it's kind of troubling me, is who decided that these people were essential workers that are out there putting their lives at risk? The governor did. Government. So again, we have a government official saying you must go to work. Your life is worth risking for the public. Where the businesses that have been closed down and deemed non-essential, I don't like the word non-essential because I think all businesses are essential, and they're essential to every single person that works there. But those are the terms that we've started using. But the governor and government officials have decided that certain places, the risk is worth them going to work. So how can we sit here as a legislative body and say the fact that the government has decided that these workers, for their safety, stay home, but for the common good and the fact that we'll have food stocked on the grocery shelves, that this person, we must risk their health and safety? This is a way that we can say both are important. The people who have lost their jobs, we care about you, we have compassion, and we want to help you. The people who are out working every day in the front lines, you're important. We have compassion for it, and we want to help you. So to me, this is an easy vote that we want to help all New Mexicans that need help. So I would urge the body to support.
Thank you very much, Senator Purtle. I don't have anyone else on the list. I'm going to Senator Ramos. Senator Ramos, I understand that you have another amendment, and I'll let you go through this process, but if you care to rescind the amendment that we were discussing and then bring out the other amendment and explain the change that you made, and then from there, we'll go ahead and we'll see what action we take after that. Senator Ramos, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really do appreciate it. At this point, I'd like to withdraw this amendment and go ahead and start with the new amendment.
See, no objection. It's so ordered. Just please proceed and explain the new amendment.
Mr. Chairman, on this amendment on page 3, lines 14 and 15, strike $1,200 and insert in lieu thereof $600. Number 2, on page 4, line 1, strike and insert in lieu thereof or, and between lines 1 and 2, insert the following new subparagraph. Subparagraph B, to provide a one-time supplement to low-income essential worker hazard pay compensation benefit in the amount of $600 to each claimant who has remained employed throughout the duration of the public health orders issued by the Secretary of Health and related to the coronavirus disease 2019 public health emergency. Number 2, receives compensation that is less than $15 per hour. And 3, is not or was not eligible for benefits pursuant to the unemployment compensation law or from the Federal Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program, Pandemic Emergency Unemployment Compensation Program, or federal state extended benefits or trade readjustment allowance programs pursuant to the Federal Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, and 2, re-letter this succeeding subparagraph accordingly. Mr. Chairman, at this time, I would like to call for, I would like to move the committee of the whole, a roll call vote on Senate Amendment 3.
Thank you very much, Senator Ramos. What I'm doing is I'm going to Senator Smith, and then from there, if I don't have anyone on the list, then what we'll do is we'll go ahead and we'll move for a vote on the proposed amendment. Senator Smith.
Mr. Chairman, would the good senator yield?
Senator Ramos, do you yield?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Is this the amendment with the hazard pay component?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
And so that's the only change from what's been debated?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And once again, I appreciate the efforts on that. We've debated this and had that discussion, but I still stand in opposition to this amendment.
Thank you,
I think
Senator
it can be
Smith.
taken care of during the next session of the legislature.
Thank you very much, Senator Smith. I'm going to Senator Gould on discussion of the proposed amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. President, and this chamber for this great discussion on this very serious issue. I think that by waiting, the issues that have come up is the time. That's the biggest issue that I hear is the opposition to this. We don't have time to do it, and we know that if we wait for after these CARES Act run out, we won't be able to do this funding because of the anti-donation clause. So I think that waiting until this late date to appropriate these funds was our failure to our constituents. And with that, I think that we should rectify that and come together and find a way to make this happen, that we can help all, or at least more of the people that have been so heavily impacted by this horrible virus. And I've also heard a lot about defining the legislation and rules, and I haven't seen one bill that wasn't passed and then defined in rules. So I think that we can also accomplish that. And I just encourage you to support this legislation.
Thank you very much, Senator Gould. I'm going back to Senator Ramos. It looks like we don't have any other discussion. So Senator Ramos, if you will, please go ahead and close on this proposed amendment.
Mr. Chairman, again, I move the committee of the whole have a roll call vote on Senate Amendment 3.
Thank you very much, Senator Ramos. This is amendment number 2. This is a
I'm sorry,
proposed
number 2.
amendment.
I'm sorry.
The only amendment that has passed was the one that was presented by Senator Griggs. So we're on the proposed amendment. And so members, if you will, prepare for a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Baca. Senator Baca, yes. Senator Brandt. Senator Brandt, yes. Senator Burt. Senator Burt, yes. Senator Campos. Senator Campos, no. Senator Candelaria.
Pass.
Senator Candelaria passes. Senator Cervantes.
No.
Senator Cervantes, no. Senator Fulfer. Senator Fulfer, yes. Senator Gonzalez. Senator Gonzalez, no. Senator Gould. Senator Gould, yes. Senator Griggs. Senator Griggs, yes. Senator Engel. Senator Engel passes. Senator Ivy Soto. Senator Ivy Soto, no. Senator Kernan. Senator Kernan, no. Senator Lopez.
No.
Senator Lopez, no. Senator Martinez. Senator Martinez, no. Senator Moores. Senator Moores, yes. Senator Munoz. Senator Munoz, no. Senator Neville. Senator Neville, yes. Senator O'Neill. Senator O'Neill, no. Senator Ortiz-Pino. Senator Ortiz-Pino, no. Senator Padilla. Senator Padilla, no. Senator Papin. Senator Papin, no. Senator Payne.
No.
Senator Payne, no. Senator Pinto. Senator Pinto, no. Senator Pirtle. Senator Pirtle, yes. Senator Ramos. Senator Ramos, yes. Senator Rodriguez. Senator Rodriguez, no. Senator Rue.
No.
Senator Rue, no. Senator Sanchez. Senator Sanchez, no. Senator Sapien.
Vote no.
Senator Sapien, no. Senator Cedillo Lopez. Senator Cedillo Lopez, no. Senator Scherer. Senator Scherer, yes. Senator Shendo. Senator Shendo, no. Senator Smith. Senator Smith, no. Senator Solz.
No.
Senator Solz, no. Senator Stefanix. Senator Stefanix, no. Senator Steinborn.
No.
Senator Steinborn, no. Senator Stewart. Senator Stewart, no. Senator Tallman. Senator Tallman, no. Senator White. Senator White, yes. Senator Worth.
No.
Senator Worth, no. Senator Woods. Senator Woods, yes. Senator Candelaria.
Yes.
Senator Candelaria, yes. Senator Engel. Senator Engel, no. 1428.
By a vote of 14 in the affirmative, 28 in the negative, proposed amendment number 2 to Senate Bill 1 in the Committee of the Whole has failed to pass. Going to the sponsors, I'm going to Senator Ramos, and then I'm going to Senator Gould. Then I'm going to explain his vote, Senator Moores, and then Senator Padilla. Senator Ramos and Senator Gould, please.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to thank the members of this body for this great debate. One thing we definitely have learned today is that time is always of the essence. And it's hard to be pushing this type of a bill through when you only have a day or two before a holiday. We got to remember this, and we got to make sure that we start having the executive body respect the other chambers and creating plenty of time to get a bill through. This could have been done on Monday, and we could have taken 2 or 3 days of debate and get a darn good bill through. But yet, we had to rush through because of an order. And that's not good. I thank you all very much. And again, thank you for the debate.
Thank you very much, Senator Ramos. Next, we go to Senator Gould. Senator Gould, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I, too, just want to thank this chamber for this extreme compassion for everyone in need. And I hope that in the future we can make decisions that really encompass the whole need of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Gould. Now to explain his vote, Senator Moores, and then I'm going to Senator Padilla.
Thank you,
Senator
Mr.
Moores,
Chairman.
please.
About a month or so, there are a lot of nasty political mailers, and we're all big men and women in this chamber.
But there are a lot of political mailers going out saying there's people in this running for this office who would not stand up for frontline workers. Well, there's a lot of people who do not stand up for frontline workers today, Mr. Chairman. A lot of people have risked their lives, and yet people would not stand up for them. And to send out mailers 1 month ago attacking people for that, and then 1 month later, after the election, not standing up for frontline workers, there you go, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Moores. Next, we go to Senator Padilla. Senator Padilla, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the very passionate sponsors of this amendment. It might have been in my top 10 toughest votes I've ever taken since I've been here in 8 years. And I have to tell you, had a good conversation with Senator Lopez, and we both agree that being number 1 and number 4 in the state, and in terms of zip codes, where are these cases coming from? They're coming from the working class, the folks that have to go to work every day, that are required and are essential. And so I just want to remind everybody of that. Also want to respectfully, politely, as kindly, as gingerly as I can, ask our majority leader and others in our leadership teams that we've been told a couple of things here today, and that we're going to have these conversations, that we are going to deal with these issues, that we are going to solve these issues, that we are going to dig deep into what's ailing us here in New Mexico. Things like broadband, as I mentioned when we were going through the initial conversation, this particular amendment that we just talked about, and many others. So I just respectfully, gingerly, with all the heart and passion in my heart, ask our majority leader to please keep the list running, because we're going to have a very active and busy 60 days just coming up. And I also want to remind everybody, Mr. President, I'm sorry, Mr. Supreme Leader, I'm not quite sure what we're supposed to call you today. I just want to remind everybody that as painful as the next 50 or so days are going to be for us, we are coming right back here to do this again. So this is not something that's being brushed down 6 or 9 or 12 months down the road. I want to remind everybody of that. And I want to thank everybody's passion and the love for your communities and the people that you represent here. And I want to ask for calm, and I want to ask everybody to please know that we don't walk in here wanting to harm anybody. We walk in here wanting to help people. Thank you, Mr. Supreme Leader-esque.
Thank you very much, Senator Padilla. I don't have anyone else on the list. We don't have any other amendments. I'm going to Senator Smith to close. Senator Smith, please.
Well, to remind the members that we've got another piece of action that we have to take on this bill after a committee report, I believe, is prepared on that. So with that, we're going to cut it short, and I'll save my remarks at that point in time.
Thank you very much, Senator Smith. So your recommendation then is that we move forward and we get ready for the roll call vote. Is that what I'm hearing? Senator Smith, so if you would please make a motion, and because we're ready for a vote.
I move for a due pass and ask for a roll call vote.
So there has been a motion for a due pass vote as once amended, and what we're going to be doing now is going for a roll call vote, and that would be to go ahead and pass this recommendation along out of the committee of the whole to the full Senate. Members, prepare yourselves. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Chairman?
Please proceed, Senator Cervantes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent of the Senate to be excused from this vote and all votes concerning this legislation pursuant to Senate Rule 7.5 and 7.6.
See no objection. It is so ordered. So Senator Cervantes is excused. Going to Senator Munoz, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that I also be excused from this vote and all legislation according to the articles that Senator Cervantes just mentioned.
Thank you very much, Senator. I don't see any objection. It is so ordered. Senator Munoz, you're excused as well. Going to Senator Scherer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm assuming that all of these votes are because somehow we're all affected by this. And yes, everybody in this room is affected by this. So I'm not sure that that recusing because everybody in this room should recuse themselves if they're going to be affected by this, because every one of us is affected by this. Every one of us has a family member that's in this position, has a business that's in this position, has a nonprofit that's in this position. Every single one of us. And so I'm not sure that the recusals ought to happen unless all 42 are going to recuse ourselves. Because I don't think there's a single person in this room that's not directly affected somehow. And I don't think that it's right for us to just abandon our responsibilities as senators. Because this isn't about my business or my family. It's about New Mexico's business and New Mexico's families. And that includes everybody in this room. So I'm not going to object to them recusing themselves, but I would like to put that out there that all of us are affected by this.
Thank you, Senator Scher. We're going to Senator Ivy Soto and then Senator Worth. Senator Ivy Soto, please.
Thank you very much.
Point of order.
Mr.
Senator Cervantes, please state your point
Thank
of
you
order.
for allowing me to interrupt. Mr. Chairman, motions or requests for a member to be excused from a vote pursuant to Senate rules is not a debatable request, not a debatable motion. Thank you.
That's correct, Senator, and that's why you've been excused. So is Senator Munoz, and I'm going to Senator Ivy Soto. Please proceed, Senator Ivy Soto.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, just for the edification of the body, the issue about a pecuniary interest is related to Article 4, Section 28 of the state constitution. Article 4, Section 28 of the Constitution, however, indicates that that we shall not be interested directly or indirectly in any contract with the state or any municipality thereof, which was authorized by any law passed during such term. This section, first of all, doesn't depend upon whether or not somebody recused themselves or not. And in addition to that, what we're talking about here are grants, not contracts. And what we're talking about here are grants. If you go down to the if you go down, if I could finish, please. If you go down through the annotations, what it makes clear is that this does not apply to those things that are made generally available. It applies to a specific position. It applies to, for example, if somebody in this chamber were to be directly interested in getting the contract to administer the New Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority aspect of this, that would be unconstitutional. But if somebody is simply, if there's something that flows, just like it's been decided that it's not unconstitutional for teachers to vote on the budget, even though it contains an anticipated raise in it, that does not pose in and of itself a conflict of interest. The other area in the law would be in the Governmental Conduct Act, Section 10-16-3, Ethical Principles of Public Service. However, that one as well would not apply to something that is passed that will be available in the manner that we're doing it here, as opposed to something where somebody would get, we're creating a thing that somebody who is a legislator then takes advantage of for their own personal benefit. It is at a different scale. Now, I do then want to turn to Rules 7.5 and 7.6. And really at 7.5 is whether or not a senator has a direct personal or pecuniary interest in the event of a question. Again, the issue of whether or not a senator has a direct personal pecuniary interest would not include a situation where there are, for example, 2,000 grants and there's expected probably to be over 10,000 people applying for it, as long as we're not also in a position to be judges of the grants and to impact the outcome. Or if we were to have tenants who might get rental assistance, that does not create a pecuniary interest for the member. That actually, if anything, creates a pecuniary interest for the tenant. And so again, I don't believe that any of these, I did not object to any of the requests that people made because I respect each person's need to be able to be the judge of their own ethical boundaries. But in advance of this, because of the broad nature of this bill, and because in the first special session, several members recused because they were concerned as to whether or not they might apply for a loan, this is something that I've actually done a little bit of research on. And being a legislator at this time does not disqualify anyone's business or any person from submitting an application on the same terms of anybody else, and it does not create an ethical lapse in terms of direct personal or pecuniary interest in terms of the broad nature of the relief and the grants that are being contemplated through this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Ivy Soto. Going to Senator Sapien. Senator Sapien, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would also move to be recused from this vote and further votes on this measure, on this bill, per the articles that were stated by other senators.
Thank you very much, Senator Sapien. We don't see any objection. We don't see any objection. I want to try it again, Senator Moores. We don't see. We'll ask him right after this. I don't see any objection. Oh gosh. Okay. Senator Moores. No, we got it. We have a withdrawal of the objection. So Senator Sapien, you're excused as well. Now I'm going to Senator Sapien to respond to Senator Moores. He asked how long you're going to be on the Senate floor.
Well, Mr. Chairman, depending on how quickly this action goes, not much longer.
Thank you very much. All right, senators, and we have the motion. We're proceeding. So again, what we're doing is we're voting to approve.
Mr. Chairman?
Senator Ramos, please.
Mr. Chairman, I also would like to be recused from this vote for the same reasons that Senator Cervantes mentioned at the beginning.
Thank you very much, Senator. Seeing no objection, you're excused as well. Okay, senators, if you will, please get ready. We're going to be going through a roll call vote. And again, this is in the Committee of the Whole, and the recommendation has been for approval of Senate Bill 1 as once amended. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Baca. Senator Baca, yes. Senator Brandt. Senator Brandt, no. Senator Burt. Senator Burt, yes. Senator Campos.
Yes.
Senator Campos, yes. Senator Candelaria. Senator Candelaria, yes. Senator Cervantes is excused. Senator Fulfer. Senator Fulfer, no. Senator Gonzalez. Senator Gonzalez, yes. Senator Gould. Pass. Senator Gould passes. Senator Griggs. Senator Griggs, yes. Senator Engel. Senator Engel, no. Senator Ivy Soto. Senator Ivy Soto, yes. Senator Kernan. Senator Kernan, no. Senator Lopez.
Yes.
Senator Lopez, yes. Senator Martinez. Senator Martinez, yes. Senator Moores. Senator Moores, yes. Senator Munoz is excused. Senator Neville. Senator Neville, yes. Senator O'Neill. I'm sorry. Senator O'Neill, yes. Senator Ortiz-Pino. Senator Ortiz-Pino, yes. Senator Padilla. Senator Padilla, yes. Senator Papin. Senator Papin, yes. Senator Payne.
Yes.
Senator Payne, yes. Senator Pinto. Senator Pinto, yes. Senator Pirtle. Senator Pirtle, no. Senator Ramos is excused. Senator Rodriguez. Senator Rodriguez, yes. Senator Rue.
Yes.
Senator Rue, yes. Senator Sanchez. Senator Sanchez, yes. Senator Sapien is excused. Senator Cedillo Lopez.
Yes.
Senator Cedillo Lopez, yes. Senator Scherer. Senator Scherer, no. Senator Shendo. Senator Shendo, yes. Senator Smith. Senator Smith, yes. Senator Schultz.
Yes.
Senator Schultz, yes. Senator Stefanix. Senator Stefanix, yes. Senator Steinborn.
Yes.
Senator Steinborn, yes. Senator Stewart. Senator Stewart, yes. Senator Tallman. Senator Tallman, yes. Senator White. Senator White, yes. Senator Worth.
Yes.
Senator Worth, yes. Senator Woods. Senator Woods, no. What'd you get? Who? Senator Gould. Senator Gould, yes.
By a vote of 31 in the affirmative, 7 in the negative, Senate Bill 1, as once amended, has duly passed out of the Committee of the Whole. The recommendation to the full Senate will be as such. Thank you very much to each and every one of you. Now going to Senator Worth. This is going to be a great one. Senator Worth, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, well, we're still in the Committee of the Whole because I think we are going to go back on the floor. I want to give everyone an update. First, I want to thank you, Mr. now that Senator Griggs passed his amendment, what is it, Grand Poobah? Or that we need to figure out what the term is that you were, but you did a fantastic job, as always, and we appreciate that. Let's give Senator Campos a hand for the job he did. So here's exactly where we are. The House is about to vote on the floor on their bill. The only amendment on the House bill was to add Senator Griggs a mirror amendment. So it's coming over the same way this bill just left committee. The plan is to basically bring the Senate in, and we'll do the House bill. We will not send it to committee, bring it right to the floor and debate that bill as the bill. So we'll just hold at this point, we'll just hold the Senate bill it won't be reported out of the Senate Committee on the Whole. We'll just hold it, and we'll have the Senate, we'll have the House bill come down. So if everyone, I'm guessing I was told it's going to be minutes. So I just think if we just stand in place here, and then our presiding officer, Lieutenant Governor, is here, and we can start as soon as we get that bill, and we'll get it introduced and bring it right to the floor. So that's the plan. If there's any questions, otherwise, let's just stand in place here until we get the House bill.
Mr. President?
Yes, Senator Cervantes, please.
Can we do miscellaneous announcements?
Senator Cervantes, what I'm going to do then is, in essence, what we've done is we've called ourselves out of the Committee of the Whole. What I'm doing is I'm going back to Senator Worth then, and I'll let him informally go ahead and open it up for miscellaneous and announcements. Senator Worth, please.
So maybe what we should do, Mr. Chair, is put our Lieutenant Governor back in, and I think we'll come back. I think it's fair to come back in as on the floor of the Senate, and we'll do the announcements and then just stand in place. So for other announcements. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous. Well, let's get the. So, Mr. Chair, while we're still officially in the Committee of the Whole, I'd ask unanimous consent that the Committee of the Whole be dissolved.
Thank you very much, Senator Worth. So you're asking to rise and report progress, and so we'll go ahead and we'll do that. See no objection, no further business. We stand absolved as a Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're resolved.
I noticed all of you starting to do that, and
Mr. Supreme Leader.
I just noticed your hands were going in different directions. Thank you all very much.
When do we serve communion?
So, Senator Cervantes, do you want to make your announcement now? Is that what I'm hearing?
Sure. Be great if I'm recognized.
So let's go ahead let's go ahead, Mr. President, why don't,
The Senate will rise and report progress. Senator Worth.
thank you, Mr. President. At this point, as I mentioned, unanimous consent, we go without our business announcements and miscellaneous.
We're on that order of business, announcements and miscellaneous. Senator Worth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield to Senator Cervantes. If we could put them back up on the board. Senator Cervantes on announcements and miscellaneous.
Senator Cervantes.
Thank you, President. I just wanted to report what I think is very positive news to the group. I'm informed from back home, and I'm sure this is public and probably on the internet. I can probably find it, that the Department of Health has revised the policy of requiring a 14-day mandatory lockdown of businesses following a 4 rapid response to a given business. As you all may know, the policy adopted just recently was that if a business had 4 rapid responses by the state, that they were subject to a mandatory shutdown. That shut down some businesses in Las Cruces that were problematic, namely the largest grocery store really other than the Walmarts, and one of the Walmarts was shut down. There are 3 Albertsons in Las Cruces, but 2 of them are very small. One of them is really the main Albertsons. That was shut down. I'm pleased that DOH has effectively rescinded that policy and done something I think much more effective, which is really to have businesses that voluntarily adopt a program with DOH would find themselves not subject to that 14-day mandatory shutdown, notwithstanding the number of rapid responses the state would have to make. So that's an announcement. I think that's good news. I think that reflects a lot of what we've been talking about here today, which is we're going to have to be flexible. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Kernan.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I concur with Senator Cervantes. I just want to express my appreciation to Secretary Kinney for working with our community, Secretary of the Environment. And actually, I believe the rapid responses fall under his department, and he has been extremely helpful in developing a plan that I think is very workable for all of our essential businesses with regard to requiring surveillance testing. And if you will do that as a business and follow up with contact tracing, the closures will not occur. So this is extremely helpful in my community. We had a major grocery store in Hobbs, Carlsbad, and Roswell. The Hobbs store, actually, they went through testing. I believe Norlee tested them on Saturday or Sunday, and they got a very quick turnaround. And so all of those employees were able to go back to work this morning at noon, and our Albertson store opened. So I'm pleased not only with the Department of the Environment, but also with the corporations that are working with them to make sure that their employees continue to test, to be safe. And I think it's just really going to help business across the state of New Mexico. But just a thank you to Secretary Kinney for the good work he did.
Thank you, Senator Kernan. Senator Moores. Any additional announcements or miscellaneous business? Senator Munoz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know if did they stick that bill in the mail or what they do? Are they walking it over? It should have been over here if they walked it over, but maybe they got lost in the round capitol. But
thank you, Senator Munoz. Senator Candelaria.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to rise before we wrap up soon to wish you all a very happy Thanksgiving to you and your families. I think we as a state have gone through a year that has brought challenges to all of us individually, as a community, as a state. And I think it's the best note we could leave our work today on before we pass, or probably pass this bill, to just look to each member next to us and keep appropriate social distancing and say, Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving, Michael. Happy Thanksgiving, Senator Rodriguez. Happy Thanksgiving, colleague. Thank you.
Thank you for the reminder, Senator Candelaria, and happy Thanksgiving to you as well. Any additional announcements?
Mr. President.
Senator Cervantes.
I know I'm monopolizing this, but we're killing time anyway. Mr. President, we've done this several times before, but I'd like to have the chamber give one last hand a warm hand, not only at Thanksgiving, but to thank the colleagues of mine, of all of ours, who will not be with us after this year, for all of their years of service. This is likely to be our last time together. We've said that several times before, but this one looks like it really might be it. And I'd like to thank and recognize every one of them for staying with us all the way through the end. And I'm going to miss all of you a great deal.
Thank you, Senator Cervantes. Any more announcements, senators? Seeing none, Senator Worth.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I just got word. So for all the House bill, the House bill just passed the House floor with the one Griggs amendment. So it's on its way as we speak. So again, let's just stand in place because it should be here momentarily. And as soon as it is, we'll put it right on the floor.
So you don't get the all the decisions are made at the national level.
Senator Worth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unanimous consent, we go to that order of business. Messages from the House.
We're on that order of business. Message from the House. The reader will read. If we can please have the volume down in the chamber, please, so we can hear as the reader reads.
Message from the House of Representatives. Mr. President, I am directed to inform the Senate that the House has passed House Bill 1 as amended by the House and requests a concurrence of the Senate. Respectfully submitted, Lisa Ortiz McCutcheon, Chief Clerk.
The Journal will show the message from the House has been received. Senator Worth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unanimous consent, we go to that order of business. Introduction of legislation.
On that order of business, introduction of legislation, the clerk to read.
House Bill 1, introduced by Representative Lundstrom and Representative Egolf, an act relating to general appropriations, making appropriations for expenses for the second special session of the 50-4th Legislature, making appropriations from a federal coronavirus aid relief and economic security act relief fund allocation to provide additional unemployment compensation benefits, grants to certain New Mexico businesses, assistance to low-income state residents, emergency housing assistance, assistance for the homeless, and emergency food bank services, and providing that any unexpended balance remaining on December 28, 2020 shall be deposited in the Unemployment Compensation Fund, making appropriations from the general fund to the Department of Health and the Administrative Office of the Courts. House Bill 1.
House Bill 1, having been read twice by title, is not referred and to be placed on the President's table. House Bill 1. Senator Worth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unanimous consent, we go to that order of business. Announcements and miscellaneous.
We're on that order of business. Senator Worth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now being 11:59 a.m., I move we adjourn until 12:01 p.m.
Hearing no objection, it is so ordered.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the rules be suspended and the Journal show that all those present in this morning's session are present in this afternoon's session.
The Senate will come to order.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the rules be suspended, that the records show that the Journal has been read in full and approved, subject to revision and approval of the Judiciary Committee.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Worth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that House Bill 1 be removed from the President's table and placed on today's calendar.
Hearing no objection, House Bill 1 has been removed from the President's table. Senator Worth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unanimous consent, we go to that order of business. Third reading of legislation. I'd yield to Senator Smith for House Bill 1.
Senators, we are on third reading of legislation. Senator Smith.
I ask unanimous consent of the Senate that the record show that all action for placing House Bill 1 on final passage has been taken and that it is now subject to debate, amendment, or substitution.
Hearing no objection, Senator Smith to explain the bill.
House Bill 1 is a mirror image of Senate Bill 1. It's been pretty well explained.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Senators, we are on third reading. We are debating House Bill 1 as amended. Anyone wishing to debate? Senators?
Move the previous question.
Ready?
Seeing no objection, Senator Smith to close.
Mr. President, I move that House Bill 1 do now pass, and I ask unanimous consent of the Senate that the record show that the roll will be called and all those present will have voted as they so wish.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Senators, we are voting. To your seats, please. We are going to do a roll call. And just for clarification, this is House Bill 1 as amended. There will be a roll call. To your seats, please. The clerk to call the roll.
Senator Baca. Senator Baca, yes. Senator Brandt. No. Senator Brandt, no. Senator Burt. Senator Burt, yes. Senator Campos. Senator Campos, yes. Senator Candelaria. Senator Candelaria, yes. Senator Cervantes is excused. Senator Fulfer. Senator Fulfer, yes. Senator Gonzalez. Senator Gonzalez, yes. Senator Gould. Senator Gould, yes. Senator Griggs. Senator Griggs, yes. Senator Engel. Senator Engel, yes. Senator Ivy Soto. Senator Ivy Soto, yes. Senator Kernan. Senator Kernan, no. Senator Lopez.
Yes.
Senator Lopez, yes. Senator Martinez. Senator Martinez, yes. Senator Moores. Senator Moores, yes. Senator Munoz is excused. Senator Neville. Senator Neville, yes. Senator O'Neill. Senator O'Neill, yes. Senator Ortiz Pino. Senator Ortiz Pino, yes. Senator Padilla.
Yes.
Senator Padilla, yes. Senator Papin. Senator Papin, yes. Senator Payne.
Yes.
Senator Payne, yes. Senator Pinto. Senator Pinto, yes. Senator Purtle. Senator Purtle, no. Senator Ramos is excused. Senator Rodriguez. Senator Rodriguez, yes. Senator Rue.
Yes.
Senator Rue, yes. Senator Sanchez. Senator Sanchez, yes. Senator Sapien is excused. Senator Cedillo Lopez. Senator Cedillo Lopez, yes. Senator Scherer. Senator Scherer, no. Senator Shendo. Senator Shendo, yes. Senator Smith. Senator Smith, yes. Senator Souls.
Yes.
Senator Souls, yes. Senator Stefanics. Senator Stefanics, yes. Senator Steinborn.
Yes.
Senator Steinborn, yes. Senator Stewart.
Yes.
Senator Stewart, yes. Senator Tallman. Senator Tallman, yes. Senator White. Senator White, yes. Senator Worth.
Yes.
Senator Worth, yes. Senator Woods. Senator Woods, no. 33-5.
By a vote of 33 in the affirmative, 5 in the negative, House Bill 1, as amended, has passed the Senate. Senator Smith to explain his vote.
Thank you very much. Just to remind the members here, the money that was expended today, we considered in our reserves in June. So that will take the reserves down based on the numbers we knew at the time from about 35% to about 30%. The Chair of House Appropriation and myself were asked to carry the bill and to monitor the bill, but basically the pieces of legislation, the pieces that came down came from the governor on that. So my communication with the executive branch at the time was, before we go into special session, let's have an agreement. I've been in several specialist sessions, and the ones that have really succeeded is where you had agreement by all parties. Quite frankly, I think the demonstration today, I commend the body, is certainly within their right, but it was a reflection of the fact that we didn't have agreement on that. I apologize for that, but I'm just the messenger from that standpoint. Let's hope in the future that lessons may be learned from this, because a lot of the suggestions that happened on this floor that were not accepted for the bill were good and even great suggestions. So with that, hopefully that on the fourth floor and legislative people involved in the process in the future will say, if we're going to have a special session, we damn well better have an agreement before we go in. We've sat here for, 7 hours. I had to extend my room. I only live 300 miles away. I guarantee you I'm not going to miss that damn trip. 300 miles is a long way one direction, and I've done it for 32 years on that. The only thing that I'm going to miss is the people in this body and our staff. And I'm especially going to miss our clerk on that and all of her workers, the council service and all of their staff. And I especially have a place in my heart for the Legislative Finance Committee with its director, David Abbey, and all of that staff. That staff is guaranteed competence into the future for the state of New Mexico. Without that staff, quite frankly, if people perceive themselves as intelligent, God only knows how weak our intelligence would be without that staff. So I'm going to miss our staff, but I have restored faith in the state of New Mexico when you have young people at the Legislative Finance Committee that are stepping to the plate to give us direction, because not one But collectively, with the help of that staff, we can pull together and get through this. I'd like to thank the minority party, certainly appreciate the Senate Finance Committee, and I will always remember that the Senate Finance Committee worked as a team, and I appreciate that. And I want to thank the minority party there and all of the majority party members that served on that. So thank you very much. Have a safe drive home.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Worth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate table indefinitely all bills remaining on the President's table, on the calendar, or in committee, except the bills in the Judiciary Committee for enrolling and engrossing.
Second the motion.
Hearing no objection, it is so ordered.
Mr. President, I move the Senate adjourn sine die.
Second the motion.
Hearing no objection, the Senate is adjourned sine die. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Please be safe going home, and thank you for all the work that you do for the state of New Mexico.